Oh, it's not over yet, as this now is night two of the 2021 NFL Draft, our 2021 NFL Draft show right here on Pittsburgh Sports Live and Steelers Now. And this will cover the second and third round here as we go forward following the Steelers' first round pick of Naji Harris. So as controversial as that is, and as many of you are still discussing that, and we discussed it ad nauseum, and it will be discussed in perpetuity of the Steelers going running back in the first round and seemingly going running back in the first round, no matter what went on in front of them and how the board failed to have them have several different options. That has been done, and so it has been said by Kevin Colbert and Mike Tomlin. I'm your host, Mike Asti, and I'm going to be joined by Cale Berger and Nick Farabaugh of Steelers Now, and potentially our Alan Saunders will join us sporadically here as it's going to be a little bit increased workload for us overall coverage-wise moving forward in this draft. And we just actually heard from Naji Harris from the Southside facility. We'll have that on Pittsburgh Sports Live. We're going to have that on Steelers Now. Alan transcribing that right now. We were just over there on that Zoom. So to get us started here, as guys, I hope you took a little bathroom break where I see Cale chugging the tea. I got my water in front of me. Should have some pineapple juice here, but I do not right now. Maybe get that here in a moment. We have another gauntlet in front of us and another wild ride here of round two now of the 2021 NFL Draft. Brother Goodell clapping his hands. He's ready. I'm ready. You guys are ready. We're going to get ready. And as we now move into this round, I got to ask you guys this, and we'll get started with this. And this is just kind of a simple question, but it kind of maybe will answer some of the debate to this point with Naji Harris's selection. A great running back out of Alabama. There's elite potential there, but it is a running back the Steelers now clearly need to go into offensive line and other potential needs throughout the rest of this draft. What needs to happen? Cale, I'll start it with you. What needs to happen for the Naji Harris selection to be classified as a good one? What needs to happen for that to be successful? Because that could go many different ways, but what needs to occur for you?
Well, that's the thing about first round picks, right? Is you think they should stand on their own.
Right.
You shouldn't be trying to justify a first round pick based on what you do in the second and third round.
Sure.
And we obviously all had some criticism of the pick. We all agree that Naji Harris is a phenomenal football player, a phenomenal running back, clearly the best in the class. Just probably not the right move for the Steelers as they try to improve this run game as a whole. We all would have liked to have seen them go offensive line. They obviously didn't and took Naji Harris. So I think what they do now is they pigeonhole themselves a little bit. They really have to, I think, prioritize definitely center. I think center has to be the pick here at 55. And the board's fallen in a pretty favorable way for them to do that, though they have about 22, 23 picks, based on my math there, that we could see centers go off the board. So they're in a tricky situation where there's plenty of them left, but also we could see potentially a run on them, just like we expect to see a run on tackles as well. And that's the other position of need right now for the Steelers that they seem to have pigeonholed themselves into and slotted themselves into with taking Naji Harris in the first round. But, we're seeing it, a lot of the fan base rejoicing, a lot of the media members, talking heads, analysts, like ourselves, not necessarily fans of the Naji Harris pick per se, or thought the Steelers should have went in a different direction. So it's an interesting dichotomy we're seeing. Those fans, they love it. It's the sexy pick. You get this star running back. Everyone loves that. But I think everyone that actually follows this thing closely, analyzes this team, realizes that it's probably not the right decision for them. And we talked about that ad nauseum, and I'm sure we'll talk about that more here tonight as we try and kill time for the next 5 hours or whatever it is. But
what do you think we're doing right now?
Yeah, but like I said, I think they pigeonholed themselves to an extent. They're going to have to go center here. They're going to have to go tackle after that, or some combination of the two. Depending on the guy, it could be edge, it could be corner, but I feel like those are slim chances based on what they really need, which is center and tackle after the Naji Harris pick.
I do think it's been split between media and fans, as it often is. And not to say there aren't some avid, knowledgeable sports fans in Pittsburgh, as much as I criticize them, there are, but there also are maybe others, maybe classified as the Yinzers, that maybe have their eyes colored in certain ways. And this, of course, is going to be that divide that I think everyone was expecting, especially with it being a situation where they had to make a decision. It wasn't like a player was taken already or Naji already taken. They had to fall to somebody else. And I think, again, I think people also are misunderstanding exactly what you said, that a criticism of the pick does not mean a criticism of the man. It does not mean a criticism of Naji Harris. By far, a worthy running back for any team, the best running back in this draft. He's the only running back in this draft I would have advocated doing this for. He has elite potential. I don't think anyone, and separate from that, he's a great human being. It appears that he is a fantastic man, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the pick's going to be beloved because of the position, because of everything that goes along with that we've discussed at nauseam.
Yeah, I wanted to throw that in right before, real quick before we throw it to Nick.
Sure.
His breakdown. That's the thing is no one's rooting against Naji Harris.
No, of course not.
We're rooting against the idea of taking Naji Harris at that spot. I think every team in the NFL would love to have Naji Harris on their team. They just necessarily, some teams would not like to use that pick at number 24 to make that happen. Right. But when you talk about Naji Harris, the person, I mean, he's already become beloved in this town. He has
great guy.
Really, he's barely stepped foot in the city, and people love him for his charisma, his sense of humor, his personality. I mean, you look at all these pre-draft media engagements he's done. I watched with Nate Burleson, this web series they're doing. And the guy is fun. He's likable. I mean, he's everything you want in a first-round draft pick out beyond the field. You want a guy who's marketable, who's going to be a fan favorite. He's all of those things, and he's going to be very easy for Steelers fans and media and everyone to root for just because he seems like a stand-up guy and an awesome individual. But like we said, we're not rooting against Naji Harris to succeed. We don't think he's a bad player. We just don't think he's the right choice for the Steelers at that point. And now they've kind of stacked the odds against themselves to an extent here on Friday night.
And the Jaguars on the clock here as we begin the second round of this 2021 NFL draft. And we're going to be discussing it throughout this night. We're going to be discussing it forever. He's the first round pick. That's going to be the face of your draft for better or worse. And we will see how that works out. The only concern is the shelf life. The only concern is the position. It's not a concern of the player. It's not a concern of the man. Very likely, if I'm going to bet, he might have an impact right away. He's certainly going to make the position better. Fans are probably going to be telling us, you guys were wrong. They're going to be watching touchdowns and him chucking yards. But hopefully we're watching him sign a second deal and be doing it 2 or 3, 4 years down the road. But the humanitarian work, he was doing things for a homeless shelter a few days ago. I mean, the guy, he gets it. He's willing to extend himself beyond the field. Fans are going to love him, and I will tell any parent out there, I feel comfortable with telling you to buy the guy's jersey if you want to spend money on a jersey for your kid. That's not always something that's said for an athlete these days. So all of that's there, and that's what you want in your investment. It's just he plays a position that doesn't allow that investment to go for a decade, which maybe some other positions would. Cale, Berger, Nick Farabaugh, Mike Asti here on our Night 2 edition of our 2021 NFL Draft Show. And Nick, I do want to go to you now because we're going to touch on more of Naji later on, but I do want to go to you. Jaguars up here, second round. What are you expecting on this side of the draft? You expected some trades in the first round. We did get some trades, not the wild, crazy activity that maybe some thought. What are you expecting on this night in terms of activity, in terms of what some neat teams need to do? And the Jaguars right here. What are you expecting the Jaguars to do in order to counter their Trevor Lawrence selection and what they did in the first round?
Well, I think that the Jaguars have needs on the defensive side of the ball. I expect this pick to be defense. You help out your quarterback already by getting Travis Etienne, a college teammate of Trevor Lawrence's. You have a pass catcher there. You have another running back into the fold. So I think here you probably need to go and get a cornerback to play opposite of CJ Henderson. I think that that's a big need for them. Interior D line also. And there's 2 guys really sitting there for them they could take, a Fatu Melifonwu, Asante Samuel Jr., Tyson Campbell. Or if they go D line, the best defensive lineman is on the board. Christian Barmore did not go in round 1. I think that could be a pick here. In terms of what we're going to see today, just from teams other than the Jaguars, I think we're going to see a lot of linemen taken today. A lot of teams, as we noted yesterday, didn't take a lineman, and they thought they could wait until round 2.
D lineman?
No,
O-line.
offense.
O-line. Okay.
Offensive line. I think we're going to see a lot of O-line. A lot of these O-linemen we're talking about for the Steelers 55 are not going to be there. I'm betting that right now. I don't think you're going to see Jenkins make it, Eichenberg,
Right.
I don't think Humphrey I think Dickerson might be gone. It's possible all three centers are gone. It's very possible. We're going to see some guards, Wyatt Davis, Trey Smith, Jackson Carman, perhaps come off the board. Lots of players are going to come off the board. Luckily for the Steelers, it's so deep that run probably doesn't matter. It's legitimately, there are going to be worthy talents of 55th overall at tackle and at center, and it probably won't matter. But a lot of O-line talents coming off the board today. And also we're going to see, I think we're going to see a lot of, I talked about it yesterday, I think we're going to see 3 quarterbacks today. I think Mond, Trask, and Mills all go. I truly believe that.
Okay. And the Jaguars pick is in here, so I'll wait to see what it is. I am a little bit delayed here, so that might have occurred here as we're doing this live. Again, our live instant reactions here on Pittsburgh Sports Live, and feel to subscribe. Bottom of the video, it'll help us get all of our notifications to you on everything we do throughout the Pittsburgh Sports Now family of networks, which encompasses videos for many other different sites. But certainly this weekend, it's big on the NFL draft. Nick, the Jaguars have many needs. We see their pick being in here. Can you give us an also reset on your big board? Because Jenkins, Mel Kiper has as top of his big board. Samuel Jr. is somebody that certainly could be brought up. Dickerson could be brought up. What's the reset of your big board right now leading into the second round after the first round's been taken care of?
Yeah, so pretty simple. Top player on the board is obviously JOK. Not surprised there. Then it's Landon Dickerson, Tevin Jenkins right after that. So Elijah Moore, wide receiver, Creed Humphrey, a lot of linemen, Azeez Ojulari, Sam Cosmi, Jabril Cox, Malafonwu, Trayvon Moehrig, Spencer Brown is a pick potentially at 55. Richie Grant, another safety. Terrace Marshall Jr., talented wide receiver from LSU. Levi Onwuzurike, my interior D-line 1. Sante Samuel Jr., Christian Barmore, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Pete Werner, Quinn Miners, Ronnie Perkins, Javonte Williams, Dylan Radins, Liam Eichenberg. So that's down to 50. So that's kind of the whole board right now. And I'll say this, I think there's a lot of good players, and I think there's a good possibility one of those top 50 ends up falling to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Okay, we see Tyson Campbell, cornerback, Georgia, as the selection. So an evaluation of him and how he fits in with the Jags, they go defense.
Yeah, so this was a possible pick for the Steelers if they wanted to go corner at 55. But he's a guy that is very athletic, very fluid, has all the physical tools, another track star. Kirby Smart has a type there at Georgia. Georgia DBs usually turn up in this area, but they don't have great ball skills. And Campbell doesn't get his back to the – when he gets his back to the ball, he can't find it. It's kind of how Terrell Edmonds does. So that would have driven fans wild for sure. That's going to have to be coached up out of him. But I think this is a good pick. Although I do think there are better corners on the board. Again, I think Ifeatu Melifonwu was better. They could have gone Asante Samuel Jr. I think there are multiple corners that they could have gone. Not to disparage Tyson Campbell. He's a good, solid player, but I just don't think he's a 33rd overall good player. This is essentially a first-round pick, if you want to call it.
Right. I mean, they're right there. Yeah, this is literally on the edge of the first round, and you're talking about a team that selected first overall, so it certainly could be argued. I'm sure they're going to try to argue in arbitration at some point that maybe it's a first-round selection. Cale, would you say this is a reach?
A slight reach, but like Nick said, I mean, they needed a corner, and I think there's something to be said. If there's options on the board and you like your guy, we're into the second round, even though we're right on the cusp here. And I think, like Nick said, it's the athleticism, it's the track star. And I think that, when you have Urban Meyer, who was a very accomplished college coach, as we all know, he's making the switch to the NFL level. I think there's some maybe I wouldn't call it an arrogance, but a belief in himself that, he and the staff they assembled can develop these guys similar to the way they develop people at the college level. So maybe he looks at the raw ability of Campbell and thinks, okay, we can turn him into something here. Like you said, they already have CJ Henderson on the one side. So they're trying to address the other side of that defense. And like I said, there's something to be said about taking the guy you want, even when there's other options on the board. Yeah. But I would say, a slight reach here. And I would agree that I like Asante Samuel Jr. And he's a guy that we talked about center and tackle being options for the Steelers here that seem like must picks for the Steelers coming up over the rest of the night. But if Asante Samuel Jr. is hanging out there at 55, I mean, the Steelers have a hard time explaining not taking him given the state of their cornerback depth right now, because it is not pretty, to say the least.
And you take your guy if you love your guy. That's exactly what Kevin Colbert and Mike Tomlin said. They love Naji. They took their guy. They loved their guy, and that was what they were going to do. This seems to be a similar situation here. But, Nick, as we also move into the Jets now, who are on the clock, and they have several needs, of course, moving on from the era of Sam Darnold and Adam Gase, for better or worse, into now a new era of football. Zach Wilson and his boy band brigade going to be out there in New York, and we'll see a new era of Jets football as they try to finally get it right quarterback-wise yet again. What do they need to do? There's still needs there, but I also want to ask you an overlying question I want you to touch on. I feel like I'm a broken record when I say throughout this entire draft gauntlet of shows here on PSL, would you say this is a reach? I feel like this entire draft to this point, you could argue some of these picks have been reaches. Is there any rationale you could give to, besides teams just falling in love with players? It feels to me like teams are maybe quote unquote reaching for guys more this year than other years. Is there any rationale or reasoning why that's happening in this draft? Is that even a connection to the pandemic in some respects? Yes. And what should the Jets do here?
Yeah, there's not a lot of groupthink among the league this year. And there's usually a hive mind that you kind of feel, oh, this is where this guy's going to go. There's not this year. And I feel like that's largely partially due to the lack of in-person stuff. We saw that last year too. There was a lack of groupthink and there was a few reaches that people would point out. I think also
it's like every other pick today though.
Yeah.
And yesterday.
True though. But like you also kind of look at, the lack of players in this draft. There's only about 600 players.
Right.
Usually there's over 1,000. So that's also, it's pushing talents up that we would usually call second, third round talents into the first, into the second, and so on, right? Like it's pushing these talents up around essentially.
Sure.
So there's also that factor. And I think we're going to see that in the later rounds. We're going to be like, this guy isn't very good. And well, they have to take someone with the pick they have. I mean, there's not going to be a lot of you've heard Kevin Colbert talk about this. They signed players from last year's UDFA class, anticipating they wouldn't have many this year. It's not a big class. That extra year of eligibility from the NCAA has affected this draft big time. A lot of talent that would have been drafted went back. So that's probably a big reason why we're seeing so many reaches, if you will.
And onto the Jets in terms of what the Jets need to do here. Obviously, there's several needs for New York, but they're building a whole new team almost in some respects.
Yeah, I think the other thing to throw in here real quick to Nick's point, I had myself muted there, so I was trying to jump in. I think the other thing too is the limited medical information on some of these guys. That's affecting this draft process as a whole.
Right.
But maybe it's caused some guys to slide here throughout the draft, but also maybe if they just had a really strong feeling about a guy or they have more information on a guy, they've just decided, okay, we're taking him. We talked about Campbell here. Maybe they had more information about his medical history, regardless of what it is. I don't know the specifics.
Right.
And they had about other corners here. So maybe that could have been the reasoning of why we see some of these guys getting reached on. I'm not going to use that rationale for the Raiders because they're operating a completely different level of incompetence than anyone else here. So,
former media member of ours is now running the show.
As we see the Jets.
They go Elijah Moore. Absolutely, Elijah Moore. Again, I hate to harp, it almost makes me feel bad for Sam Darnold in a way. Here it is, the weapon he's been looking for. We're looking for offensive line. It's not happening with him there with the Jets. He's gone. But yeah, Elijah Moore, wide receiver, going to New York. They need weapons. They need more. They're going to try to do it all over again now and maybe do it better for Zach Wilson. It does not appear Nick's impressed.
Oh, no, I'm very impressed. I'm shaking my head because the joke, I can't. They did Sam Darnold so wrong. They threw him to Carolina.
I know.
They threw him to Carolina, man. But great job by Joe Douglas so far helping his young quarterback, shoring up him, getting a pass protector, trading up for one in Elijah Vera Tucker, who's probably he's a top, I think it's my 16th overall player. He's a top 20 talent, first round talent, coming up to 14, being aggressive, getting him, and then getting a really good football player in Elijah Moore, my wide receiver 4. One of the best pure route runners to come out in recent memory. This guy's going to be very, very good for New York right away. So,
and Moore's your wide receiver 4. We've seen your wide receiver 10 taken midway through the first round. So yes. It's been a little bit helter-skelter, but certainly there's tons of talent here. So you could actually argue instead of a reach, they might have got a steal here potentially.
This is great value, I think. I really thought that Elijah Moore was gonna go in the first round. I really did. I thought he was gonna go to Tennessee, perhaps. I thought the Ravens could have taken him. I thought Cleveland could have taken him. He was a first round talent, if you will, in those top 32. He's my 21st overall player. To get that guy at 34, and when you need a receiver that bad, that's the perfect marriage of value and need just meeting.
Yeah, and we have a trade now, so we talked about maybe more movement in the wild second and third round than even we had in the first round. Falcons trading their pick to the Broncos, who are now on the clock. Nick Farabaugh, Cale Berger, Mike Asti here on our 2021 night 2 of our NFL draft show here on Pittsburgh Sports Live. And of course, all our coverage, including Naji talking to the media. It happened not that long ago, kind of maybe inconvenient timing for us on this show. That's partly why Alan's not yet joined us over there at Steelers Now, and follow us at PGH Steelers Now on Twitter, as well as at PGH Sports Live on Twitter. Cale, thoughts on what the Broncos maybe are thinking here? What do you think the Broncos are doing, and what triggered this movement, the Falcons moving out? Falcons were one of the few teams we criticized kind of what they were doing in the first round before it went all nuts midway through. But they move out, the Broncos move in.
Yeah, well, real quick, I do want to mention on the Jets pick real quick. I do want to give them some credit. I think the Jets are having quietly one of the better drafts
I'd agree.
Of anyone right now. And I think the only real blemish or one thing you can knock them on was Zach Wilson, the right quarterback to take it to. Now, we can debate that all day, but to their credit, like Nick said, they've done him a big service. And Elijah Moore is going to be a guy that is going to be an excellent security blanket. He's also a playmaker that, is just going to consistently win, with his route.
Any thoughts on him as a fit with Zach Wilson? Because we talked a lot last night about the fit between quarterback and receiver.
Well, I think it makes Zach Wilson's life a lot easier, because Elijah Moore, the separation he's going to create, he's going to get open and make things so easy for Zach Wilson. And when you're a quarterback that right now, before taking Elijah Moore, they have limited weapons, they have a limited run game. The offensive line is improving with Vera Tucker, but still a lot of areas to improve for them. He's going to need a guy that he can get the ball to and let that guy go make a play. He's going to need a guy that he can quickly get it out of his hands, and he can make people miss. He can be open. He's not going to have to squeeze it into some tight windows under immense duress. So I think they've done him a service here, and I like that pick with Elijah Moore.
Yeah,
as for the Broncos,
I like that pick too. Yeah.
They didn't take their quarterback. They're still kind of trying to figure that out. They've taken a corner already.
They didn't trade for Rodgers, like was rumored by some.
They didn't trade for Rodgers, and they didn't take a quarterback either. I don't think they're necessarily going to take a quarterback here. I think they've traded for Teddy Bridgewater. They still have Drew Lock. I think they're, trying to figure it out with those guys. But maybe we could see a linebacker go off the board here. Maybe we see an Owusu-Koramoah. Maybe we see a Nick Bolton from Missouri, even though maybe it's a little early for him. Because they do need help at linebacker, and they're making the pick right now here. So imminently, we're going to find out who, in fact,
and people do forget, you're bringing up defense when they have won their recent championships. It's been predicated off of defense. Of course, they had that great offensive year with Peyton Manning in the Super Bowl loss to Seattle, but that Super Bowl win was absolutely thanks to defense. This is running back though. Javonte Williams, running back out of North Carolina for the Broncos. So we actually see another running back taken. They trade up to get a running back here. Cale, we're talking about faces Alan and Nick usually make. That was a face from you.
Well, they just signed Melvin Gordon to a free agent contract last offseason. I know Phillip Lindsay's out there in free agency, and he was a reliable guy for them, but they just signed Melvin Gordon to a pretty hefty contract.
Right.
So what is the point of plucking Javonte Williams here? I mean, there's a lot of teams right now that I think are immediately behind the Broncos that are angry. They're like, what are you doing? You've completely thrown off our entire board, taking a position that no one thought you needed. That's really just a best available scenario. And there's a lot of teams that are kicking themselves and that are angry at the Broncos right now for completely throwing off the trend of this draft, taking a pick that was completely out of their comfort zone or completely out of the realm of possibility for them with the 35th pick. I think Javonte Williams, there's no denying he's a great running back. He was clearly, I think, the consensus third best running back in this class. But, I think it bugs me that he's going to the Broncos, who, really don't need his services all that much. I mean, listen, not many teams want to go with the bell cow, and the more talented running backs you can have, the better, I guess.
Sure.
But I thought that the Broncos had many more moves ahead of running back that needed to be addressed here early on in the second round.
It appears, though, has been the theme. He's their guy, and they got their guy. We're seeing the Broncos war room slapping hands, shaking hands.
They love it.
They are celebrating this pick as if they just won a Super Bowl equivalent in the draft. And of course, that was not a position that they really needed as much as others. They do need a lot, certainly on the defensive side of the ball, maybe quarterback. Granted, that didn't seem possible. Nick, before we get to the Dolphins pick here, sticking with what Denver just did, because that's kind of the talk right now. If you were going to go running back and you really wanted to go running back and you already had a running back, would it maybe have made more sense to do a bigger trade and get yourself one of the two running backs that already were taken prior to this? If you're trading into the early second round from where you were at that point in the second for Williams, does this make any somewhat of sense to you? And how much does this impact the rest of the draft now? Because this does go off of the normal predictions and off of the board a little bit.
Well, there was a rumor that if they traded back, they were going to take Naji Harris. So this is not all that surprising to me. I thought they were in the running back sweepstakes. They really wanted a running back.
Clearly.
They let Philip Lindsay walk for a reason. I mean, listen, they let him go. And Melvin Gordon's only there for one more year. And I think they really wanted a 3-down running back. Melvin Gordon was decent last year, but I think they wanted a guy who could bang more in between the tackles, who could be more of a receiver. And Melvin Gordon's a guy who's also been injured a lot over his career. So I think
that's a fair point.
So I think Javonte, I like the Javonte Williams pick. Personally, they barely traded anything. They traded a fourth. They got a sixth back. I think it's good value for 5 spots for Javonte. I don't hate the pick at all. Javonte Williams, he's my running back too. If he can fix his vision, he's got a little bit of trouble there, but if he can fix that, I think he can be a top 10 running back. So I like this pick of Javonte, but also this is also showing the Steelers wouldn't have been able to get a top 3 back at 55. That's obviously one of their reasonings.
Yeah.
But
this also plays into the Steelers' favor because interior offensive line was a need for the Broncos as well. And, they could have used some offensive line help. So this moves those guys down the board, like we talked about last night was happening in the first round. It ultimately didn't come to fruition for the Steelers, but this is a pick that was kind of out of left field to an extent for the Broncos. And does that help the Steelers a little later on with guys sliding backwards?
It actually does maybe defend the Steelers a little bit to this point because the Steelers clearly wanted a running back. Some could say first round's a bit high to grading a running back. Drafting a running back just because the era of this NFL, this isn't 10, 15, 20 years ago. But if they didn't do what they did, they probably wouldn't end up with one of these running backs at all unless they did some other activity. So that kind of maybe defends them a little bit there. Nick Farabaugh, Cale, Berger here. This is our draft show night 2 edition here, moving through the second and third round of the draft. We just see the Dolphins draft a safety out of Oregon there. Nick, thoughts on that pick by Miami? They clearly entered this draft needing a lot. They weren't that far away last year. They had a lot of picks in this draft, like last year again.
First of all, was that the Isley brothers?
It was.
We're going all the way back then.
The
Isley brothers today. But on Javon Holland, a safety for them? I didn't expect a safety. I'll say that. I think that their defensive backfield's pretty solid. But it's always funny to see a team take a need when they traded one of their top players away 2 years ago. Just saying.
Yeah, sure.
Minkah Fitzpatrick.
Right.
Yeah. They could use Minkah right now. I'm just saying. But, I like Javon Holland. He's a good football player. Very instinctive. Didn't play this year, but I think he's a guy that can play in the slot, can play deep, can play in the box. He's physical. He's instinctive. He's maybe not a high-end guy, but very much a playmaker. Ball hawk to a T. He's probably the third best safety in this class. I think it's a good pick for them. Maybe a little bit early for me with Morig and Grant on the board, but I think Holland's a good player.
Were you guys surprised at all about this selection, just for the fact that he didn't play last year? That a lot of GMs, including Kevin Colbert, flat out said that they were going to kind of shy away from those players just because you can't be in football shape without playing.
That's the Steelers. There's 31 other teams that could have a different opinion on that.
Sure.
So that might be their prerogative.
Right.
But I think there's a lot of other teams that necessarily don't care. I mean, we saw 8 players that opted out.
We did.
The first round. I mean,
yeah.
I think clearly to other teams that wasn't really a factor, whereas the Steelers were so encouraged and happy that Naji Harris decided to come back for his senior season. and apparently played a role in them picking him and falling in love with him.
That seemed like that's all that went on in their brain. Naji Harris.
Yeah, exactly. But
right.
I think, there were other probably better safeties on the board here for Miami. They took a guy who opted out and who, by all accounts, is a great football player and I guess is the guy they love. But I think also, I was just talking about with this Javonte Williams to the Broncos pick, this is a case of them taking him kind of out of left field and throwing people off because Miami is in need of a running back. And, they passed on Naji Harris earlier. They had an opportunity to take him in the first round.
Right.
They probably figured, okay, we can come back and get Javonte Williams here.
Right.
And we know he likes to show out in Hard Rock Stadium by what he did to the Hurricanes.
Sure, I think he would have liked it too.
That was a bloodbath.
Right.
So I think they were hoping, Javonte Williams will fall right into our lap here at 36 or 35, wherever they were. And then the Broncos came out of left field and snatched him right out of their hands, and they were left scrambling to an extent. And still got a football player, you think they really love, but I think they are now kind of scrambling a little bit and thinking, okay, the top three backs are off the board. How long are we going to wait until we can take our running back? Because I talked about this yesterday. Myles Gaskin had a fine year. He did suffer from some injuries, and he's not going to be their guy in the future. But they have a player in Myles Gaskin, but they need to get another guy in this draft. And now for Miami, it's okay. Well, how long do we have to wait to get the running back that's going to play alongside him? Because Javonte Williams is right there for them to take, and almost like Christian Darrisaw with the Steelers, just kind of snatched right in front of them when they had the chance. They're writing the name in preemptively and just quickly taken away from them.
And he had that Miami vibe with his shirt too. The color scheme was seeming like he was ready Miami Vice wise to be a member of the Dolphins, and it just didn't happen. Nick, would you think that that's a possibility, that maybe the Dolphins board got screwed up a little bit and they maybe were bamboozled kind of to the surprise?
I think they wanted Javonte badly. We heard today, after the fact, obviously, that they wanted to come in front of the Steelers for Naji Harris.
We did hear that. Yeah.
I think the closest thing to Naji outside of himself is Javonte Williams. I think he's the closest guy kind of schematically, style-wise, that you can point to that fits him. Because Travis Etienne, Michael Carter, Kenneth Gainwell, they're kind of out. They're different players, right? Like, they're not the same players. So I think they wanted a running back. I think they want a running back bad, but good on them for not forcing a running back and going with better value. But yeah, I do think it messed up their immediate board. I would think they were definitely hoping Javonte would fall to them.
Yeah, and it could mess up their draft overall. I mean, when one little thing occurs, you take a risk of not taking somebody in the first round, you figure something would happen, and you can't always assume and you can't always figure something will happen. And we already see a trade that potentially moves and ruins things for the Dolphins. Landon Dickerson, center, Alabama, off the board to the Eagles. This is big. This is a player we've been waiting for. We've been talking about for days on end. We talked about all through the first round show, even though he was not drafted. This is a player who many had a high grade on, but yet many might have been concerned based on some injury history, etc. How does Dickerson fit in with the Eagles? What triggered this selection? And how will he fare in the National Football League despite it being kind of polarizing on him entering the draft?
With the Eagles, it's a good fit because they've with Nick Sirianni, he's a Colts guy. You know what Frank Reich does, a lot of power, a lot of smash mouth thing, just bust your teeth in. Beautiful fit in that respect. I like the fit there. Now, Dickerson, you have to weigh the risk and reward. It's obviously 4 season-ending injuries, 2 torn ACLs, and 2 ankle surgeries in 5 seasons is never going to be good.
Not at that age, no.
But the Eagles are in a spot where they're not realistically competing this year. They're not realistically competing. I don't think they're going to compete until they get a quarterback.
It's a winnable division, though. They're not in murderer's row. I feel like they could accidentally compete almost.
With Dak back and with that defense Washington's building.
Sure.
I mean, I don't see a clear path for them. The Giants are trying to get better, even though I don't know how much better they will. I think the Eagles arguably have the weakest roster in the division. Okay. So I think at least where they are right now, they can afford to take this pick because Landon Dickerson, if he pans out, could be one of those guys that can be the successor to Jason Kelce at center. He can be a guy where you look at what he does, if the Eagles get back into contention in, say, 2-3 years, he could be one of the cornerstone reasons of why.
Cale, you're on mute.
I'm trying to do this as a service to you guys. I'm coughing here and whatnot. So
I appreciate it, but I could see you talking up a storm. We had a little Zoom gaff there that everyone using Zoom to do these shows. Go ahead, Cale. Thoughts on Dickerson?
That 13 months into this, but
we're never going to. I enjoy that we had it. I enjoy it.
I like this pick. I do like this pick for Philly. They're taking a shot on a guy with top 20 talent, even better. Look at his tape. Obviously the injury is a concern, but Jason Kelce, 33 years old, and he's still got some years left. I mean, that's a position center where you can play a little longer than other positions along the offensive line. But the thing about Dickerson is he has time at guard, he has time at center, he has time at tackle all the way back at Florida State. So they can plug him in wherever until Jason Kelce ultimately retires or is gone, and then you slide him over to center if that's going to be his natural position for the rest of his career. So I like the pick, though, but I still will say it was an opportunity for them to take a corner. And Asante Samuel Jr. is right there on the board. His father played for the Eagles, notably. He was a great player for the Eagles. Right. And they passed on him, and they needed a corner bad. So I think an interesting non-pick by the Eagles there as the Patriots. We finally get our first defensive tackle.
I was going to say, yes.
Fairmore.
Yes.
Took long enough.
Yeah. It took a while. It took a while, yeah. It took, 38 there to get our first DT. That's very rare to have it take that long. We get another stud, though. But, first at that position, the Patriots doing work in their draft, filling some gaps for sure. Nick, thoughts on the first defensive tackle taken in this draft, the fit with New England, and maybe if this now will spark other defensive tackles taken the rest of the way?
Yeah, it's not a good DT class. I don't expect to see defensive tackles come off the board anytime really soon. In spurts, at least, there's just not much value in them this draft. There's maybe 5-6 guys that are even worth a day 2 pick.
Right.
But Barmore is a guy that when you look at him, he comes in to Alabama, starts in 1 year, very explosive, immediately makes an impact, very disruptive, strong. So even when he's blocked, he gets off you because he is so strong. But he has a lot of misguiding points. He's raw. He's a redshirt sophomore coming out. He's barely even 20 years old. So very young football player coming out here out of Nick Saban's defense. But if we know anything, Nick Saban and Bill Belichick are very close. He probably has the best intel on how to work with him and kind of the tendencies. So there's not a better landing spot for Barmore than New England. I think he probably turns out to be a pretty good pick here.
Yeah, we're seeing Bill Belichick, and we know the relationship with Nick Saban, go right at the Alabama players, maybe either because of position or the players that maybe feel they were sliding in the draft. Bill Belichick's, hey, come to me, and the fit could be perfect with Nick Saban players going to Bill Belichick. They've already dealt with a similar style coach, and again, the fit could work out. Nick Farabaugh, Cale, Berger, Mike Asti here on our night 2 edition, really, of our NFL draft show here in Pittsburgh Sports Live and Steelers Now. The Chicago Bears pick is in, as you're seeing a former Chicago Bear receiver announce that pick in Rashad Davis. What do the Bears need to do here? Because the Bears, I am saying this quite literally, and this sounds wild for a historic franchise that's been around for decades upon decades. We see Tevin Jenkins off the board here, offensive tackle out of Oklahoma State. Many thought late first round. Many even mocked him to the Steelers. He ends up going here early second round to the Bears. So, guys, fit with Tevin Jenkins in Chicago, but also thoughts on the Bears in general, because, again, this sounds crazy to say, the Bears have a dynamic quarterback for the first time in maybe ever. I mean, the Bears fans are waking up with a dynamic offensive threat at quarterback. That's not been the case even for good Bears team. Maybe Jim McMahon was that, but it wasn't like he was throwing tons of yards out there. He was more of a personality and got it done. They won a ring. And then Rex Grossman was good enough, but certainly not great. They have a dynamic quarterback right now that could lead the way, a little different Bears style football. And now they have a protection for him.
Well, I think this is a great pick for the Bears. I mean, their next pick is not till the 5th round, so they needed to strike here and get a guy to protect Justin Fields' blind side. One thing about Justin Fields, for as great as a player is and how how we gushed over him yesterday, and we're so appalled by the way he dropped to number 10 to the Bears, and good for the Bears that they were able to get him and they traded up to grab him. If there's one blemish on his scouting report, it's that he has a tendency to hold on to the ball a little too long. He doesn't necessarily feel that pressure all that well in some instances. And when that is the case, you need an offensive tackle that's going to hold his water and give him a little extra time to find his man down the field or decide to take off and run. But like I said, they don't have another pick until the 5th round. There are other needs. I mean, they still need more help, but probably guard on the offensive line. They also need a wide receiver as well. And I think they're thinking to themselves, well, we already have Allen Robinson. We could take a wide receiver later to be our wide receiver 2 or whatever. They have a plan for that. But I think they realized, okay, we need a tackle. We need a wide receiver. What is going to help him more? And what do we have what position do we have the better value here to address one of those positions? And I think clearly with Tevin Jenkins, a 1st-round projected tackle, being here at number 39, I think it was too good for them to pass up. So I think a great job by the Bears. We talk about teams falling in love with the sexy pick. I mean, they already took the sexy pick in Justin Fields. They traded up for a quarterback.
Right.
He needs a wide receiver and it needs an offensive tackle. They made the smart decision here when other teams made probably the sexy decision earlier on in this draft, and they go with the offensive tackle.
When you take the sexy pick, you need to follow it with the safe pick. Let that be advice. Take the sexy pick, follow it with the safe pick. That's exactly what the Bears have done. Sexy pick, now following it with the safe pick to protect the sexy pick, which is a part of the future of your franchise. They also are rebuilding, Nick. Do you think it's also a thought process of we almost later in this draft as a wide receiver 2, but even if we need a bigger threat wide receiver and to fix things next year, you seemingly always can get wide receivers in drafts, especially with where likely the Bears are going to be taking next year in the draft. They maybe had to go offensive line here, especially with not having a pick again to the 5th round.
Yeah, and I think you also look at this drafting Justin Fields. What's been Allen Robinson's main complaint? I don't have a quarterback.
Quarterback sucks.
Now he has a quarterback.
To put it bluntly, that's Cale is correct. To put it bluntly, Nick was being nice.
Exactly. So, honestly, Allen Robinson now has an opportunity to really stay in Chicago long term with Justin Fields. They might have a wide receiver 1 now, so all they need is a complementary piece. They could get that in this draft. It's a very talented receiver draft. They don't have a first next year, but with the 2nd-round pick, they could do that too. Right. There's options here. This is a great pick. Tevin Jenkins and Justin Fields is an A+ draft, in my opinion. That's A+. I mean, how do you essentially get you drafted 20 and 51, 52, something like that. You come into the draft with that. You end up going 11-39 and getting 2 first-round picks for a team that really needed something to get out of purgatory because they've been in that Wayland zone almost, where they've been in the playoffs a few times with a great defense, but the offense has never been there. Now they have 2 good pieces on this offense, and they're not going to waste Khalil Mack. I have to say that. Khalil Mack is almost 30 years old. That trade that they made, it was a good trade, but they've never capitalized on Khalil Mack in making that defense really a stalwart. Now they can.
I wonder if Bears fans know how to root for this team. It's a different Bears team. Again, it doesn't really have a comparison in the history of the Bears. They're doing it a way that makes sense in 2021, but it is certainly different Bears football. And even years past, even when they needed help, they would still kind of go back to, we're the Bears. We're going to take a linebacker. We're the Bears. We're going to build up the defense. We're going to be the Bears and be hard-nosed. And that's not right now what the Bears have done, although it's fair to say, maybe too early to have that conversation, but fair to say the Bears are right now winning the draft based on what they've done. They do have 2 players that many thought and many mocked to be first-round players, having that first-round grade. They're both now on the Bears, one of them early 2nd round, one of them they traded up to get here in this in the earlier in the draft. We see the Falcons with a selection. We see the Lions now on the clock. Guys, thoughts on the Falcons pick and moving forward?
Yeah, I like Richie Grant a lot. He was an excellent safety for the Knights at UCF, the former national champs. Got to see him firsthand, play against the Pitt Panthers. Got to see him firsthand play against the Pitt Panthers twice, once down there in Orlando, once here in Pittsburgh, and he was excellent, in both games, and you could really see his talent. But I think this is another case of the Falcons. You're left scratching your head. What are they kind of doing? Because both picks have really not addressed needs that are glaring on this team. I thought here, this is another example of, potentially needing a corner. And Asante Samuel Sr. also, if I'm correct, also played for the Falcons. And there was another potential legacy pick for them, and they opt to pass on him as well. They needed a corner. And we look back at their first round pick when they took Kyle Pitts. I mean, they're already pretty loaded offensively. They had a shot to take Justin Fields there, and we all kind of lambasted them for passing on him. So for the second time in a row, this seems like the Falcons, taking a luxury as opposed to taking a position of need for a team that, is probably better than their record, like we talked about yesterday, but still a team like the Steelers with some glaring needs that need addressed if, they want to continue or get back to being a contender, in their division and beyond.
Yeah, to say the least there. Nick, is it just size that's having Samuels Jr. be passed on, I guess you could argue?
I mean, it has to be, honestly. Like, what other reason is there for him to be there? He has the instincts, the ball skills, the physicality, tackling.
Pedigree.
He's very fluid. He can play inside and outside despite his size. He's versatile. He's played safety. What can he not do? I don't get it. Asante Samuel Jr. falling this far is shocking. And I'm telling you right now, if he by some chance makes it to 55, I know they need line. I'm thinking long and hard about taking it.
Yeah, again, Nick Farabaugh, Cale, Berger, Mike Asti here on our 2021 NFL Draft Show here, live on Pittsburgh Sports Live, and of course our coverage over there on Steelers Now. We will have a couple of Steelers picks here throughout the night. Alan Saunders may join us. He's going to be covering those picks. He'll also have the coverage over there at Steelers Now, and you can actually go over to that site right now to see what was said by the first-round selection, Naji Harris, who they fell in love with, and they took. The Detroit Lions currently on the clock. We talked about maybe the Bears being the winners of this draft early. There's definitely a conversation. Maybe the Falcons right now are losers of this draft. They seemingly have gone off the cuff every time and have it be a little confusing right now. That franchise is in flux, to say the least. I'm not sure if they know what's going on with Julio Jones, Matt Ryan. It seems like they don't want to give up on a past era that was close to winning a Super Bowl and then blew the 28 to 3 lead, 25-point lead, and didn't get one, but it might be the end for that era. What do the Lions need to do overall even? They have several needs. The Lions franchise that got close a couple times to maybe thinking they could get over a hump and get a run in the past 10 so years. It didn't really happen. Not a team that's used to being in the playoffs that often, of course. They're in a new era of football now as well, with their 10-plus year quarterback gone and now in Los Angeles.
Can you repeat that real quick?
Just Lions, in terms of what the Lions
need.
What they need. New era of what? This is a new era of Lions football. So what do the Lions need to do?
Say that they need a receiver, first of all, badly. But also they need to upgrade on Jared Goff, which they should have done last night and taken Justin Fields, but they did not. So evidently, what they need: defense, linebacker, defensive line. They could probably use another corner. They need that. The O-line's now solidified, which is really good. Always have a good O-line solidified, but they need a receiver really bad here. So I think they're either going to go receiver or pass rush. Brad Holmes hasn't valued linebackers. The Rams don't value linebackers. So you don't think that he would draft a linebacker here. I think it's either going to be a weapon or a pass rusher.
Cale, you were kind of laughing there on the needs of the Lions. Obviously, it's plentiful.
Well, they've taken Levi Onwuzurike,
another defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle from Washington.
Right.
Nick, I believe you said interior defensive line was a need.
Yeah, it is a need for them.
But, we said linebacker too, and we said receiver. I mean, Terrence Marshall is still on the board. Kenny Golladay now in a Giants uniform, so they desperately need a wide receiver, especially with Jared Goff. Jared Goff was in a system that he kind of made it work with just slightly above average wide receivers, and we'll give a little more credit to Cooper Kupp. But now that he's in Detroit, I mean, they need some bona fide weapons for him to have any, chance at success, especially with Kenny Golladay gone. But also, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is still there on the board, and they need an interior. They need an inside linebacker. They need playmakers on the defensive side of the ball. He's ripe for the taking, and they passed on him again. So, I get it. It was a need, but there's two guys there out on the market as options.
Is it because defensive tackle's not as deep as maybe in past years? They felt like if it was a need, they had to get one. This is the best one they felt was still there, and they didn't feel like they were going to get one they liked if they didn't go now.
Yeah, the thing with defensive tackles, it's not a deep class. So if you need one, you better get one early.
Right.
There's only a few guys like Barmore, Onwuzurike, Togiai. There's a few guys that can play right now. There's some guys, that you might get late day 2, early day 3 that have upside, but probably won't do much right now. I think Onwuzurike is one of the guys that can come in on day 1 and give you presence immediately on the interior. And the Lions really needed that. They've needed it for a few years now. So this is a big time pick for them. I think they get the best interior lineman in the draft. So I think Onwuzurike, really good pick for the Lions. They needed it. Getting Sewell and Onwuzurike clearly attacking the trenches. I like that strategy for them. If you're good in the trenches, you're building a nice foundation.
And we see the Miami Dolphins go offensive tackle, the Notre Dame product. So the Dolphins doing work again on the protection side, going on the other side of the ball. It's a Dolphins team that is just all over this draft, like they were all over last year's draft. We have Vegas and Dallas coming up. Cale, the Dolphins go offensive tackle here.
Yeah, I think a great move by the Dolphins, and I think we're starting to see a little bit, at least the early stages of that run on offensive tackles we were expecting kind of early here in the second round. I think this is a great pick for Miami. We talked about them, we looked at what the Bengals did. The Bengals took a wide receiver instead of shoring up the offensive line for Joe Burrow. Miami did a similar thing there because they knew there was depth at offensive tackle in this draft, so they took Jalen Waddle with their first-round pick, and now they didn't get the running back they wanted. They took out an edge rusher earlier in the first in Jalen Phillips. They take Javon Holland, and now we see how deep this tackle class is. They come back here at 42, and they take Liam Eichenberg. I think it's a great pick for Miami, and you get a weapon for Tua Tagovailoa, and now you get someone to protect his blind side. I think they're having a great draft thus far as well.
Okay, and this is an instant reaction show here, so this certainly can be amended. They have not been able to add a running back, which clearly they want to do. So they got kind of messed up there. But what grade would you give this Dolphins draft? They're 4 players in, so it's fair to now kind of grade them a little bit over other teams.
A minus.
A minus. Yeah, I was gonna say like B plus. I think they've done a really nice job. I think that the Holland pick is a little bit of a reach. I think he's a good player, but I think that they were put in a very tough spot by the Broncos, like we talked about earlier. I'd probably say A plus if they had Javonte Williams here, and they were expecting, I think, to have Javonte Williams, and that was a wrench was thrown to that, and they had to kind of reorient themselves on the fly.
Right.
But like I said, a great pick here with Eichenberg, and now they go back and we keep talking about Miami and how many picks they have. They've accumulated so many. They still have more picks before
getting sick of talking about the Dolphins. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're gonna have a shot at the next stable of running backs after that top 3, whether it is the Kenneth Gainwells, whether it is the Michael Carters, even a Trey Sermon, if they want to wait a little bit longer here, they're going to have options at running back. And if they want to go committee with whoever they take here and Gaskin and Salvon Ahmed as well, I mean, that's completely in their right and completely a fair idea to be able to do that. They're just kind of reorienting themselves right now because the guy they thought they were going to get early on in this second round was snatched right out from underneath them. But they got a great offensive tackle here. They're protecting Tua's blind side, and they're really addressing all those things they need to do around their young quarterback to make him successful in his second season. The only thing still remaining to do and ensure that he is set up for success is getting a running back here.
And at least they've done everything else around him, certainly around Tua, in terms of building the offense, building the protection, building the line. We also can tell you over there at Steelers Now, we have that announcement that Naji Harris will wear number 22, so he will keep 22 with the Steelers. So go get your jerseys that we recommended earlier, that we can recommend to the kids out there. There's going to be a number 22 in black and gold for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, Nick, you almost when in doubt could go Raiders when I asked this question, and they're up right now with their pick being in. Which team here coming up, and maybe is it the Raiders, that can throw another monkey wrench into this draft? Because we've already seen a wrench thrown in front of the Dolphins, kind of mess things up for them a little bit and make them not be able to add the one position they have so coveted and publicly been going after now this entire draft. They've not been able to get it done because of a monkey wrench thrown in with the Broncos. Are the Raiders that team that could throw another monkey wrench in this draft? And if not the Raiders, which team coming up could kind of upset the apple cart here?
Well, I think any team coming up is kind of shaking the core a little bit here. I mean,
Like
listen,
Dallas is coming soon. Yeah.
Dallas is coming soon. If Dallas needs DBs, man, but so do the Raiders. The Raiders need a safety. I wonder if this is for Trevon Moehrig, the top safety on the board still. If it is for Moehrig, I think this is a great pick for them. They've needed a deep safety for years. That's been the one big thing this scheme has not had. Also, I mean, it's had not had a lot of things, but deep safety and free safety has been porous for them for I don't even know how long. I mean, when was the last good free safety they had? I mean, it's been a long time for Las Vegas. So they need some help on defense. Whether this is JOK too, they could use linebacker. They could use a few places.
He seems like a John Gruden player
from Notre Dame, from a winning.
Well, it's not him. It's not him. As Trevin Moehrig, a safety from TCU, ends up being the pick.
I mean, the last time they had a standout free safety, they might have been the Los Angeles Raiders. So, like you said, Nick, I think this is a great pick for them and satisfies an immediate need there at safety. But, like I said, with Owusu-Koramoah, we still can continue to see him drop. And I think he's just a little too ahead of his time in what his skill set provides.
Is it that or is it needs? Because these other teams have needs that maybe don't fill his position. Right here, the Raiders.
Well, that's the thing. There's been teams that have needed linebackers. There's been teams that have needed safeties. He has the skill set to be able to do either. Right. But I think the fact that he is a legitimate tweener and kind of a Swiss Army knife, he's not the Isaiah Simmons. He's not exactly Isaiah Simmons, because Isaiah Simmons had freakish size as well as the versatility and the athleticism that you could just fit him in at linebacker and he would be a physical freak. Owusu-Koramoah is a little bit undersized for linebacker, and maybe teams don't fully trust him as being a traditional safety. And although he would just be a weapon defensively, maybe we're a little ahead of the time here with him, and teams are still not totally sure of just how to implement him and use him properly. I asked Nick yesterday, do the Steelers know how to do that? When he was approaching them at number 24, and everyone said,
the answer was yes. Right.
But maybe 31 other teams.
Not every team would. He would need to be in the right fit. So you got to benefit. You got to hope for him he gets with the right team.
So there's been teams that have needed linebackers, teams that have needed safeties, and all of them have passed on him thus far. And I think it's just because those teams might not necessarily know what to do with him, with their coaching staffs they have currently. And
the Raiders are happy with themselves. You see that John Gruden, Mayhawk, cool guy fist bump. We're cool
could have taken a punter there, and he would have been fist bumping each other.
Yeah, that's true. But they have the cool guy fist bump. I just like the vibe between the two of them. You know how they think of themselves, and they do feel a need that it's been a long time for the Raider franchise, which even includes some good years that did not include a standout safety. So they go with a safety at that pick. The Cowboys pick now appears to be, and this is a Cowboys team that did not need to worry about quarterback in this draft, like some maybe thought, as they were able to re-sign Dak Prescott. And the Cowboys certainly have other needs defensively. By the numbers, it was the worst defensive group in Cowboys history. Crazy to say, the most points allowed, etc. And with Dak back and still thinking they have talent there offensively, you would imagine the Cowboys are that team that right now could be on the cusp yet again of really contending. JOK, though, maybe it is him being a Swiss Army knife. Maybe that is a negative. Maybe in sports in general, sometimes you're better off being one position guy that can really excel there than be able to be that utility force and gets it done everywhere here, as the Cowboys pick is being a little delayed from a celebration going on in front of them on stage. Nick, is that the issue you think with JOK sliding? The fact that maybe he can do too much, that maybe there's a concern about him fitting in. You think the Steelers could have handled him, but not a lot of other teams maybe could handle him. You would need continuity there. And even for his sake, he would need to fit in with the right system, that if the wrong team drafts him, that could ruin his whole career.
Yes, that's exactly the point. I think that not every team is comfortable with themselves to know where to put it. And I also think that a lot of teams still aren't forward thinking enough defensively. I think a lot of them still look at linebacker and say, well, you have to be 245, 250 to stick your nose in there and face the run, right? Like
Kelvin Joseph, corner, Kentucky, the Dallas Cowboys pick.
Ooh, dang. Okay. Yet again, geez, Asante Samuel Jr. is getting disrespected.
We could just have the conversation over and over again. Yeah. Death taxes and Asante Samuel Jr. being disrespected. Yeah.
Like, first of all, let me just say this. JOK, Spencer Brown, Creed Humphrey, Quinn Miners, Dylan Reduns, Asante Samuel Jr., Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Look at all these options. Samuel Cosme. The Steelers might have at 55. This board has the Steelers so far could not have asked for a better board fall right now.
Again,
they couldn't have asked for it. I don't know who their guy's going to be at 55. I think it's going to be Miners, but I never in my wildest dreams expected Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah to be an option at 55. He could be an option. If he's there, I think you guys might agree with me. I think if JOK falls there, he has to be the pick, right? He has to be.
I think so.
I think so.
He's too good of a player to pass up. And, especially for what the Steelers have lost defensively, I know he's not a corner, but, he's a guy you can throw in the slot and have the same type of role that Mike Hilton played so well for the last few years, made him the best slot corner in football. I think he'd be great in that role because he can still line up there in coverage against slot receivers, against running backs, against tight ends, but also you're not really sacrificing anything when it comes to blitzing or when it comes to the run game either, because he'll stick his nose in there and has a little more thump than a Mike Hilton would or a traditional corner there in the slot. So, I think he kind of solves two needs for the Steelers, at least in the short term, where, he can be a linebacker alongside Devin Bush, even though maybe the Steelers are a little hesitant because Devin Bush is also an undersized linebacker. And that really hasn't hurt him to this extent in his career. But maybe they're a little apprehensive because, we already have one, and then we have a Vince Williams type that is just a bowling ball run stuffer. Maybe they're not ready either to have two undersized futuristic linebackers per se. But he's a guy who can line up at linebacker in passing situations or line up in the slot when they're in their, standard nickel. So maybe that versatility is something the Steelers can't pass up.
And maybe we've talked about this too on past draft shows and of course on these draft shows. Maybe it can be a blessing in disguise. It might not be financially, but if you get to the right situation, it'll benefit you over the long haul. And maybe that's best for him to actually have been sliding because maybe the Steelers or some other teams could handle him better than others who maybe would have taken him. We see an offensive tackle taken by the Jaguars. They rushed up for that pick as they're really worried about the protection of their young stud quarterback. The Bengals now, Chargers on the clock. San Francisco will re-enter the chat and re-enter the draft. Nick, the Jaguars go offensive tackle here.
Ooh. He has his fans. Walker Little does. I don't like Walker Little. He hasn't played since 2018, essentially. Yeah. He played one game in 2019, was out for the season, opted out of 2020. So this dude hasn't played football since 2018, essentially. That's troubling to me. I wouldn't touch that. But also back then, his tape was just bad. It wasn't very good. He's got good athleticism, but he doesn't have core strength, doesn't have great balance. His hands are erratic. He's a very raw football player. Like, I get it for Jacksonville. I get it. They needed developmental tackle. They brought back Cam Robinson. They have Jawan Taylor. So maybe Little actually doesn't play this year. Maybe he's more of a developmental option. They can afford it because they're not going to win now. This is a year where you get the young team kind of up the stuff, just want to see progression. It's a year where you're just looking to move forward with Trevor Lawrence and all those guys. So maybe that's why they made the pick. This is way too rich for my blood. I mean, I had Little down in, I think, 150 range. So this is a big reach for me. But again, I didn't like Walker Little. I know a lot of people liked him more than me. So in terms of league value, it's good value because I don't think that Little would have been there. Next pick for that.
And it could be that and this is maybe what some analysts have, make the mistake of. It could be that he doesn't make sense on an overall board, but it fit in what the Jaguars are trying to do. And the Jaguars felt they had to do it here in order to get him at all. The Bengals are a team that clearly now has a bright future with Joe Burrow. They've been building around him. This is a Bengals team that's last year not a winner, but thinking maybe they could even win this coming season with Burrow being healthier. Cale, what's a top need for the Bengals? What do they need to do the rest of this draft as their pick is about to be in? It's a team on the precipice, I could say, in terms of what they think they could do. There's clearly steps need to be taken yet for Cincinnati.
Yeah, no, they're a team that's on the rise for sure, and a team the Steelers are going to have to contend with, for years to come, especially as they're going to be finding themselves in a in an interesting predicament over the next few years here after Ben Roethlisberger hangs him up. We talked about this earlier with Miami, and the Bengals were the first example of this. It was that decision. Do you take a wide receiver, a weapon for your young quarterback? Do you take an offensive lineman to protect him? And they took the wide receiver just like Miami did. They took Jamar Chase, the college teammate of Joe Burrow. And I think this could be another, opportunity potentially for an offensive lineman. And this is that situation.
Offensive tackle, you're correct. Jackson Carman out of Clemson.
Jackson Carman out of Clemson. So, that was the thing. It's you prioritize the weapon for the quarterback early. The deep tackle class allows you to address protection for him later on. I can't necessarily speak to Jackson Carman. I know he played for an outstanding team. He had an outstanding college career in terms of accomplishments and team success. I think Nick had a little bit of a reaction there that I'm interested to hear what Nick's thoughts on Jackson Carman are.
Oh, I'm also interested to hear Nick's thoughts because we just saw an offensive tackle go prior to this pick. So back-to-back offensive tackles, you didn't like one. You thought Kittles was a reach here. Do you like this one better? And does this make you dislike the prior pick even more?
Yeah, he's not going to play tackle. He's going to play guard. He can't play tackle. He can't survive on the edge. On the edge for them. Okay. There's no way. If they try to play him at tackle, they're going to get Joe Burrow killed yet again.
They need guard too.
They do, but there's also better guards.
Agreed.
Trey Smith is better. Wyatt Davis is better. I'd rather play Creed Humphrey at guard. I'd rather play a few guys. Jackson Carman's good, but he's a late day 2 talent. He's all power, doesn't move very well, doesn't have great length, gets powered over sometimes, doesn't have a great anchor. Man, I don't love this pick for Cincy. I love it for the Pittsburgh Steelers, though. Jackson Carman's going to get his tail kicked in by Cam Hayward and Stephon Tuitt. Get on it.
Yeah, maybe this is a win for the Steelers without actually picking somebody at least here. And we've had some kind of maybe head-scratching picks here recently. Nick Farabaugh, Cale, Berger, Mike Asti here on our 2021 live NFL draft show that's now night 2 on Pittsburgh Sports Live and, of course, Steelers Now. What does this do for the rest of the draft, though? Because we're having a couple players go off the board and be quote-unquote reaches positionally, defensive tackle, offensive tackle. They've kind of been the trend here with running back as well here early on in the second round. The Chargers currently on the clock here at 47. But some players being taken, and this was the same thing that happened in the first round, that are not tops on a consensus draft board. They're going 3 or 4 down the depth chart to get their guy.
The Chargers do one thing very well, and this is the one team I commented earlier today on Twitter. I don't think there's a team that drafts true BPA. The Chargers are the closest team to drafting true BPA that I can think of. Tom Telesco loves to draft value, and somehow usually it ends up being their needs. Of course it does, because Slater, Derwin James, they just fall into these great players. Right. Justin Herbert. I think this is a spot they need a cornerback. I think we might finally see the fall of Asante Samuel Jr. end here. It should. If it doesn't end here, I don't know when it's ending because
that was my next question. Yeah.
Maybe San Fran. They also need a corner. Arizona, man, this guy shouldn't make it out of the next 3 picks. There's no way. All 3 of these next 3 teams need corners. Who's at 50? Who's at 50 now? New York. They need a corner too.
Maybe Samuels Jr. going to stay in Arizona would maybe be a solid fit for him. And that's a team that's also on the rise that'll have a lot of veteran leadership in that locker room. Maybe that would be good for him.
And
Grant has the leadership.
Patrick Peterson now in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm. Right. So maybe that's also a necessity for them. That's been a piece that they've been so strong with for many years that now you could argue is actually a rare weakness of the team there on the depth chart. I will bring this up here as we wait for the Chargers pick. This is interesting. We do have some chat activity here on tonight's show and a lot of love for Mac Jones in the chat. A lot of love for Mac Jones in the chat and a lot of love for the Patriots.
Mac Jones in the chat?
He's not in the chat. He's not in the chat off of a name Mac Jones. It doesn't say Mac Jones. It said
Jack Jones. Jack Jones is
underwater levels. So unless somebody currently is underwater and they're not able to think straight, maybe that's the thinking there off of the username. But there's a lot of activity for Mac Jones. So I'm just going to drop that pipe bomb.
I think we're getting trolled by a Boston contingent rival contingent from Boston. Who knows? But
Is there a digital platform? Is there a New England Sports Now going on or something?
There's a Boston Hockey Now. I know that.
That does exist. Yes.
Yeah, maybe they've taken a night off and they're trying to troll a little bit. But we talked about Mac Jones a lot yesterday, and I think we've all made our thoughts abundantly clear on him. Right. We all slept soundly last night, not only because we were exhausted from this 4.5-hour marathon we did, but I think also because we knew that Mac Jones was the 5th quarterback taken. And he was not taken ahead of Justin Fields or Trey Lance. I think we all slept very soundly when that ended up happening. So
I would have slept soundly anyway because I passed out from exhaustion. But yes,
I will say, I got a kick out of the memes of Mac Jones. Him being made fun of for his suit and how his walk and all of that kind of stuff. I thought the video of him walking to the stage. The best comment I saw was, he looks like a regional bank manager on his way to deny you a small business loan. That is fantastic. Yes.
Someone said he was built like a Lego.
Yeah, he's built like a Lego guy.
Yeah, that's fantastic as well. I also did enjoy Zach Wilson, and he just looks young, but he looks like he's getting ready for the junior prom.
I think he kind of.
I enjoyed Jalen Waddle too.
Okay. Yeah, we didn't really get the Devin Bush weird suit combination that looked like he was a member of the mafia with his arm broken whenever he was drafted by the Steelers. We got to go to this, though. We got to go to this because Asante Samuels Jr. now is off the board. The Chargers go Samuels Jr. 2 questions. How is the fit going to work? And number 2, is this just a scenario where he fell to them, so they had to do it, they had to pull the trigger? Or is this a pick that they does this make sense in general, or was this just off the cuff because they just could not let him slide any further?
Just makes sense. They needed a corner. Casey Hayward's gone. You needed one. And Asante Samuel Jr. is phenomenal. They really needed help at that corner room. It was really, really barren. And I think Asante Samuel Jr. is going to be a starter immediately for them. Man, the Chargers are really building a heck of a roster right now. I mean, really. They fixed the O-line largely. They have really good weapons already around Justin Herbert. Derwin James is coming back.
They're dancing in the war room. We got a 50-year-old man dancing right now.
They just picked up 2 great value picks in Asante Samuel Jr. and Rashawn Slater. And man, I know they're in the same division as Kansas City, but I wouldn't be surprised if they win the division.
Right.
I'll say that. If Justin Herbert takes a big time leap, just takes one more year, progresses like he could, man, there's going to be, I think the Chargers are going to be one of those teams that's going to be everyone's, big time sleeper team. Justin Herbert's going to be like the big time sleeper MVP pick. Like that's kind of how I envision them being discussed this summer. They have so much talent on this team. Joey,
you just hope for the Chargers that it's not kind of reminiscent of the Chargers history, where once they're really good and they pick a great roster, there's a dynasty they're dealing with, or it almost could feel reminiscent of the recent Houston Rockets in the NBA. They build it up. They have different incarnations. They think they're really good. They're a contender, but they're dealing with the Warriors, and it's just a bad timing maybe to be really, really good and go for it. That would be, I guess, the glass half empty situation for the Chargers if that would occur. But Justin Herbert being there, kind of a quiet, great quarterback that's building up a great franchise, and quietly, maybe because they're that second LA team, and the other LA team went to a recent Super Bowl and is called the Rams that everybody loves there. The Chargers have built a solid squad here. The 49ers on the clock. Guys, what do the 49ers do here? Because we just talked about how if Samuels Jr. was still there, they would be having to take Samuels Jr. He is now no longer there. They've been in rumors for Aaron Rodgers. They've been in rumors of trading Jimmy Garoppolo, which is the topic we've not yet got to, and that has not yet come to fruition. This is a 49ers team that could go many different ways. They also feel like they're in the precipice of doing something, and they were really good not that long ago, even though they took a year off.
Yeah, I look at the 49ers and I see a bunch of different, directions they can take here. Obviously, they got Trey Lance in the first round, but they could go interior offensive linemen. I'm trying to look back at the safeties available on the board. We have an Elijah Molden from Washington, and they could take wide receiver as well. Terrence Marshall from LSU is still on the board if they want to provide another weapon for that offense, for not only Trey Lance to throw to, but Kyle Shanahan to brainstorm and concoct some sort of some crazy plays, intricate things for him to do and to take advantage of his talent. So I think there's probably three directions. It's interior offensive line, which is the one that would most negatively impact the Steelers with them, just about 7 picks away here. Or they can go wide receiver, or they can go with a safety.
Or Nick whispering JOK.
So Jeremy Fowler just tweeted this out for the JOK crowd. He said, if he's saying this, I think he has some inside info, perhaps. Keep in mind, if Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah falls to the Steelers at 55, Mike Tomlin knows him very well personally. He's from Hampton, Virginia. He used to attend football camps where Tomlin coached in the summers. Pittsburgh needs offensive line, but Tomlin's personal connections could make this interesting.
I will, and we will get to the Niners pick here because it's Aaron Banks, a guard out of Notre Dame, in a moment. But Nick, you hit on something perfectly because we heard from Kevin Colbert and Mike Tomlin recently that they are fans of their personal connections. They use their personal connections. They draw from their personal connections because they're both veterans at doing this. And those personal connections could absolutely influence what they do in the draft. So that could be a perfect example of how a personal connection influences what they do in a draft, because a player falls, they have to go to that player. They got the guy they loved in the first round. They always were going to take. It fills a need for whatever you think of it. But maybe they're thinking personal connection, a great player falling. And we touched on the Steelers being one of the few teams that could handle JOK properly. And he might feel comfortable playing for because of that personal relationship with Mike Tomlin. Thoughts, though, on this selection for the 49ers, because they had several different ways to go. They could have gone sexy. They didn't go sexy.
Ugh. In a zone scheme, that's bad. He's not a good athlete. Like, he's a decent athlete, but that's a reach. First of all, he's not the best guard on the board. He's not really a scheme fit, in my opinion. And I'm not going to hate on the 49ers because they pick really well and they needed interior O-line, but, like, the fit don't make sense to me. And Banks is a good player, but he's not 48 overall. He's not top 50 good.
Cardinals now on the clock. Cale, any thoughts on that pick for the 49ers? Again, you just touched on all the different ways they could go. They went a little off the grain. Granted, it still fills a need, and it's not a sexy pick for a franchise that has been in so many rumors of doing sexy things entering this draft. It's kind of been
I have a lot of faith in the 49ers. I have trust in them that they know what they're doing more so than other franchises.
You're trusting the process. Okay.
Sure, to an extent.
Yeah.
But I agree with Nick that there's better interior offensive linemen on the board. I mean, you could have taken a Creed Humphrey and thrown him at guard, or you could have taken the guy from Tennessee. The name is escaping me right now that Nick mentioned earlier. There were better guards and interior offensive linemen on the board. And, I know that Notre Dame ran the ball down everyone's throats last year. I mean, they were just punishing people, and they even had some success against Alabama in the college football playoff. But I think this is a little bit of a reach here, but maybe we give them the benefit of the doubt because they are the 49ers, and I do have some trust that they know what they're doing here. But, like I said, there's safeties on the board. Owusu-Koramoah was there on the board as a safety linebacker hybrid. They seem to me like a new age kind of organization.
Right.
They're out there in the Bay Area and Silicon Valley. That they would be the type of organization to take him at this point and say, we'll find a role for him. And they've been a good defensive team for a while, as long as guys are staying healthy. And that was one of their issues last year. So as we see Cliff Kingsbury, he is just dapper, man.
Yeah. It's not as cool as last year, though.
No, he is slaying it.
He was in that palace with the window with his feet up last year during the draft, just giving you swag all over the place, dripping with swag.
As a quick aside, did you guys see the video the Cardinals put out of them on the phone with Zaven Collins? And Zaven Collins is just like ready to run through a brick wall, cursing up a storm with the coach, the general manager, and the owner. And I loved every minute of it. I mean,
I gotta say, and Randall Moore ends up being the pick there for the Cardinals.
Wow.
Yeah, but what I will say for the Cardinals, Nick or Cale, they're basically building. And there are some veterans there, but it almost feels like a fraternity in a way. Like it got to be fun to be a Cardinal right now. I feel like they're going to have a good time there.
They're out there in Arizona, one of the trendiest places to live. Great climate.
It's going to be hot though. It's going to be 100 degrees. You got to watch out for heat stroke in the summer.
I mean, what could you?
Right.
A growing, booming area of the country. Nick, I want to know if you agree with me here. I think this is a luxury pick for a team that should not be taking luxuries. Especially at this spot in the second round of the draft. I mean, Look at their wide receiving core. They still got Larry Fitzgerald for the time being. He is going to be, the security blanket. They have DeAndre Hopkins, arguably the best receiver in the league. They have Christian Kirk too. I mean, he's a speedy guy that can take the top off the defense. This just seems like a Cliff Kingsbury. Okay, you took your linebacker. I let you take a linebacker last time too. We got 2 linebackers. Now let me have some fun. Let me get some toys here.
Yeah.
And he's certainly a toy. He's probably the fastest player in the draft. He's incredibly shifty. I mean, he is the Energizer Bunny of this class. But that being said, I mean, this isn't what they needed to do. And maybe this is a pick where we talked about where Javonte Williams was snatched away from the Dolphins. Maybe they had their eyes on Asante Samuel. They didn't necessarily think he would get this far, but they were really hoping he would fall to them. And then he was taken just before they picked, and they had to scramble at the last second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also worried personally.
The durability?
I'm worried about durability. It's not just about Rondale. It's about how they use these guys. The Cardinals on both sides of the ball, defense and offensively, haven't been able to figure out how to use guys like Rondale. Like, they haven't been able to figure out how to use Andy Isabella, who's kind of similar.
Yeah,
they haven't been. I mean, like, they don't know how to use these guys that are kind of tweeners, don't have a true position. Because Rondale is kind of a wide receiver, running back hybrid almost, and he never really proved himself as a vertical threat. So this is a gadget guy. Now at 49, I don't hate it. And Larry Fitzgerald is obviously probably not returning. He's probably going to retire. They probably needed someone there because Christian Kirk's just decent at best. And again, Andy Isabella hasn't been any good for them. So if you don't have anyone outside of DeAndre Hopkins, and then they also lost Dan Arnold, their tight end. So, True. I mean, they needed another weapon. Rondale, I'm just not sure if he was the guy to do it.
Exactly. And, with Larry Fitzgerald potentially weighing retirement, he's been all reliable for them for years and years and years. He could move the chains. He had the sure hands. He could get you 10 yards and a first down. He wasn't the same guy he was that, basically led them to the Super Bowl against the Steelers. I don't see Rondale Moore as being all reliable. I see him as being an offensive weapon, just a kind of guy for Cliff Kingsbury to have fun with. And like you said, I don't think it's surprising to me that Cliff Kingsbury, to be this offensive mind, this guru, this whiz, has not found a way to use these guys because why is he there? Because
he's there only for offense. His win-loss record in college wasn't even above 500.
They're only for offense, but they give him all these interesting offensive weapons, these energetic, fascinating guys, and they're not finding a way. He's not finding a way to creatively use them. I guarantee you, if Sean McVay, you put him on the Cardinals, he'd find a way to use Andy Isabella, a Christian Kirk, or a Rondale Moore. So it's surprising to say the least, and really an indictment on him as a coach in general that he hasn't found a way to utilize these guys.
Yeah, I saw with the hand gesture and the sarcasm. I can read sarcasm with the best of them. You're not a fan right now. You need to show you more. You're moving forward.
Well, I love the look though. I love his love his attire, man. He's killing it. And
he has the vibe. He has the swag. He certainly created that atmosphere that's right now going to be potentially a culture of winning there again, and they're going to have some fun. If Larry Fitzgerald can be part of it, that would help the team.
He's the best dressed person in this draft, and he's not even a player. He's a coach, and he's the best person in this draft.
He's the only coach the players are going to need to go to advice on how to dress. Because that almost never happens in pro sports, but that might actually happen with the Cardinals. And again, they're going to have fun. There's something to be said for that. It's going to be an atmosphere that will breed free agents and other players to want to be there. James Conner now there, J.J. Watt now there, Hopkins there. Kyler Murray is continuing his progression, maybe needing more protection for him. They still need to fill the secondary, and that was potentially an option they could have been able to fill if Samuels Jr. would have fell to them, but it just did not happen. Nick, I think we need a board reset now. Because we've seen some receivers go, we've seen some running backs go, we've seen some tackles on both sides go. These players are not necessarily where you had them on your board, and teams maybe looking to play with some toys or fill some needs. That's not a need pick we just saw, more of a toy pick and more of a luxury, as Cale put it. But can you reset your personal big board right now?
Yeah, so we've got JOK, the lone first-round grade left, 11th overall player on the board. He is falling here. Ben Albright says he's fallen just because the Isaiah Simmons position was concerned. It's the only reason why he's fallen. That's sad. But we also have Creed Humphrey, number 2 on the board. JOK, Creed Humphrey, 1 and 2 on the board. Good news for the Steelers. Azeez Ojulari, Samuel Cosme still there. Jabril Cox, Afatu Melifonwu, Spencer Brown, Terrace Marshall, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Pete Werner, Quinn Miners, Ronnie Perkins, Dylan Reduns, Baron Browning, Joseph Osai, Trey Smith, Aaron Robinson, Cam McGrone, Diami Brown, Pat Freiermuth, Michael Carter, Boogie Basham, Tommy Togiai, Elijah Moulton.
And there you go. You see linebacker Georgia, as you see Elijah Ori ends up being drafted by the Giants.
That's a really good pick for them.
How does he fit in with New York? That's a team that they went running back years ago. They're building around a running back. Daniel Jones, the quarterback. They're needing to build it up on offense, and they need to have their running back be healthy, but they also need defensive help.
Yeah, they needed pass rush help a ton. I know they announced him as an outside linebacker here. He's going to be a pass rusher for them, and they really needed pass rush help, perhaps more than anything. They obviously need interior O-line. They got rid of Kevin Zeitler, but they have 2 young tackles. Nate Solder's coming back into the fold. Maybe they can kick him inside to guard. He's played guard before in New England. So they have versatility options there at the least on the line. They don't have options at edge. They needed a pass rusher bad. And Ojulari was my 26th overall player on the board. And they trade back getting assets to get him. At what, 50? Was it 51? I think it was 50. So huge.
It was 50.
Here.
Yeah, it was 50. Now the Washington's
value.
On the clock at 51.
Huge value for them with Ojulari. I love the pick.
I love the pick too. And I love the pick too. And you're right. It fulfills an absolute need for them with some pass rush help. I'm just funny. I'm reacting to the broadcast here. They're showing this Giants fan who dropped to his knees in disgust of the pick. And I'm looking at the board and I'm like, unless it's Owusu Koromoa,
right?
Like, who are you dropping to your knees in disgust? I mean, Are you disgusted that he's still disgusted over the Kadarius Toney pick in the first round, maybe? And it's just
or the Daniel Jones pick in the past.
Well, yeah, or the delayed effects of one of those. But just funny to me to see this guy's reaction. Drop to his hands and knees, looked like he was about to weep because they took Ojulari. But I have to concur. I think it's a great pick for them.
See, this is why people come to Pittsburgh Sports Live and our draft show, our live instant reaction draft show. There are others out there, not others that go the gauntlet as us, but we provide you more than just the analysis on the picks. We're giving you analysis on the fans, on Roger Goodell, and everything else going on here in Cleveland on the stage. Is this live draft able to occur? We didn't actually touch on it as much yesterday, as it wasn't as crazy as Cosme goes here, offensive tackle out of Texas. So this is another offensive tackle. I was going to ask you guys as well, and we can certainly evaluate this pick of Steelers are not far away now, not far away at all. Are there any stumbling blocks to JOK for the Steelers, or does that appear destiny at this time?
I mean, there are some. First of all, the Titans do need a tackle. So we'll see kind of if they take one. They could be a surprise pick. At that end, they could also use an interior lineman. Obviously, the Panthers as well could use a tackle. The Colts could use a tackle. So there are maybe the tackle board is a little bit disheveled. I mean, I can't see the Colts taking JOK. The Titans could take JOK, but Panthers maybe. I don't think so. They kind of have Jeremy Chin already. He kind of does what JOK does anyways. They don't really need him. I'd make a good bet right now. JOK is going to be on the board.
And the Steelers have to go JOK then?
I don't think they have to. As long as they – I'll be happy with – if they go Humphrey, I think it's a good pick. I still think they could – if they shun Humphrey and JOK for Quinn Miners, I'm still thinking it's a good pick because I think Quinn Miners is a very good football player. There's a bunch of talented tackles. Spencer Brown's still there. Reduns. They have options. They have tons of options. Just go BPA.
Yeah, we also see Cleveland now on the clock, and then Tennessee and Indianapolis right in front of Pittsburgh. So we do see Cleveland trading up. Yeah, Cleveland now on the clock.
I think they came up for JOK.
Yeah. So does this swipe in front of the Steelers? Is the rivalry maybe beefs up after what we saw last year? Is this a situation, if that's what the Browns are doing, is this a situation where the Steelers should have made sure they can get JOK rather than waiting for him? Were they maybe too willing to be reactive instead of proactive for a guy that Tomlin loves so much personally. They have a personal connection and could fit in with them. And because of that strategy, they lost out on him.
No, and I think let's set the record straight here. I think we need to all agree that JOK is still probably a luxury pick for the Steelers. We keep talking about these luxury picks.
Sure.
You know, he is.
I'm distracted by Macho Man here as a Browns fan as well.
Sure, yeah, he would be a great tool for the Steelers to have on the defensive side of the ball. But I mean, the needs at center, tackle, and running back too, just maybe not in the first round, were all just too big and too glaring for the Steelers to really throw a luxury pick on a guy like JOK. And I don't think that trading up and sacrificing another pick when you have so many needs would have been the prudent move to be able to take him. I think if he drops right into your lap, take him. That's great. You know, you didn't expect him to be there. That is found money with JOK, and you'll figure out the rest. But like, we need to reiterate, he is a luxury pick for the Steelers. He'd be a great pick. He'd be a fun pick. It would be a sexy pick. But it would still be a pick that leaves your offensive line hanging out to dry, just as the Naji Harris pick did last night.
Yeah. I don't know if a fan can beat the experience here with Macho Man. We got Belt and all. If we can get the a promo being cut and get the impersonation in full, this might be the win right now for the Browns.
Give me your best Macho Man impression. Let's hear it.
I cannot give you a Macho Man impersonation that would do it justice. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Step into a Slim Jim and watch the NFL draft show.
Macho Man Randy Savage.
That's not bad. That's not bad, Nick. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. I can't do it with the gusto.
Brother.
But I think Nick wins the Macho Man impersonation battle there. And again, I'm fascinated with Macho Man as I'm a little distracted right now. The Browns moving up. Assuming this is for JOK. Yeah, maybe this even saves the Steelers from themselves, because Cale, as you're mentioning, if he falls in your lap, you have to do it, but it would have maybe had you shy away from other more pressing needs, and it maybe wouldn't have helped the team as much overall in terms of what you actually need, especially after going running back in the first round. And they love it, and maybe it'll work out, but that goes as a controversial pick because of the round you're taking a running back here in this new era of the NFL. Any other ways the Browns go here, or is that definitely what they're doing as we're about to get to pick?
It has to be, unless they're trading for Terrace Marshall, the receiver, who's also really good value. But
they could be going edge. I mean, they could be going with a different interior linebacker, maybe a more traditional guy like a Nick Bolton. But there's edge rushers to be had on the board. There's Carlos Basham. There's Ronnie Perkins. I mean, if also a linebacker, you have like a Jabril Cox from LSU. So there's options at both of those spots they need. And, you know, they need edge because they need another guy in that rotation with a Myles Garrett and a Jadeveon Clowney. You know, Clowney's a little bit of a flyer after having no sacks a season ago and being a true bust in Tennessee. You know, he's a big name, but he's got to kind of reprove himself once again. And you need someone that's going to take some of those double teams and pressure off of Myles Garrett. So, I mean, we'll see right here. I think you guys are a little bit ahead of me.
I still like the Clowney signing, though. It's kind of a low risk, high reward thing.
No, absolutely. It's a great signing.
Yeah, especially because if they even get half of what Clowney was in the past, even if he's an overall draft bust because of his hype, there was a conversation that he could have came out of high school. That's where the hype was, as ludicrous and asinine as it was. That's clearly not the case here, and we do see JOK going to the Browns. So the Browns do some work. They trade up. They go in front of Pittsburgh. Maybe it beefs up the rivalry. Maybe the Steelers have been saved from themselves because they have other needs. This is a linebacker. JOK to the Cleveland Browns. I will again say, as I'll go back to you guys, the Cleveland Browns, and I actually have a Cleveland Brown friend that mentioned this, and this is rare to hear from a Cleveland Brown fan. The Cleveland Browns have not only had a great regular season, but they followed it up with a great offseason. They have been doing work this offseason. They have been improving on themselves. They got close last year. It sounds weird to say. Baker Mayfield feels better. You're keeping him around. They make some moves. They bring in Clowney, the Newsome draft earlier. Now see JOK. Question marks are on OBJ, but they hadn't needed him last year. So maybe you can get more value if you can eventually move on from him. It's going to be sexy to pick them. Clearly they could bungle it up. Certainly Cleveland is, Cleveland is Cleveland. The Browns is the Browns. It still could certainly not work out. But thoughts on JOK as a fit for Cleveland, Nick?
I hate how good the Browns organization is now. That's a good fit for them. They need a coverage linebacker more than anything. They need a guy at that will spot. They've never really had a great will ever since Joe Schobert left a few years ago. They really need that guy. I think that, JOK can do a few things for them. First of all, they don't really need a slot corner. They don't really need one. They have John Johnson, Troy Hill, Newsom can play there. Denzel Ward can play them. I don't know how much of the slot work he's going to get.
They have Greedy Williams on the outside if he can stay healthy.
Exactly. But I think where this can be interesting, they have a needed safety. They have Ronnie Harrison and Grant Delpit, but Delpit's probably going to be the deep safety, and Harrison might be better as the third safety. So I'm kind of wondering maybe, and I know there's been a little bit of talk of them maybe going to 3 safety packages. Maybe JOK slots as the third safety. Maybe he's actually the starting strong safety. I think he could play safety. So I think, especially in that role where they kind of bring him down to the box more, I wonder how JOK fits there. But regardless, I can see him fitting in very nicely.
Tennessee, the Colts, and then the Steelers. Cale, what are you laughing about? Any thoughts on JOK, or do you see something else?
I'm gonna simultaneously send it to you guys so you can look at it just like I am. But I was scrolling through Twitter here. I saw a great tweet of Nick's that I loved after the Browns just took JOK here. I think it was a perfect reaction, but I saw a tweet from a Dolphins fan account that said Zach Wilson is going to have a nice wide receiver core with the eyes emoji. And I look at the pictures. It's Corey Davis, who they signed this offseason. And then it's Xavier Howard of the Miami Dolphins. It's Stephon Gilmore of the Patriots. And it's Tre'Davious White of the Bills. So they anticipate him throwing a lot of interceptions in this division. I just got a really good crack out of that. I couldn't pass it up.
I did just check it out. I do enjoy as well. Potential tweet of the draft candidate here for sure. Nick does throw some fire tweets out there in general, but yeah, that's a good one there for sure. It's nice to see JOK off the board. So does that just move everybody up the line? Because Nick, you had last time I asked you about your big board, you had Samuels Jr., you had JOK, both of them now off the board.
Oh man, that sucks. I hate seeing him go to the Browns. I hate it. That's like William Jackson going to the Bengals. Or like Revis going to the Jets when the Steelers were like right there.
I feel like we virtually punch you in the face here or something, Nick. Like I feel like you're losing some steam. You're going.
It's okay. Listen, I just love JOK, but let's be real. The Steelers are in a great spot here. Both of the centers, Creed Humphrey and Quinn Miners, are on the board. They still have Spencer Brown, Dylan Rodun's on the board. There's a lot of guys still on the board for this.
Do you think the Browns can handle, because we talked about the Browns front office, can they schematically handle him properly? That's the key. That's the key. I'm glad that they're not a dumpster fire offense, front office wise any longer, but they still need to be able to handle certain players schematically. And yes, great job coaching last year, but it got to be followed up. And this is a player that needs maybe more integral coaching than others.
Yeah, I mean, he's a tough cookie to kind of crack. Where you place him in that Brown scheme, I think he's almost a strong overhang safety in the nickel. I think he's going to play more of a safety role. So, if they want to play JOK in the box, I think Dotson might kill him, but I don't think they're going to do that a lot. I truly do not believe that. So it's a tough one.
And Redun's off the board to the Titans.
Yeah.
So are we lining up for a Creed Humphrey pick here for the Steelers? I think it's the stars are aligning in that direction.
Let's take this into account. I know there's a lot of smoke. I mocked Quinn Miners to them, but don't forget what Kevin Colbert said about about people that did not play in 2020.
Yeah.
If it's close, we will take the player that played. One played this year. It was Creed Humphrey.
True.
Yeah, I mean, and Cale, we talked about that earlier, and yeah, you brought up that maybe not every team feels the same way as the Steelers, even though I'm pointing to what the Steelers had to say. But now we're going to the Steelers pick, and the Steelers made it very clear that they are going to give a bump to players that played last year versus did not. They didn't bring up any political opinions. They brought up the fact that football shape, you can't be in it if you're not playing. That is what Kevin Colbert kind of put his hand on and pounded the table metaphorically. So maybe that is the situation. Maybe that is what they're thinking right now.
I think Humphrey makes too much sense for the Steelers here. I don't anticipate, that necessarily being a Colts option here. I think they're pretty good along the offensive line.
Right.
But, it makes too much sense for the Steelers. I mean, he was probably, if you factor in Landon Dickerson's injury history, which clearly the Eagles were able to look past,
right.
When you factor in all of that, Creed Humphrey was probably the top center in the draft. Even though Landon Dickerson's tape spoke for itself and was outstanding, those injuries, I think, were hard for a lot of teams to overcome and to look past. I think it makes too much sense. I mean, the stars are aligning here for the Steelers to take Creed Humphrey. And I think even the other thing to mention is that, Mike Tomlin on Monday, he said that they're going to go with Chuk Okorafor as their left tackle. Now, that could just be a smokescreen, or that could just be, him saying that in April when we have many months to go.
Right. Yeah.
But Zach Banner's going to be on that right side. He was the starter last year, and I anticipate him coming back as the starter this year and then giving him that opportunity once again because he got hurt in the first game in the first half.
Right.
So I think everything's aligning here for the Steelers to go Creed Humphrey. I mean, that is the single biggest need on this team for the Steelers is center. Second, honestly, we keep talking about offensive tackle, but it's probably corner. After this Justin Lane legal stuff, it's St. Pierre. Or James Pierre. Is behind Joe Hayden. It's probably corner after that, but based on the way the offensive tackles have kind of flown off the board here over the last couple 15 picks or so, and Creed Humphrey is still there, just waiting to be taken, as is Quinn Miners. I think it's all aligning to be Creed Humphrey the pick here, but like Nick said, they were all over Quinn Miners, and they were at his pro day. Adrian Clem ran him through the ringer of his drills at the pro day. They like the guy a lot, and I think they really like a guy that's training in the woods for the NFL draft. I think they kind of have a soft spot for a rugged guy like that as well. So it's going to be a center. I'm throwing out there now. It is a center for the Steelers. I think it's going to be Creed Humphrey.
I think it has to be a center too. Offensive tackles, that other spot, offensive lineman's the other spot that nobody, I guess, would complain about. But it feels like the stars are aligning for the Steelers, especially after them saying that they would give a bump to players that played versus did not. They need to replace center clearly with Pouncey retiring, and that could help so much on this team for now and to the future. And also bringing up Justin Lane, yeah, the legal troubles don't impress anybody, and I would probably unload him off of the idiocy there, but it's not like anybody felt comfortable about that situation even prior to the legal troubles, so that certainly is a weakness for this team. The Steelers here approaching being on the clock here, and I got the little notification from the Steelers PR Twitter account that the media is encouraged to enter the Zoom, so maybe we'll have Alan Saunders with some analysis after this pick is official, maybe not though. Of course, Alan has a lot of work to do for us over there at Steelers Now. Getting this pick in, getting that coverage over there, and then another pick for the Steelers before we close things up on our gauntlet of draft shows. So follow him on Twitter and follow Steelers Now for that coverage. If we're blessed by Alan, we're blessed by Alan, but nonetheless, it's Mike Asti, myself, Cale Berger, and Nick Farabaugh here on our 2021 NFL Draft Show, our live reactionary NFL Draft Show here on Pittsburgh Sports Live and Steelers Now. And I'll also remind you, I did some production work and cut up some clips. Maybe I'll have some others here moving forward as well. Right now on the channel, thoughts leading into the Naji Harris pick in that first round and what we were predicting and what we would have expected from the Steelers, and then a reaction immediately when that pick was delivered. Both those two clips on Pittsburgh Sports Live in the Steelers Now section and also SteelersNow.com as we see the Colts pick officially in. And being read at least by a former Super Bowl champion. A lot of random players reading picks here from past teams.
Listen, I don't think this.
We have Franco, so right?
No, they had Franco. That's not a random player, but yeah, but the rest of them, of course.
Listen, I don't think this is a good idea at all. But is there a shot the Steelers shock us all and take Freiermuth here?
Yes.
It would be ill-advised to say the least. But he is the top tight end in this draft, and they need a tight end. After the retirement of Vance McDonald, Eric Ebron, more of a wide receiver, just a pass catcher.
Sure.
Even though Freiermuth is an excellent pass catcher as well. Just to throw that out there as a possibility, I think it would be a horrible decision, to say the least.
Right.
With Creed Humphrey on the board and Quinn Miners as well. But it's an option.
It would be.
We haven't talked about a ton over the last day and a half here. Is that they need tight end bad. And I know Nick has Luke Farrell of Ohio State, with the last pick in the draft in his mock, which I love because they just need a blocker. They need a guy with sure hands and that can move people in the run game.
They need a Vance McDonald, right? They need that.
Yeah, exactly. And they need a Vance McDonald. They need a Matt Spaeth type. There's
a name that's not on Pittsburgh Airways that often. There you go.
Matt Spaeth type, and it's edge rusher with Deo Odeyingbo. Did I say that right, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Come on.
Even off the cuff when you're not sure,
Off
Cale
the
still delivers pronunciation wise. The Steelers pick is in. I will say the Steelers have been winning a race in terms of delivering picks. They do not wait around.
Real quick, guys.
There is Franco.
Such an indictment on what the Steelers have done this offseason that when ESPN flashes up the new additions in 2021 on the ticker on the bottom for the Steelers, it's
Right.
Matt Canada, and who was already on the team.
Right. As a coach. Yeah, he's already was there.
Offensive lineman Joe Haig is the premier addition for this team. That just shows you how much work they have to do along the offensive line.
And how could you even put Canada there, because they're not adding Vince Williams to the graphic. They're not adding other players decided to return.
Not Juju.
Juju should be on the graphic if you're going to put Matt Canada on the graphic. At least Matt Canada, I guess, got a promotion, so maybe that's the situation.
Well, he's gonna overhaul the scheme, so I think it's a definite.
Okay, but I think I get what Cale's saying, that you're not seeing a player, you're promoting a coach, getting an addition. It could help the team.
And then Joe Haig.
Right, and right. So again, not to knock him, but it doesn't appear flashy.
Franco Harris is up there, guys.
And Pat Freiermuth, who's tight end Penn State, Cale Berger. I will give you the full body claps as you were able to, and here's a term for broadcasters, foreshadow this selection. I will lead us in by saying, yes, tight end is a need. Yes, they needed to replace Vance McDonald. I even get, this being a local connection, and I would recommend heading over to Nittany Sports Now for this coverage as well. Corey Geiger will have it for you throughout our network. And yes, he's a quality player, can help you as a tight end. Maybe even we'll see 2 tight end sets again, because there are some hands there more than just a blocker. However, when you go running back in the first round, which is not a great position in the first round because of the shelf life, because you don't need an elite back there. Granted, you need to improve the position, so they go Naji. They love Naji. That's the pick. But now you go tight end here. Center, clearly is still a hole. Offensive tackle, clearly still a hole. Secondary, clearly still a hole. Even potentially linebacker to give TJ Watt some help with Bud now being gone. So many other holes. This draft is about now and the future. You can get over the Naji pick, but many said to get over the Naji pick and make them like it more, you had to get more protection and help that line in the second round. They have a later pick, of course, here before our show is over tonight, but a controversial selection based on position, maybe reaching because of the position, even though there's a need there. They're getting weapons for whoever's the quarterback. But Nick, thoughts on this pick? We just heard from Cale, and we heard from myself. Cale foreshadowed this, and it's a need, but it's a controversial need yet again for the Steelers here through 2 rounds of the draft.
Well, listen, I mean, you want to talk about improving the run game. This is another way to do it. Now, it's not an alignment, but they needed a blocker badly. And Vance McDonald, I think this is one part of the running game that people are missing. Vance McDonald was a big part of their running game because he was the best blocker. And he was a pretty darn good one at that. Losing Vance McDonald and not replacing him would have been a travesty. But this also is the Steelers kind of dipping their toe.
Could they have replaced him later in the draft?
They could have if they wanted a win now strategy. This, however, is a future pick too. Freiermuth, make no mistake, Freiermuth is the heir to Eric Ebron. He's going to replace Eric Ebron. I mean, this is what it is. So instead of waiting for a Luke Farrell like I had mocked, who's just a blocker, they got a receiver too. Freiermuth has physicality, strong hands, pretty good fluidity, great route running, and really, really is a mismatch up the seam and split out. He can play H-back. He can play in line. He can play split out the wire outside. He can do all that. He can be a big time and red zone threat. I'm not mad at the pick. I understand they need O-line, but this is another way to improve the running game. This is another way to add another passing weapon for Big Ben, and you get the air. They finally needed a tight end, needed one in the future, and they finally got it. I think Pat Freiermuth is going to be a really good pick for them. In a weak class, I like the pick. I would have preferred Creed Humphrey, but I think I personally, I think I would have taken Miners over Freiermuth. But Freiermuth, for me, it's a good pick. I think they got the second best tight end in the class. The value is pretty good at 55.
Yeah.
I'm not upset with the pick.
Cale, is Nick convincing you at all?
No, and it's weird because Nick and I have agreed on virtually everything for the last, day and a half. We've been together. I've concurred with everything he said, but, we've talked about for hours on end of just how important center was for this team. It's their single biggest need, not only just for fixing the run game in 2021,
right,
but fixing the run game and the offensive line and having that anchor for the foreseeable future. And the Steelers had the best healthy center in this draft available right there for them to take, and they passed on him. And, now we talked about, can the picks later on rationalize the Naji Harris pick in the first round? And,
sure,
those picks stand alone on their own. I mean, your picks later on aren't going to rationalize or make your first round pick look better. They can make your first round pick look worse. And yes, I understand that tight ends are an important part of the run game, but the most important part is your centers and your tackles, the actual offensive linemen. And look, Vance McDonald was there for the Steelers last year, and the run game sucked and was the worst in the NFL. So, I think this is just another completely out of left field. It's a completely out of left field decision for the Steelers. I understand there's a need at tight end, but the tight end you needed was just a guy to be a body, to be a blocker, at least in the immediate right now.
right.
They needed a center. They needed their center for the next 10 years. They need to replace Marquise Pouncey and have a seamless transition if they want to keep this train rolling, fix the run game, but also have that guy for the next decade. They had it right there in their grasp with two selections. There wasn't just, Quinn Miners and, he's from Wisconsin Whitewater, that's why we didn't take him, that kind of BS. No, we had Creed Humphrey, who was the healthiest center available, and they had Quinn Miners, and they decided to take a tight end from Penn State nonetheless. So, I just think that this is a miss for the Steelers, and I think the only way you rationalize, if you were even going to try and do that with the Naji Harris pick, was we took Naji Harris, who's the best running back on the board, who's the best running back available. We can get center and tackle and whatever else later on.
Sure.
Well, now you've taken neither of that. You've gone to 55 and you've taken a tight end, and you still have a gaping hole at center. It's going to be J.C. Hassenauer there come August. J.C. Hassenauer leading the way for Naji Harris. And I do not like it at all for the Steelers. I like Pat Freiermuth. That's the thing. It's just like with Naji Harris. Pat Freiermuth is a great player. He's the best tight end in this draft. Kyle Pitts is a unicorn. He's something else. The best pure tight end in this draft.
Yeah, because Pitts is almost a receiver, right?
Pat Freiermuth is the best tight end in this draft. Like Naji Harris is the best running back. I mean, they've gotten two of the best available players at two positions.
Right.
But they have not addressed their two biggest glaring needs, or at least their one biggest glaring need, which is center. And they've now had two picks to do it. They got lucky and had two guys available at 55, and they completely passed on it.
The Pittsburgh Steelers select Freiermuth at 55. Yeah,
also throw this out there.
Yeah,
let me throw this out there to add another dimension to my argument.
Yeah.
This is a deep center class. Truly, it's a deep center class. There's going to be
equality. Myers at 87.
Myers or Kendrick Green, and I don't think any of us are complaining. And one of them will be there. Trust me. Drew Dahlman should be there. He'll be another starting center. Maybe, hey, listen, I know he's been very hyped up. Maybe Miners falls all the way to 87.
Yeah, and we've seen players fall. I want to ask this, though, because maybe this could be some rationale for the Steelers as well. This is another controversial selection based on position, and these are two solid players, top at their positions in Naji and Freiermuth here, and they both can greatly improve the running game, which clearly is something the Steelers needed to improve, and Mike Tomlin and Kevin Colbert addressed as something they needed to improve, and even Art Rooney II at top made it clear that's something they needed to improve. And Tomlin even said, no matter what we want to do, he's the boss. He has the last name. He's going to get that final say-so. And usually they're in lockstep. But could it also be going running back, going tight end, improving the running game in that respect, maybe thinking I can go center later on, even though to me it feels like that biggest need and where I would have recommended going here, especially with Humphrey right there and being able to make that decision right there, that maybe this team feels like, because they were a division champion, they were 11-0, they were in the playoffs last year. This isn't like the situation going into the draft last season, that maybe the running game being improved is that piece they needed more than anything. And maybe they are downplaying other needs despite knowing them and really hammering home, we got to improve the running game in this draft. So maybe that's what their focus has been, and improve the running game more than anything else. And maybe they're almost overestimating the need to improve the running game at the issue of the other positions. Not to say you don't need to improve the running game, but you get what I'm maybe asking here, and kind of saying that maybe that's been their focus. Running game, running game, running game. Everything else secondary.
Well, I think what the Steelers are doing here is I think they're entirely placing the blame on last year's inability to run the football on James Conner.
It feels that way.
Oh, Randy Fichtner. They're doing it on Randy Fichtner.
They're doing it on Randy Fichtner too.
It's Conner too, because they could have brought Conner back. Based on
I think this, first of all, I don't think they let Filer and Alejandro Villanueva walk. Let's not lose that insight. They let them walk. They could have had them back. They let them walk. So they didn't like those guys.
And Alejandro Villanueva struggled.
And let's be real. We've heard today, Jerry Dulac said they like Banner and Okorafor. They like their tackles. Right. We don't like their tackles. Well,
Banner won the job fair and square in camp last year and then got hurt. So we haven't seen him stuck on the field.
And I mean, listen, they like their tackles. I mean, they like them. They like their guards, I think. I think they like Dotson. I think they think DeCastro can rebound after an injury. I think that the Steelers view it very differently than us. I think the Steelers look at it as, we need a center and that's it. That's quite honestly. They signed Joe Haig to be their swing tackle.
Okay, but they need a center, and they had an opportunity to take.
They also need they need a corner. They need a tight end.
That's the thing too. Is we're not even talking about the on the perimeter or the ancillary effects of this Freiermuth pick. I mean, this pushes corner down the board. This pushes edge rusher down the board.
I think this is the thing, though. The Steelers were always going to come out of this with a big need, like a big need.
They were,
and
but I think if
were we more willing for that to be tight end? The question is, were you more willing for that to be a tight end than you were for that to be corner, to be edge, to be center? Or I guess it would be tackle.
Tight end.
Like, because I'm telling you right now.
Because you still have Ebron now. I know.
I'll say this right now. If you went out there with your blocking tight end being Zach Gentry, I don't care. In a Canada scheme, and listen, Matt Canada's offense, if you don't have a good tight end in Matt Canada's offense, you're not going to have a good offense. The tight end of Matt Canada's offense is a base.
So is Canada's promotion even part of this decision?
Yes, absolutely. They needed a guy that could play the Canada H-back role. They didn't have one.
Here's the thing. They were going to have a need. You're absolutely right. They were going to have a need when they left this draft. They were going to have an area that they did not satisfy. Right. I was content with that being tight end because I believe there's still guys out there on the market that you can sign that can come in and block for the cheap. Mainly Jesse James. We know how much the Steelers absolutely love bringing the band back together. Yeah.
And he'd be cheap now.
This guy played for us 4 years ago. Jesse James is out there on the market after he left Detroit. No one has signed him. He is looking for a contract. The Steelers could have brought him back in and said, you're going to put your nose down and block. Or, it probably wouldn't have worked well, but they could have planned on saying, listen, Eric Ebron, you got to toughen up. You're going to go in there and you're going to have to lay some blocks. Not that he would have been very good at it, or not that he would have liked it very much.
Yeah, that would have been great for talk radio, Cale.
That's what graded him so much in some of his other stops was they were trying to ask him to do things he did not want to do. But I was content with tight end being that hole that wasn't filled, or you pick a guy in the last pick of the draft and that guy is just going to block people for you. But the absolute number one position that they could not let be the need that they did not address was center. Now, Nick, you know this more than me. You say there are guys that can step in and be your starter that are available there with the 87th pick. I trust your judgment. Offensive tackle is probably the second need that I thought I would be considered okay with them leaving open because you have Okorafor and you have Banner, and they have confidence in both. But tight end was the number one where I said, if you leave without it, you can pick someone up off the scrap heap, a free agent. You can bring back a Jesse James, and he can be that guy for you that is just going to be the straight up blocker on this team. But they have put themselves in a very, very difficult situation. We talked about how they had pigeonholed themselves. And I mean, you have to take a center next. You have to take a center with the next pick. And it's one of the guys that they want going to be there.
I'll say this. they ran that card in less than a minute again.
Both times.
What are they?
It's like they are competing for getting that card in quick.
I'm telling you right now. I think right when they came out of yesterday, they circled Pat Freiermuth's name, just like they did with Naji Harris. They circled Pat Freiermuth's name and said, he's there. He's our pick. It doesn't matter who else is there.
Clearly.
I think the Steelers are nostalgic for days of old. They are nostalgic for the Le'Veon Bell years. They are nostalgic for people yelling, Heath.
The Heath Miller years.
And they are nostalgic for the Heath Miller years. They want Heath Miller reincarnated in Pat Freiermuth, and that is not what this team needs.
We're gonna see we're gonna see what position is gonna be the big need. But I think the next 3 picks, if I were the Steelers, if I were the Steelers at this point, if I were them.
And we've seen a lot of picks.
I'm trying to get in the Steelers' mind. I'm throwing tackle out of the board right now. Okay. I think they need a tackle. I don't think they're going to take one in the next 2 picks.
No.
But I'm going to go into their mind. I think Kevin Colbert knows he needs a center. He knows he needs one. They signed BJ Finney for the vet men. Like, he didn't come in. They didn't sign BJ Finney for him to start.
He better not start.
Yeah.
Right now he's in line to start.
Right.
You know, like, they've scouted all the centers heavily, from Creed, from Dickerson to, you know, to Miners, to Kendrick Green, to Josh Myers, to all those guys. They've scouted them heavily. They know they need a center. Therefore, I would be shocked if the next pick is not a center. It's got to be.
I think the next pick has to be a center. Has to be a
center. And we were just talking about teams or positions needs they can leave this draft without addressing. Center's number 1.
Yep.
But corner is absolutely 2. And now you're at a position where if you were content with your tackles, you could get a legitimate starting corner probably still at 87. You know, are you going to get a corner at 128? Is you going to get a starting corner at 128? That has been the Achilles heel of the Steelers, is they can't develop these corners. A lot of the time outside of the R.D. Burns scenario, that's because these guys are like Doran Grant taken in the 5th, 6th round. And you wonder why they don't pan out. You're trying to pick a corner that's going to play heavy minutes for you, that is going to play heavy snap count at 128, 140 in this draft. I think you're putting yourself in a horrible situation with a position that has become a significantly more need over the last month than it was 3 months ago because of Steven Nelson's departure, because of Justin Lane's legal trouble. But you know, they're putting themselves in, they're backpedaling themselves into a situation where we know they cannot succeed. And that is taking a corner late in a draft and turning him into a starter, turning him into a contributor. And that's my biggest fear with the Steelers right now, is they're going to go up there at 128 and pick, some dude from, who even knows what kind of school they snag a corner from. You know, they're going to pick some dude from, I don't know, some dude from Provo, or, some dude from, South Alabama or something. And they're going to say, well, Cam Sutton, you're going back to the slot. He's going to play outside opposite Joe Hayden, and it is not going to end well.
Yeah, and Minka, obviously, a member of that secondary, and whether he has to go in the slot is a conversation, and he did it with Miami, but just such an impactful player, you don't want to force him into the role, and Justin Lane's legal trouble. Secondary has been that one area that nobody can even try to argue, and this includes Kevin Colbert himself or his family, that the Steelers have had success with in terms of drafting. It has been that gaping issue, and that continues to be a need. Center has to be the next pick, though, because Pouncey retires. That affects so much with your quarterback situation in flux beyond Ben, and even with Ben next year, that affects so much. You got to go center with the next pick. I would have rathered center here. Freiermuth certainly sent the Steelers into motion of being now predictable potentially in the rest of the draft. And while Naji Harris was the guy they loved in the first round, it might actually appear that they loved 2 guys in this draft, as Nick alluded to. Maybe they loved Freiermuth, and they had him circled as well, despite having the decision of offensive tackles in front of Naji, having decisions of center in front of Freiermuth, and still going with the tight end. Maybe we'll see 2 tight end sets. Maybe Eric Ebron's gone after a year. Maybe they already know Eric Ebron's a malcontent. Who knows? It's been reported prior to coming to Pittsburgh. I haven't heard that yet with the Steelers. But if anything close to occurring with what maybe Cale alluded to, of having to have Eric Ebron block and do more than being a pass catching tight end, you might have seen the malcontent because he doesn't want to do that. So maybe they knew that they had to replace the position and it's all about the running game. Maybe they're figuring that that's what improves this team. I don't know, because the running game was so bad and they couldn't go in. I agree, Cale, that tight end would have been easier to replace out of the draft in free agency because of Jesse James and others, and you can get one on the cheap, etc. And that would have been a situation that I wouldn't have minded them coming out of the draft still needing, and center would almost be impossible to try to replace that way. And this is a guy you want for the next decade plus at that position. That's a win now and future type of move, maybe even more the tight end that you can also maybe replace 2-3 years down the line if it doesn't work out with these guys. But maybe they think improving the running game is all they needed to do to get a championship game appearance or a Super Bowl appearance out of last year's crew. Yes, they lost some players, but they were a division champion. They were in the playoffs. I'm not saying I'm predicting them to do it. I'm not marking out for this team, but maybe they're believing a little bit more of the Steelers than is reality.
Well, I think the other thing too is, they're dead set on improving the run game. They've said that time and time again, but I don't think they're approaching that in the right way, in the right order. And we talked about that since night one. Now I did mention that maybe Eric Ebron's going to have to toughen up and bite the bullet and
love to see it for the world to burn. I'll tell you,
and run in there and put his shoulder down. But, prior to taking Freiermuth, maybe we actually find a role for Derek Watt, this guy that we brought in to butter up TJ and make him want to hang out. Maybe prior they were going to use him not necessarily as a ball toter in a George Aston role with his success at Pitt and the Matt Canada offense, but maybe they were going to use him as a lead blocker, as a wing back, as a blocking tight end in some instances. Actually get some use out of him other than running down the field on special teams for the $3 million or whatever you signed him for. Now you take the tight end here, and we don't expect Ebron to step in there and be a blocker. You have Freiermuth, but that was maybe another solution instead of taking Freiermuth here at 55. So,
it appears
Nick and I are disagreeing.
Yeah, it appears.
I disagree pretty hard. I like the Pat Freiermuth pick. I would grade it a B+. Listen, I understand it. Okay. They need line. But again, this improves the running game, but just in a different way.
How would you grade the whole draft, these two picks overall? Because you didn't love the Naji Harris pick.
No, be honest right now. If they get a good center, rise that a little bit up. We'll see what corners are available in day 3. I don't think there's any way they leave today without a center. I think
no, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just saw a lot of chat activity we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I don't see any way that they leave without a center. But Pat Freiermuth, you have to. Again, the justification is all in the schematics of Matt Canada's offense. If you don't have an H-back, you limit his offense. You cut it by about 60%. Like, it's just vanilla stuff. They want to be able to do everything they can with that offense. Matt Canada, one of his core concepts, split zone, needs an H-back. It is his number one most run play in the running game. If you don't have a tight end that can block it, because on split zone, the tight end's over here, comes over here, kicks out the edge.
Right.
If you don't have a tight end that can do that, you're not going to be able to run Matt Canada's scheme.
And they haven't had that, and it's more important now. I get it. I think it's kind of controversial.
I understand. But I think this goes back more to, well, they shouldn't have taken the damn running back.
Right. Again, and maybe this does go back to that.
Exactly.
And this is what we said, that the rest of the picks, we're going to either defend that or we're going to knock that down further. I think Cale and I feel it knocked it down further. Maybe it defended it a little bit for others. I will say, Cale, as much as maybe we don't agree with the fans a lot of the time, maybe I feel murky about my opinion now because the chat is fully against the Freiermuth move.
Oh, the people are with us.
The chat, which of course, I don't know if we're being trolled or where the direction is going, that the chat is all about center, tight end later, worry about tight end later. Not a fan of that pick at all. We've seen several picks since the Steelers pick. We will get to those in a second. I'm right now a little also caught off guard by, I will tell another fact of this draft. Adam Schefter is cold outside in Cleveland. The man is wearing a blanket on national television. I don't know why that needed to occur. Maybe he's cold. I tell my fiance she has cold disease. I don't know if he also inhabits cold disease. It's cold there. Cleveland's not tropical setting, but it certainly could be worse. It's not raining like it was on night one.
Look this, guys. So in the picks that have gone,
how has this affected the rest of the draft? We have to,
so
I guess.
Tons of receivers: Dwayne Eskridge, Tutu Atwell. Two bad picks, in my opinion. I don't get why. That's reaches for the Seahawks and the Rams. Bolton to the Chiefs, and then Terrace Marshall here. Look at this. Creed Humphrey. He's still on the board. He's on the board. Okay, how would you feel right now if they just traded up right into the back end?
Yeah, so do you do work now? Because that's clearly a need still.
Like, would you guys be okay with that then? I know.
If they do that, maybe, but I feel like here's the reason why I still wouldn't grade it as some A draft. They would put themselves in a situation they're forced to do that to salvage the situation rather than it be.
But if it gets to the same thing, which is improving the running game, isn't it okay?
Well, I guess it also goes to this thinking, and this is what I asked you guys earlier, and this is kind of where I think the Steelers are from reading these tea leaves from this draft. How close do you think the Steelers are? Are they really a contender for next year? How much do they need to improve the future of this? Because it's a win now as well as trying to rebuild. Is it really just about improving the running game and then they all of a sudden would have beat Cleveland, everything else would be fixed and be hunky-dory? Or do they need so much more? I think they need so much more.
Well,
in the running game, they need a lot, but there are other great needs too. It comes off like the Steelers feel like they just need to help the running game and then they're cool.
Well, they need a quarterback.
Well, yeah, right. And that's not going to be addressed.
Well, if I were GM, they probably wouldn't be picking today, and Justin Fields would be a Pittsburgh Steeler. But obviously, that's not what happened.
Well, once Ben returned, I guess that was going.
So, I mean, listen. For this year, it gives them the best chance to win with Ben if they just improve their running game. It's the thing.
Yeah. So this is about this year.
But I do like the Freiermuth pick because again, he's going to be the tight end after Ebron leaves. And this is the thing with tight ends that you have to understand. They don't really contribute in the receiving game a ton year one. Like they just don't. But they do contribute as blockers. So that's where you're going to feel Freiermuth, I think, most in the running
unless you're a Hall of Famer, unless you're Tony Gonzalez or Antonio Gates or something like that, who became Hall of Famers regardless of the hype entering the draft. Cale, you were giving me the finger, you're giving me the pen out there. You seems like you're seething right now.
I'm not seething, but what I'm saying is, I like Nick's bringing up the idea of trading up.
We like Nick. We're fans of Nick. Yes.
Oh, big fans. We are Nick stans. That's for sure.
That's absolutely true.
But I think the only situation where the Steelers should have and would have traded up in this draft was to take Justin Fields if he dropped farther. I think that any other scenario, the Steelers needed to trade back. I think the number one thing they can't do is lose picks. They need as many picks as they can have to address needs immediately for next year if they're going for the one more year, one last hurrah with Ben Roethlisberger, okay? And, we still have genuine, legitimate needs out there. You have center, you have corner, you have edge rusher. Those are the three, okay? And if you trade picks to move up and potentially take Creed Humphrey, yes, that would be great. Right. But what are you giving up back behind you? Because we talked about, what kind of awful situation at corner awaits them at 128 and 140. Well, we got to talk about edge rusher too. I mean, right now you got Alex Highsmith and you have TJ Watt. Who else do you have? Who else is going to spell those guys when TJ Watt
and TJ Watt said
when TJ Watt's basking for air on the sideline because he's going 110% after the quarterback. Who is going to come in for him and give him a breather? I mean, they don't have anybody right now. They don't have Bud Dupree. They've lost guys at that position. They have two edge rushers legitimately on this team right now. They have two corners legitimately. I mean, they have needs still that are glaring and pressing in this draft. And if you trade up to take Creed Humphrey, great. You get an excellent player, a great center. But honestly, you get someone you should have picked at 55, and you're hurting yourself at another point in this draft. You're hurting yourself at another area in your roster. And I just think with the way this draft has gone, with the way these two first picks have gone, they cannot afford to do that to themselves. You're not picking up a corner off the scrap heap like you're picking up a blocking tight end. You're not picking up an edge rusher like you're picking up a blocking tight end.
Well, this is kind of perhaps this is where the Freiermuth pick is a future pick in a lot of ways. which is weird. And I'll say that it's weird. It feels like this offseason. It feels like what they've been doing all offseason. They're kind of 1 foot in on Ben, but then they're like,
exactly.
It's hypocritical. I think they're legitimately not sure.
I don't think they're sure. Well, I think what they've been trying to do all offseason, I think if it were up to them, they might have maybe pushed Ben away and said, let's go with Mason or something.
I'll say this draft would be easier without Ben for the Steelers.
Yeah, I think what they're doing right now is they're trying to build a roster where even when Ben is gone and they have a young quarterback that will step in 22, probably, I'm guessing they're going to draft a quarterback next year. If a young quarterback steps in 2022, they can trust that this is going to be a suitable roster for where that quarterback won't fail. Now, obviously, that could not be the case if Okorafor and Ben are both lie flat on their butts all year. I mean, obviously that quarterback that's going to come in, and Ben's obviously going to retire, and then they
don't put those vibes on my guy Banner out there.
And then they need 2 tackles. Luckily, they also will have the most cap space in the NFL. I think right now they're projected to have a ton of cap space.
They got 7 guys under contract beyond.
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be interesting because they still have to pay TJ and Minka and all those guys. But they're still going to have cap space, so we'll see. It does feel like they're like 1 foot in Ben, 1 foot out, though. It's a wishy-washy strategy. I don't know what the Steelers are trying to do this year. It's almost like they're just trying not to have and I've thought this for a while. I think they're just trying to avoid the Troy Polamalu situation with Ben. I don't think they want that to happen.
Right. I think, and not only Troy Polamalu, but even Terry Bradshaw being a little disconnected from the franchise for a while. They want the relationship with Ben to be good, put it bluntly. They do want that. They made it clear that if Ben wasn't willing to restructure, no duh, obviously he couldn't return at that cap value. He was willing. He wanted to come back. It's not going to be for 2-3 years like some are speculating. It's going to be for 1 more year in the sun. I think the unfortunate thing for the Steelers is, which makes it more difficult in this draft by Ben coming back, in all reality, and it seems like we're in agreement, the Steelers are not winning the Super Bowl next year. This is probably going to be a team that is trying for respectability, trying to be a contender, but it's unlikely they're fitting another ring on Ben's finger. So because of that, it might have been better overall for the future of the franchise if he wasn't there and they could just go guns blazing about the future in this draft. It's not the case, though. They need to do the weirdness in sports that some franchises can perfect. Some other franchises have tried and failed. It is very, very hard to do, and it is rebuild while still trying to be a contender because, again, they're coming off a division championship, granted losing in the playoffs so early in that embarrassing postseason loss to the Browns. They have a harder schedule coming up next year as well because they're playing a division championship schedule, and the Juju move and others kind of are hypocritical to maybe what the Steelers were thought to be doing at one point. You also see the interesting part of all of this, and TJ Watt saying publicly, he's a nice guy, he's not throwing anyone under the bus, but my job is harder without another guy to give me a spell, without another guy on the other side when Bud got hurt. And Bud became a very important asset to this team after being a joke for many fans early on in his tenure. And Bud Dupree's departure might be the biggest departure for the Steelers and might be the Achilles heel that ends up hurting this team moving forward. They have a pass rush, they can get sacks, but it's now much harder on TJ Watt if they don't replace that. And they need, clearly, secondary and center to say the very, very least. Nick Farabaugh, Cale Berger, Mike Asti, we have scrapped and analyzed the reactionary pick of the Steelers, another controversial selection. So I think I got some more clips here to roll on Pittsburgh Sports Live and Steelers Now. Steelers Now has the coverage. Nittany Sports Now has the coverage. I might even do a mic drop show with Corey now on Freiermuth selection, the tight end out of Penn State. We've seen the Bills pick there. We have a few picks to catch up on. We've seen some receivers go there and some tackles, some teams kind of fixing out the overall receiver board that number 10 was taken on Nick's board back in the first round, a 4 taken, and then we see some others moved here. The Packers now are on the clock with the whole Aaron Rodgers drama to erupt, and it appears that that's just something for naught, much ado about nothing, because it appears he's not going to be moving and going to have to just deal with playing as a Green Bay Packer. Thoughts on any of these picks that we have missed that while we analyzed and recapped the Steelers and reacted to the Steelers, as we have to do here for Steelers Now? And what does Green Bay do? Because it has been 2 years of Aaron Rodgers being there, coming off an MVP, 2 years of NFC title games, not beyond, and 2 years of not really doing anything Aaron Rodgers wants them to do. I don't know if they secretly hate him. They're trolling him. Yeah, there's other needs, but will they ever do what he wants to do?
I think they might. I think they might throw him a bone and try to appease him here and take a wide receiver.
Yeah, I think so too.
You feel like they got to now.
They take a Schwartz. They take a Nick Collins from Michigan. They take Wallace from Oklahoma State. As the pick's being made right now. I don't know if you guys.
Oh wow. Oh.
So Nick is ahead now. So I just see it's being made. Okay. Nick, who do we have?
They took Naji Harris.
No, they took Josh Myers. Josh Myers.
See, that hurts for the Steelers because Josh Myers is an option potentially. Could have been an option at 87.
What did Creed
Humphrey
Did Creed Humphrey murder someone? Why is he on the board?
Seriously?
Yeah, because now we see the Steelers not do it, and we get the whole tight end thing, and that's the whole topic that we've just beat down and we're going to discuss forever. But now his center goes in front of him, and Cale, you just basically guaranteed they were going to do what Aaron Rodgers wants them to do. Yeah, this helps Aaron Rodgers a little bit, but they still don't take a receiver. Aaron Rodgers has been literally asking for it for 2 full years, and they will not go receiver.
Did they need a center?
Yeah, Lindsley left.
Lindsley did leave. I was just going to say.
So this does help Rodgers a little bit. It's not like it doesn't help Rodgers, to be fair. But did they just not like any receivers on the board, so they went center, which fills a need?
I mean, there was just a big something with
Humphrey. Why didn't they just go Humphrey then?
I don't know. I mean, what did Creed? I don't know what's up with the Creed Humphrey situation. That's very weird to me that Creed Humphrey's on the board still. So with Myers, he's a good football player, but this is a reach in my opinion. I think there were better centers. I think Kendrick Green's better. I think Myers is better. I think Humphrey's better. Well, it keeps Elton Jenkins at guard, who was an all-pro guard. He was probably going to have to switch to center. But, I mean, that pick, man, at least Rodgers should be happy with it. It at least gives him protection, right? It does help Aaron Rodgers, but it's not a receiver.
They're going to take another, obscure receiver in the 4th or 5th round, another Marquez Valdez-Scantling type. They're going to take a guy later on in this draft and just hope that that's okay with Aaron Rodgers. That's the problem is ever since Jordy Nelson left and got old, they've had guys outside of Devontae Adams. And Devontae Adams is potentially the 2nd or 3rd best receiver in football. But other than that, and the tight end who came on last year and Tunyon, and he was a great find for them and maybe more of a product of Aaron Rodgers, if anything. He was a product of Aaron Rodgers just being a superhuman as opposed to maybe it was all talent from him. But this to me is this is just it's a reach. It doesn't directly, I think, appease Aaron Rodgers. It does fill a need for them though, which is a good idea. But they're going to take a wide receiver in the 4th round and be like, here you go, Aaron, we got you one.
This ain't good. This ain't good for the Steelers.
Yeah, it's almost the Packer way, though, because Adams has been the best receiver there in, 30 years? We're looking at Antonio Freeman as the best receiver far ahead, and they didn't trade for Randy Moss when they
We got an from Nick.
There's Creed. Creed's off the board of the Chiefs.
So, unbelievably so. It happened with the Patriots, happened with the Ravens in years past. Those teams always kind of fall into players. Is this a situation where, Nick, the Chiefs just could not resist a player on their board at this level that's been kind of rebuffed by a few teams prior to them? This is a Chiefs team that doesn't have tons of needs, obviously coming off Super Bowl appearances, obviously coming off a championship a couple years ago. Patrick Mahomes is elite. There's still weapons there. They have players there. They have horses. Andy Reid still wearing his Hawaiian shirt and celebrating his career in the offseason. They now have Creed Humphreys as a center. This is a player that can be there for a while, that is going to have a great quarterback to work with. This could be a great fit. I don't know if it's the greatest need they had. I don't know how many needs they have, but is this something that they had to do or something that they just were reacting to based on the board?
Oh, Lord. Man, this is, first of all, that's an amazing pick for the Chiefs. They needed, the one thing they needed was they had Joe Tooney. They bring in Kyle Long. Lucas Niang's going to step in at tackle. I mean, they have so much value there. They trade for Orlando Brown. You telling me they traded for Orlando Brown and somehow still got Creed Humphrey to fall to them? Are you kidding me? What a steal. Patrick Mahomes has an O-line again. I think the Chiefs, And I know the Bucs brought their whole roster back. I think the Chiefs are the Super Bowl favorites right now after this.
But you got to count in too. They're also getting back Duvernay Tardif.
Yep.
Starting guard who went off to fight the COVID-19 pandemic because
Doing
he is
that.
a surgeon.
And they bolstered their weak linebacking core with Nick Bolton. So the defense gets better. The Chiefs are undoubtedly the Super Bowl favorites right now. And make no mistake about
and
that.
they would have been anyway, really.
I mean, they've been checkers. But the number one thing they needed offensive line help. We saw Aaron Rodgers running for his life in that Super Bowl. And you know what? Credit to them. They put themselves in the situation to an extent. But credit to them. They've made the moves they needed to make. They cut Eric Fisher to save some money. They trade for Orlando Brown. They draft Creed Humphrey. They get Duvernay Tardif back, who was the starting guard on their Super Bowl team 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Get Joe Thuney. I mean, they have done an absolute stellar job rebuilding this offensive line for Patrick Mahomes. And that is how you invest in a superstar. That's how you protect your investment and you protect him for the next 10 years by making moves like this, getting Brown, trading for Brown, trading back in this draft, and then taking Creed Humphrey, who has a free fall, but goes to an absolutely beautiful situation and a perfect need, a team that needed him desperately.
When you have a special quarterback that you are investing in that is going to be your franchise guy, and I don't know if anybody could admit that they thought Patrick Mahomes was going to potentially vie for being the greatest of all time and be the baby GOAT and have this much success early on, but certainly there was a pedigree there and there was reason to believe he would be good. You got to make right decisions around him. You got to build around him the right way. There have been teams that have messed that up. There have been other teams that have done it very, very well and then have had the fruits of that labor lead to success. And that's exactly the Kansas City Chiefs. I could ask a rhetorical question here. Since drafting Patrick Mahomes, have they made a wrong decision on or off the field? Answer, no. The Chiefs have been perfect as a franchise since that time. And unlike the Buccaneers, unlike the Packers, unlike other teams that have been close in recent years or the Buccaneers winning a championship, the Chiefs have a very young quarterback with 2 appearances, a ring already on his finger, an MVP. It's crazy. He's going to be there for a lot more years to come, and they're building it around him perfectly.
Nick,
Still.
you got that look. You got that look.
I cannot believe that the Bucs just took.
All right.
I got Bucks pick us in. How is Nick's feed so far ahead tonight that it wasn't last
I accidentally saw it on my feed, so I'm not going to say it because obviously there are people tipping the picks and everything, and somehow it just showed up on my feed.
Okay, so you didn't see it on TV. I was going to say.
I didn't, but wow,
Okay.
This pick, they're going to – you guys are going to laugh at this one. I'm telling you.
Okay,
You're
so
gonna laugh at this one.
you're teasing us. Okay. Yeah, the Chiefs are just phenomenal. I mean, again, it's been everything falling in line for the Chiefs, and when you have a coaching staff, when you have a quarterback, when you have a front office, all 3 of them elite and at top of their game, loving being there and having success and clicking, you're in a great situation and you're making these decisions around them. And some are luxury decisions, but they're really working out. Some are just working out in general. And now you're getting a player back from your championship team a couple of years ago. You made great moves in the offseason. This is a player that fell in your lap that maybe you didn't expect. It allows your draft to be an A draft as well. And I think the Chiefs were a contender and were the favorite regardless, maybe right there with the Buccaneers again, but certainly the AFC favorite. They might have vied themselves as the favorite overall now, and certainly years to come. Tampa Bay not going anywhere, but they have an older quarterback, so certainly not long-term like Kansas City. And I'm still waiting for this pick right now as Nick's really teased me a little bit. I will reset. And Nick, as we're waiting for this pick for all the rest of us, can you reset your big board for us at this point now? So we're at pick 64.
Yeah. So, I mean, we don't have anyone in my top 30 left. So top 30 is actually, we do have one. Jabril Cox, number 30. Exactly. Fatima Afon was still there. Spencer Brown still there. The tackle from Northern Iowa. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Quinn Miners, the top center on the board, Ronnie Perkins, Baron Browning still there, Joseph Osai, Trey Smith, Aaron Robinson, Cam McGrone, Diami Brown, Michael Carter, Tommy Togiai, Elijah Molden, Amari Rogers, Brady Christensen, Ali McNeil, Wyatt Davis, Derek Barnes, Trey Williams, Kendrick Green, Dylan Moses, Jay Tufele, Dwayne Eskridge, Eskridge is gone, Hampson Nasir Dean, and then Ederson Smith. So that's to 80 right now where we're at. But this pick, man.
All right, who just give it to us?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm going to make up a topic to kill time here.
Okay, they took Kyle Trask. They took Kyle Trask.
Come on, man.
Okay.
Oh boy.
What a draft for the rich.
Pick.
Yeah.
This is an awful pick, but at least he's not a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Oh,
and I guess they don't. I mean, this isn't a team with tons of needs, obviously, with tons of players returning.
I might have popped a blood vessel if they took Kyle Trask.
Oh, this would have been a massacre of a stream if they took Kyle Trask. I'm telling you that.
Here we go. I'm still okay.
These are the kind
still
of
getting
things
it read
you
to me.
do when you re-sign every single starter from a Super Bowl team.
Yeah, I don't think they're worried.
Some.
Right.
But that being said, I mean, they got a lot of old guys. Like they could use some edge rushers, some defensive. I believe they took an edge rusher already.
Yeah,
They could use the defensive tackles. Ndamukong Suh ain't getting any younger. No, neither is Pierre Paul.
Right.
But
yeah, there was even a thought process of to even bring Sue back because maybe you reached the peak with him with his age.
I can only think of this pick being a branding marketing ploy. Let's get some more of those Gator fans in the area to come out to our games. You know, we'll pull some of the ones that are going to support Urban Meyer and maybe Tim Tebow. Apparently.
Maybe they need to do that.
Jacksonville. We'll get some of those people in attendance.
Maybe they need to do that after Brady leaves and all these players leave.
I don't think
with
Kyle
them.
Trask has that kind of love that those other guys might.
I've not seen a pick dragged out this long either. Lord, we're walking on the stage with the swag walk as slow as possible, and then we do see Kyle Trask, quarterback.
I wish the Steelers would at least take this much time and think it over when they were making these picks.
Yeah,
as opposed to what the Buccaneers.
Well, the Buccaneers thought it out, and this is what they came up with. And there was the hot take thrown out there that if Mac Jones would fall and they could put him under Brady. And as much as I don't love Mac Jones as an NFL prospect to have success as a starter in the National Football League, maybe with Belichick that'll somehow work in terms of being a fit there. It didn't happen, wasn't available for the Buccaneers then. They, I guess the thinking has to be here that, yes, we have the GOAT. Yes, everyone's returning. Yes, we could win it again next year. Yes, we just won our second Super Bowl in franchise history, and our offense is fine, but we need to worry about Tom Brady's age. And 5 quarterbacks are already off the board. None of the rest did I love, but Kyle Trask goes as a Florida boy.
One of the things I think to take into account with this Kyle Trask pick is, we all think it's ill-advised. Okay, none of us love Kyle Trask. But one of the discussions of Kyle Trask and the Steelers early on in the draft cycle, and maybe even a little bit, you heard Ed Bouchette from The Athletic, talking about the Steelers liking Trask just this week.
Yeah.
A part of that discussion and that linking with the Steelers and Trask was, he plays like Big Ben. He's got the Big Ben body. Bruce Arians obviously is Ben Roethlisberger's former offensive coordinator.
He knows Ben.
And so maybe, there's some sort of maybe he's baby Big Ben. Maybe he's Big Ben reincarnated kind of thing. And he can be that guy after Tom Brady. I mean, maybe that's the thinking, and that's why Bruce Arians likes him for some reason. But I think we're all in agreement that this is an ill-advised selection by the Super Bowl champs. Nick, you're clapping your hands. Something happened.
Good grief, man. This is crazy.
we got Nostradamus here with Nick Farabaugh because I'm well behind again. Nick, as we wait for the pick there, I do want to ask you off of what Cale was just saying. That could be the only thinking I think that maybe would make sense for the Buccaneers. You bring up Bruce Arians, that connection, and the similar style of Ben and Trask, even though I don't think Trask translates. Is it possible that we talked Mac Jones not being a great NFL prospect, being a little overrated, but the fit could be okay with New England? If anyone could save him, it would be New England. Is it a situation where Bruce Arians, if he wants to hang around longer than Brady, because who knows how much longer he wants to do this? He flirted with retirement last year, the year before, even before that. I doubt he's going to want to do it the whole career of Trask, but could he maybe be that great fit for Trask? And if Trask has any hope, it is with Bruce Arians and convince him to hang around post Brady to try this challenge of Ben Part 2?
I mean, listen, I don't see it for me. I mean, Trask is weak-armed. He's a statue. Like, he's everything that a successful quarterback in the NFL right now is not. And I think that when you kind of look at what Trask is, he's not even a great processor. Like, he can't fit things into tight windows. He's a very average football player. I mean, this is a guy that is just so mediocre. He's probably a backup. He's SEC Mason Rudolph. I mean, and Rudolph might be better than him. I think Rudolph has a better arm. And I think Rudolph has improved his mechanics over time.
Yeah,
And
I think Rudolph's got better. Yeah.
I also think Rudolph, I mean, yes, he's a statue, but Rudolph has flashed ability to move a little bit outside the pocket. Trask never does. Trask is awful. This is a horrible pick. He shouldn't have been picked till the 6th round.
Yeah. Well, Rudolph had to run away from somebody running at him with a helmet. So he's learned how to run away or try to run away, even though that didn't end up happening. Thoughts on this pick here that we just saw that you had your reaction to?
Cisco?
Yeah, Cisco.
No, mine's to the next 2 picks.
Okay.
God, how far ahead are you?
Cisco's.
Yeah, I mean, where are we on?
We are way behind the Twitter gods that are tipping picks right now.
Okay, so Nick, I got to ask you: is it still Friday for you? Are you?
No, I think it's actually it's September and the Steelers are playing in 5 minutes.
Okay, because I am well behind you, so it's difficult to host up to the level of Nick here based on the Twitterverse, which yes, you can have tips tipped off here, and that was kind of an annoyance of Adam Schefter doing that in the first round, not to this severity though, and of course we see Woj do it in the NBA draft with his alluding and changing the verbiage with some sentences and how he's going to announce
Jacksonville Jaguars are tantalized at the idea of drafting Andre.
There you go. That's the Woj bomb. That's the Woj bomb. Yeah, they're goo-goo-eyed. They are. They are salivating. They're
salivating at the idea of.
Yes. Well, Cisco, can you evaluate Cisco a little bit for those who aren't aware of him and how he could potentially fit in? This is a Syracuse product. This is not a team that's been successful. So maybe this is a player that they would have liked, and they're clearly dissecting film with this player. This is now somebody in the secondary that goes, and secondary being a situation that is a need that we talked about for some other teams coming up.
I mean, Cisco's a ball hawk, but he feels like a guy that is not nearly as good as the interceptions tell you. He's a guy that is a little stiff-hipped. He's had a few injuries coming off a torn ACL. He's a guy that's really mediocre in a lot of ways. He's not a great tackler. He will hit the heck out of you, but again, he'll miss a lot of tackles. Overall, this is a guy that just is kind of meh overall. I don't like this pick. I know he's a flashy name and people kind of love the guy, but I'm not a huge fan of Cisco overall.
I will say, Cale, that while Freiermuth is a controversial selection and we didn't like the pick for the Steelers, he certainly can wear a suit and certainly can throw up an image out there, because I just got an email from the Steelers with it looks like a high school yearbook photo right here. And he has that smile. This dude looks like he's running for office in this image right here.
I saw also in his press conference, he said that he saw the 412 number and thought one of his Penn State buddies was pranking him.
Right. Yeah, you could.
And then he saw it was Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
You know who this is, man.
Yeah.
I love that from Mike Tomlin yesterday. You know who this is.
Yeah. Naji.
Do I?
Did he do the Freiermuth? Yeah.
I will say this. We've talked about the Naji Harris pick ad nauseum already, but I hope that we can all, now that he is a Steeler, let's all take some time. We'll all meet on a Saturday, a little Sunday morning session, and everyone learn how to pronounce the damn name. It's Naji Harris. If I have to hear Najee one more time, it isn't hard to pronounce names. Say that for someone who has 99% pronunciation.
Right.
It's not hard. Just take the time, learn how to say the name. I even heard bad pronunciations for Freiermuth throughout this process. I heard Freiermuth once.
Yeah.
That's just a little PSA, a little something, a grievance I had to air, an airing of grievances. Let's learn how to pronounce the guy's name now.
I saw you aired that grievance on Twitter. I agree with that grievance. I definitely am with you on the proper pronunciation. I will say, Cale, that I don't know if anyone could ever be at your level of pronunciation. I think you are at the top, but everyone needs to certainly strive to pronounce this name correctly. And I have heard even as recent as earlier today, this name pronounced incorrectly from somebody who should be pronouncing names correctly. So you're hearing it from him. You're hearing it. If Mike Tomlin's pronouncing it right, just go off what the Steelers doing when in doubt. And I would imagine Yinzer Nation, though, is going to be messing up this pronunciation, to say the very, very least. Several different interpretations are there. You're hearing a G, you're not seeing a G. I could go on and on about the English language and the location. So, And you see here Kellen Mond, quarterback, Texas A&M, being selected there. Was that Minnesota? And the Texans now on the clock here. Atlanta, and it looks like Denver coming up. The draft's getting a little away from me with our Steelers reactionary discussion, and then Nick. I guess Nick probably already has Atlanta's pick.
No, I got off there. Actually, I'm staring at a picture of Pat Freiermuth's face right now on the Steelers Twitter feed. So that's something I wanted to see, obviously. So,
is that I wonder if that's the same image. I'm going to try to send it to you guys. And if that's the same thing that the Steelers sent me there, because this is ridiculous. I went to Pittsburgh Central Catholic, actually, and this literally looks like a Central Catholic high school team yearbook photo. Like this is unbelievable. Thoughts on what the Texans got to do here, Nick? This Texans team, of course, they're the joke of some. They're in a new era, to say the least. J.J. Watt no longer there. He tried to handle that maturely, but he is now gone. Bill O'Brien's stain is now gone. They aren't far from being a playoff team, but of course, last year was a year that J.J. Watt even had to apologize to Deshaun Watson for kind of basically messing up a year of his prime. And then we're not even going to discuss it here, but Deshaun Watson's future is certainly in doubt, not only the team, but in general, based on everything he's dealing with off the field and that scandal. So what do the Texans need to do? And what is the state of the Texans franchise?
Well, it's in the shambles. I mean, they have to hope and pray. They obviously traded away every single draft pick they had before this for Laramie Tunsil, who they thought was going to be the key piece to elevate them. But instead, he's been good, but not worth it. They lose Deshaun Watson. They were going to lose him anyways to trade. But now with his legal case, obviously, they might not get anything for him. The man may never play another down in the National Football League.
Yeah, it's not looking good, no.
Yeah, he might never play another down in the National Football League. So, it's not looking good for Deshaun Watson. So, I mean, you kind of look at what they need to do, and man, I mean, they need a quarterback.
People forget this was a playoff team a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I mean, they need a quarterback, but it's probably not wise to take one here. Personally, I think they need defense. I think they should go corner. They need.
Were they a team that maybe should have traded up to grab a quarterback? I mean,
they don't have capital. They need as many as they need. I mean, they don't really need taking a mid-round quarterback is the last thing they should do, in my opinion. I think they should take a corner. I felt Tamelafon was right there. And listen, this was, in my opinion, the worst secondary in the NFL last year. So upgrade that secondary.
As we now wait for the Texans pick, Nick Farabaugh, Mike Asti, Cale, Berger, maybe Alan Saunders. We had him on draft night one of the show. But of course, a lot going on here for the Steelers, as we will have our reactions to the Steelers picks. We will have Freiermuth's Zoom. We will have Tomlin and Colbert all over their Pittsburgh Sports Live. And of course, our coverage over there at Steelers Now as well, at PGH Steelers Now on Twitter and at PGH Sports Live on Twitter. And also, bottom of this video, click that subscribe button. Help us get all of our content to you. Thanks to our sponsors throughout the network. It is free to do so and easy to do so, and will allow any of our content here on Pittsburgh Sports Live to be right in your lap. You'll get a notification when anything goes live, when anything premieres, and anything is uploaded here on the channel. And that connects to all of our family of network sites. Davis Mills, quarterback, Stanford, ends up being the pick. You literally just said last thing you would do is quarterback here. They go quarterback.
I don't get it. Oh, man.
I'll ask this, Nick. Is this 100% reactionary to Deshaun Watson's legal troubles? They don't have tons of draft capital. They didn't have the ability to really make some trades. Now I know he wanted out and wanted to be traded prior to that, but there was no guarantee they were going to acquiesce, and they kind of actually had some power prior to that, even before we get to the legal troubles. Now it's even in question whether they could get anything for him, whether he would be able to be there. I would imagine, based on the Antonio Brown scenario, Roger Goodell is going to have to put him on the exempt list to start the NFL season at the very minimum, or that's going to be incredibly controversial based on the world we live in. So he's not playing for you, and certainly doubtful to play for you in the future. They went quarterback here. This is really their first opportunity to do so. Is that why they went quarterback here, even though, again, this is a quarterback that's not going to be hyped up by any? And if Deshaun Watson was happy being there and didn't have legal troubles, they wouldn't have won quarterback?
If you needed a quarterback on the cheap, just trade a 6th-round pick for Teddy Bridgewater. Why didn't they just trade it?
That's fair.
Just trade a 6 for Bridgewater. And then you can just fill out this.
But is that a future as much as a current? I mean, they're not going to win a championship this year regardless.
I mean, yeah, it's a future pick, but Mills is a pure pocket passer. When I keep asking people this, when was the last time you saw a pocket passer drafted and developed?
Well, a pure pocket passer, or
that became a franchise quarterback. That became a franchise quarterback, a pure pocket passer that could not extend things outside of the pocket.
I don't know if that's not what he became in terms of being able to extend things and elevate, and he became the greatest of all time. But you could argue Tom Brady, early 2000s, was that prototypical quarterback, and obviously we know what he became.
I mean, who was the last one? Matt Ryan? Like, legitimately, it goes that far back.
Matt Ryan would be after Brady, of course, and Peyton Manning before that. And
maybe Mills. Mills has great arm talent, so this is where you can say something. He's got great arm talent, but he doesn't really feel pressure very well.
Like a Stafford, maybe, even though
Stafford can do stuff out the pocket though. And
I guess so. Yeah.
Like he moves. He doesn't do it a ton. Like you don't see him run, but he's got enough mobility where
Matt Ryan did win an MVP though, and did take a team to a 25-point lead over the Patriots dynasty. And let's be honest, they should have won that ring. So
let's look at this.
Eli Manning, I guess, maybe.
Like the glass guys that have been drafted. Goff, traded away from his original team. Garoppolo, mediocre. Carson, I don't know.
Carson Wentz, he's mobile, though, even if he had to be moved.
And so is Baker. But let's look at, other guys. Josh Rosen, bust. Massive bust for Josh Rosen.
Yeah.
Dwayne Haskins, pure pocket passer, released by his own team.
Sam Darnold, gone from the Jets. Granted, not as much of a guy that can move around. So maybe Sam Darnold's kind of like this pick.
Like, the thing is, teams don't have the patience anymore to allow true pocket passers to develop. Because every pocket passer, even Brady, when he was in his early days, was pretty more of a facilitator. It took him 5-6 years to develop the acumen to become an elite quarterback. So if you want to be a team,
and he did it once he was with Josh McDaniels, who is arguably the best offensive coordinator in the last 20 years.
Exactly. And so, when you look at this, they're going to have to sit with Davis Mills for 5 to 6 years, hope he can turn out to be it. And that's only if not all pocket passers develop that acumen that a Brady, a Ryan, someone like that develops. So this is a bad pick in my opinion. I don't see the investments that are going to make it worthy unless they have that unless they trust their quarterback evaluation so much and they're going to sit here for 5 to 6 years. But again, with how the NFL is moving, even at the
no one's sitting anywhere 5 or 6 years. Yeah.
Exactly. But even how it's moving at the management level, because the chance that Cully and Cassera are going to be here in 5 to 6 years, if they don't win, are very slim. So,
right. Yeah. You're
and so the moment a new regime comes in, Davis Mills is getting replaced. So
and a benefit too, as Joseph Osei goes defensive end here out of Texas to the Bengals, and we'll get to that in a second. The benefit for Brady in that whole progression was he wasn't yet elite in the early 2000s on 3 of those first 4 rings, but he was on a great team, so you could kind of wait it around. He still was throwing for 3,000 yards to his credit. You're able to wait a little bit longer when you know the coach is going to be there, when that staff is going to be there because you're winning. The Texans aren't going to be able to reap the reward if there is ever any reward with the Mills situation. Thoughts on this pick here by the Bengals, who go defense. They're now realizing they need to improve the defense around the Burrow-led team that they have. And I'd imagine this Bengals team, even though they weren't great wins-loss record last year with Burrow being hurt and was solid when he was in there, they may feel they're closer than some people feel they are. They may feel like they're still a contender here, or at least going to be that. They're on the precipice, and they go defense here. They go D-end.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that you kind of look at with Osai, and he's a converted off-ball backer that is just starting to play edge. And I think that's the thing with Osai is he's just scraping the precipice of what he could potentially do. He's a very, very explosive player. He's a guy that can win around the edge, is already starting to add moves. This is a really good pick for them. He was my edge 6 in this draft. I really like Joseph Osai. Very strong pick here for the Cincinnati Bengals. I think it makes up for the Jackson Carman reach. Although arguably, they didn't. The more important position for them was to get that O-line fixed. And if they whiff on that, I mean, you might just get Joe Burrow killed again, and then everyone's going to call this offseason a fail, right?
It's a big offseason for the Bengals, to say the very, very least.
Massive. And I think Osai's a good player here. So
And the Giants now on the clock. The pick is in. The Giants moving, this draft board moving. These picks are in quick. The Steelers still win with the quickest delivery of picks. Some other teams dragged it out for 10 plus minutes. We don't have anybody passing like the Minnesota Vikings did years ago that I don't think they're ever going to live down when the clock ran and they didn't have a pick. That's just the hilarity of draft lore. Nick Farabaugh, Cale, Berger, Mike Asti here in our 2021 night 2 of our draft special show here. And this riding the gauntlet, we got another, hour and a half for you here. And granted, Nick is already on a time machine into the future. So Nick doesn't have as much time with us, but that's the overall time we're looking at here on Pittsburgh Sports Live and Steelers Now. And Cale, any thoughts on the last few picks here? I mean, Nick and I touched on Mills to the Texans, and obviously they go quarterback. It could be very reactionary to the legal troubles of Watson, who may never play again. Certainly going to likely be on the exempt list. Didn't want to be there in the first place. They need a lot at that franchise now to improve themselves, even though they were in the playoffs a couple years ago. And they go quarterback. Granted, it's going to be a journey to try to get him progressed. And we also touched on the quarterbacks who were similar to him over the last 20 years and how it took a while even for them to get going, even including Tom Brady. So,
well, I think the other thing too is
crazy pick by Houston.
I believe is this is the Texans' first pick in the draft, if I'm not mistaken, right? They were eviscerated by Bill O'Brien.
Right.
The first pick in your draft is Davis Mills. I mean,
they didn't have capital though to trade up and do anything else, really.
No, you're right. They didn't have capital, but that's what I'm saying is you finally get to your first selection and that's who you take.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not convinced that, if they had one pick in this draft and it was like in the top 20 or something, or if it was in the top 15, then maybe you just take your quarterback and say, we don't know if Deshaun Watson's going to ever play again for us. But you don't do that in the third round. I mean, this is a team that was atrocious, last year, frankly. And, now you might not have your star quarterback that had the best season of his career and that was willing you to victories if in the few that you were getting that were few and far between. And so I think to take Mills here is just a complete whiff of a pick. And, there's so many areas where they can improve.
Yeah.
Whether it's whether it's offensive line, defense, they could use an edge rusher because JJ Watt is no longer there. I mean, there's
another receiver. Yeah.
Or receiver because they traded all them away and Will Fuller's gone as well now. So just in many ways, this team could have gone to improve themselves, and they took, the next thing after punter that was going to be just the most
worst pick of the draft till we have a consensus. The worst pick of the draft to this point.
Well, Naji Harris, I mean.
Come on.
Naji wasn't that bad. This was going to
really it is the worst
at the very least.
Come on. I think this might be the only thing that everybody agrees. Every analyst around and every outlet from conventional to digital to a blogger is going to say that, Lord, this is the worst pick of the draft, I'd imagine. And it probably is where they thought we had to go quarterback because Deshaun Watson just so up in the air with his future in general and then certainly with us. But if you were in the first round, if someone like Fields or something like that fell to you, even if you wanted to go Mac Jones, even though I don't love the guy, if you had an earlier pick, okay. But to do it there for that guy that's going to be a progress, that's not a great prospect anyway, that doesn't fit the current day and age of the league and doesn't have anything around him that normally those quarterbacks can have success with, it's just awful. It's like they haven't picked at all here. As you see, Aaron Robinson, cornerback, UCF, going to the Giants. So how does he fit in with New York? This is a Giants team that's been active in the draft. Talking about the Texans who haven't had picks, the Giants have certainly been doing some work, and it's a division that always seems to have everybody be a contender. 8-8 could be good enough in certain years, but it's a Giants team that now goes defense, a team with Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley, but now going defense, trying to build up the defensive side of the football and maybe get back to glory a little quicker.
I really like Aaron Robinson, and they needed a corner in the slot. DeAndre Baker busts Obviously, they added Dory Jackson on the boundary, but still had question marks in the slot there. Darnay Holmes probably better in a rotational role, perhaps even at safety. They've kind of experienced him there. Logan Ryan, more of a safety now. Julian Love playing more safety. So you kind of look at what they need, and Robinson can play boundary, can play slot, can play safety, kind of like a Cam Sutton-ish type of player, if you want to think of him that way. Good pick for them. Obviously, they don't have an O-lineman yet. That interior O-line still needs fixed, in my opinion. They could have gone Quinn Miners here, someone like that, and obviously Quinn Miners still on the board. Let's make note of that. But you know, I think Aaron Robinson. He was my 55th overall player on the board. Good value here. Good pick.
They just didn't love him and didn't love the offensive lineman enough.
You know, yeah. I like Aaron Robinson, and I understand the need with the DeAndre Baker legal trouble. We keep saying legal trouble, but or whatever, the bust or whatever. But you know, Nick alluded to it. They need offensive linemen. You know, they could use any three positions along the offensive line, and
especially for that type of quarterback.
And we're 3 rounds in, and they haven't addressed it. And you know, they reached on a receiver in Kadarius Toney that we thought was absolutely maybe the reach of the first round.
Right.
And then they take an edge rusher, which they needed. You know, that's a good pick. But then they take a corner here when they are 3 rounds in and still haven't addressed offensive line, which we keep hearing about all the depth in this draft, and there's offensive linemen galore.
Nobody wants
still picked one. I think that's another example of a team. While a lot of teams have done things to help their young quarterbacks, I think this is a situation where you know, maybe we see a team doing their quarterback a disservice.
We see the NFC East brigade here with the Philadelphia Eagles now on the clock, Washington, and then Dallas coming up. And this is an Eagles team. The now Jalen Hurts is going to be the guy, controversial selection when he was drafted. And that drama with Wentz now ending. For my money, and I've said this publicly, and anyone who asked me, I've said this, I think Carson Wentz is going to have a better season than Hurts is going to have. I think Wentz's career is going to be resurrected with Frank Reich again, who was his offensive coordinator when he was vying for the MVP and when that team eventually won a championship. And I do also see we have a conversation with Corey Geiger and Alan to discuss the Freiermuth selection there. So that's a great get by Alan. I was going to do that, so I'm glad he did it while we're doing this show. What do the Eagles do? Well, the Eagles, Milton Williams, that's what they do. Offensive tackle out of Louisiana Tech. We saw a defensive tackle go right before that. So, Nick, how does he fit in with Philadelphia and what the Eagles are trying to do?
You know, Milton Williams is interesting. Probably one of the biggest risers out of this. He was kind of a no-name until March. He's a guy, he's explosive, immediate impact run defender, but he's pretty raw as a pass rusher. He's one of those guys that comes in, doesn't really have a vast toolbox, kind of is a one move guy, just a swim and a rip, very basic stuff. He needs to add a few things, maybe a cross chop, something that can really keep defenders on their toes. He's a guy that is a bit of a tweener, weighs about 284, so he can live on the edges of base end, can also live inside as a 5 tech, a 3 tech, if he can beef up to about 290, 295. Probably needs to get a little bigger in that regard. But he's a guy, again, he has tools. And again, this is a bad interior D-line class. Also, the Lions got a great pick in Aleem McNeil. He's going to be a really good football player. I think there were better players than Milton Williams on the board personally, but I think he has tools. And when you look in this interior D-line class, I think you need to go with tools. So I think this is a solid pick.
Yeah, I think they need depth along that defensive line. Fletcher Cox still one of the premier interior defensive linemen in the game, but a guy that's getting up there in age. And, they need some new bodies, some fresh faces in that rotation. I was reacting to, now I'm on the same kind of wavelength here as Asti. It was a very weird vibe in the Eagles draft room. Howie Roseman's running around looking for fist bumps from people to celebrate this pick. And like the rest of the staff is leaving him hanging. And he goes over to some guy on the far right of the room, white-haired gentleman, not the owner, another gentleman who he went to go fist bump. And the guy like looked at him like, "Are you serious?" And then looked away. And Howie Roseman's standing there like, "Really? You're not going to fist bump me? You don't like the pick?" Very awkward. And I don't want to I don't want to project anything on them, but it seems like there's not a consensus on Williams being the pick there, because there were some very mixed emotions in the live shot we got of that draft room. the war room for the Eagles. That's all I'm going to say. It was an alarming sight to see.
Yeah, you painted the picture. That was great play-by-play because that's exactly what I watched as well. Yeah, I was going to allude to that. Yeah, it is odd because – and this would only happen to Philadelphia. And this isn't knocking Philly. I love cheesesteaks. Got some friends there. Well, they've had a solid draft, but what I was going to say is you would have a franchise that wins its first championship. And basically ever since then has just been inconsistency, incontinuity, controversy in every decision made by the franchise. Like you would think there'd be some harmony. You win a title, you have the parade, you celebrate, and then ever since then, it's we can't decide on a quarterback. We're in a drama about Wentz. We don't know what to do about Hurts. We don't know how to build around him properly. We can't even get consensus.
We fire the coach
on what to do. We fire a coach who, yes, I get it, didn't win the last couple of years, and maybe you thought you could get more, but the quarterback position was such in flux, not his fault, and he won you a championship, the first in your franchise history, not that long ago. People act like 2017 is 30 years ago, crying out loud. It's not that far ago. So they go there. Flipping to the Cowboys, though, you painted the picture of the Eagles war room, which is controversial, which is funny, which is entertaining. We can discuss forever. That's great for drama. It's a TV show. Over on the Cowboys side, it's let's put it bluntly, a bunch of white guys, pretty boring. They're just sitting there in chairs, not even having a conversation because they realize Jerry Jones is the one calling the shots here. They always could go off the cuff. We thought maybe they would in the first round. Somebody flipped the phone from Jerry Jones, didn't allow him to get too crazy. Will they get crazy here? Because I do want to ask now, what's a team that can upset the apple cart at this point? We've already seen some crazy picks prior. We now see the Cowboys on the clock. What do the Cowboys do? And with these teams moving forward, we're going to see the Giants again, we're going to see New Orleans again. We're going to see the Chargers. We're going to see Giants later on. Steelers are coming up that could maybe upset things here.
So 1 second. First of all, they could take a D lineman. I think they should. Corner.
Oh, I'm sorry. You already know the pick. I apologize.
No. I mean, that's not it. Jerry Dulac with a report, and he's been pretty bang on so far.
Okay.
With it, he said, even though they need a center, I don't see the Steelers letting an outside linebacker get past them in the third round. They really want and need a third guy to back up T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith.
Right. They need that. Sure. They need a center too. Oh, that would be. I mean, man. I mean, they got to go center with the next pick. They got to.
Could you imagine if they weaseled their way into a starting center in round 4?
Are we talking? Are we saying we're talking about successful starting center or just drafting somebody?
No, like an actual good starting center who is here for multiple years, and people are like, yeah, that guy's pretty good.
Well, yeah, I mean, then they of course would brag about the great pick. I think consensus is that would almost be getting lucky. I feel like I don't know if you can take that risk. It got to be center next pick here. It got to.
I don't think you can take the risk either, but Lord have mercy.
So you're saying defensive tackle though for the Cowboys?
Yeah, I think they're probably going to go DT.
For a draft class that's not deep with DT though, we've seen a few go here on night 2.
Yeah, a lot of these guys that are going right now are complete breaches though. I mean, they're guys that are getting pushed up the board because it's a bad class. And J2 Fele and Tommy Togi, I haven't even been taken, and they're probably better than Williams. And I mean, I hope one of those two would come off the board here. But they could also go safety. Dallas needs secondary help so bad. I mean, it's looking really bad for them in that area. They really need one. So we'll see kind of how they work that out.
Defensive tackle out of UCLA. You get your defensive tackle, absolutely, and that is a need. That is helping a need. I didn't realize the guitarist from the Black Pumas was a Cowboys fan, but he announces the pick. Yeah. How does he fit in with Dallas? And they needed help defensively. This is the worst defensive group they've had in the franchise history. They allowed more points than any other Dallas team ever.
So you see, the Black Pumas guy fits in with Dallas. I'm sorry. The way you worded it sounded like you said how the Black Pumas guy fit in with Dallas. But Osa,
how does the Black Pumas guy fit in with Dallas with the Cowboys Nation? Because he is now a member of Cowboys Nation somehow. Yeah, right? Did you realize he was a Cowboys fan? I guess you can't be.
I didn't realize Draymond Green was a Steelers fan. That was new to me this morning as well.
Yes, that's also new.
I did not see that. But
Michigan State, I don't get how that occurs.
Yeah, but apparently Saginaw, Michigan's where Lamar Woodley's from, and that's little Steelers fans.
All right.
That's where
I'd like to know how the guitarist of the Black Pumas is a Cowboys fan. Who knows?
Yeah, right.
I think the Draymond Green thing is playing in Oakland for so many years. Naji Harris being from the Bay Area.
Right.
I think that's more the connection. He's excited for the player.
Sure.
Not necessarily.
And maybe he'll pick up the team as well. Can you connect the Black Pumas guitarist, though? Can you rationale that?
I don't know. I don't think I can.
I've never heard of the Black Pumas, and I am a big music fan.
Okay, we announced the Cowboys pick, so yeah.
Oso Odigizua, he's a guy that's very explosive off the line.
Got to have some fun with where we're going to go nuts.
We're going nuts, but he's a guy that's explosive. I think this is a guy that has upside again, but he's no sure thing. And that's the thing with a lot of these guys. None of them are sure things. So, honestly, it's a crapshoot of a D-line class. So all these guys, Osa is a reach, but man.
Is it just need, or why are so many of these D linemen that were low on overall boards being reached for?
Yeah, teams need interior D line, man. It's a big need for a lot of teams, and there's just not it's like there's more demand than there are, actual good ones. And that wasn't the free agency class too. There weren't a lot of good D linemen out there, and a lot of teams scrambled for D linemen. So this is just a bad mix of there's a lot of need and there's not a lot of players there to fill that need for me. And I think that's why it's really kind of just gone down the drain overall.
We see Saints with a corner. Another Stanford player. We're getting a couple Stanford players here.
Ooh, Odebo.
Yeah, Odebo going to the New Orleans Saints, who I think Cale said this, that they need to improve the secondary, but unless they can improve the referee's ability to call pass interference or not, I'm not sure if they can fully improve the secondary.
That would be the biggest development for New Orleans.
That is what they need to improve more than anything else. And yes, that did screw them out of a Super Bowl appearance a couple of years ago. But Saints fans, I'll digress. Saints fans will never digress. They go secondary here. They need really a quarterback of the future, because I don't believe in Taysom Hill, and Drew Brees is now retired. But in all reality, that wasn't going to happen with where they're drafting in this year's draft.
We're forgetting about Jameis
Sean
Winston.
Payton loves
Jameis Winston is going to be their guy next year.
Do you think he's the quarterback of the future, though?
No, but I don't think they're going to run Taysom Hill out there and have him.
You really, but see, I would rather have Winston, but you really think that? I mean, Sean Payton has been publicly bragging about Taysom Hill like he's cutting a wrestling promo for years. He's Jimmy Hart to Taysom Hill's Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, I know he likes him as his
he's going to do a heel turn.
Swiss Army knife, but I mean, they wouldn't have Jameis Winston on that roster. They would have kept Teddy Bridgewater if they could have. He
said he's the Steve Young to our Joe Montana. He said that on a show. That was it. He made, I'll find the clip.
Find it. I had never seen it. And I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm just saying that that's insane that he said that.
Yeah, I think it was something like he could be our Steve Young.
They're going to go with Jameis next year, and they're going to keep Taysom Hill in that role he's in right now, and they're going to let Jameis have a run at it. I think I firmly believe that's what they're going to do.
Will he throw less than 25 interceptions then, if that's the case? Because we're looking at 33 overall turnovers, 30 picks, 3 fumble. That's the last time he was his full-time starter.
And then they shipped him off for some old man to come in, and look how that turned out.
And we could also get into, which we don't want to do, we could also get into the whole Steelers debate of last year on if they should have brought Winston in, that maybe would have gave them a better situation. Granted, if Ben returns, I guess it doesn't matter. We're not going to go there. We're not going to go there.
The Steelers should have signed Leonard Fournette too.
I'll say this.
We're not going to go there. We did that last year's show.
Someone just said in my feed, responded to one of my tweets, and they said not drafting any O lineman is a heck of a convincing way to get Ben to retire to get a quarterback next year, though.
Yeah.
It's the real mastermind games from Kevin Colbert and Mike Tomlin here.
Yeah. After praising him and saying we thank Ben for taking the pay cut, he set the way for veterans.
He might even retire now, preemptively, out of fear.
Right.
Out of fear
for
his life and well-being.
Mason, you go get killed, man.
Yeah, well, maybe, and if
you got your $5 million extension, now go get him.
Yeah, or Ben will just talk about pass attempts. He'll just be chucking the ball because he'll have to go from a 5-second release to a 2-second release.
You know as the way I see the Steelers, they're coming up on their third pick here. Still no offensive lineman taken. Deciding to go with Chooks and Banner at the guards. No center. I'm starting to believe that we are going to see, I'm fearful that we are going to see a very similar passing game from the Steelers that we saw in 2020. And that it'll incorporate Naji Harris. It's going to be great to have him as an outlet out of the backfield, and they'll do some interesting things with him. But we have this discussion, and we all have this belief that they're going to start throwing it down the field next year. If they don't improve this offensive line in any meaningful ways, they're going to be doing that stuff that they did last year that worked for 10 games and then bit them in the butt down the stretch. We're going to see that same thing if they don't find a way to give Ben Roethlisberger time. I don't think it's an issue coming into this year about his arm strength, because when the Cards were down, he started to throw the ball down the field. In that Colts game, he threw for a ton of yards in the Browns playoff loss. Obviously, they count for nothing, but they started to push the ball down the field when they had to. He can throw the ball down the field, I think, serviceably, decently.
Okay.
But they're going to get to a point where if they don't meaningfully address the offensive line, you can't do that. It doesn't matter if he can still do it or not, if the elbow's feeling great or whatnot, because they won't have the time to do it. And we're going to have that same short intermediate passing game where Juju runs the 5-yard outs, Deontay Johnson runs and drops the 5-yard slants, and they're going to have this same sort of predictable offensive passing game that they had in 2020 if they don't fix the offensive line and address that here with 87. But they're running out of options. I mean, Nick, can you provide some insight onto who is still – I mean, Miners is still on the board. We would have seen you have a breakdown if he got picked. We would have seen some emotion on your face. So what's the center situation looking like as we approach 87?
Man, I mean, honestly,
sounds bleak.
You kind of look, and I mean, there's Kendrick Green, who's really good. I like Kendrick Green. I think if they can get Kendrick Green, this will be a overall really good pick. I love Kendrick Green. Drew Dahlman, I think, is really interesting. Great athlete at the center position. They draft historically great athletes.
Sorry to cut you off, but this just popped in my mind. I had an epiphany. They love, and they have taken more players from this university than anyone else in their team's history. They've taken fan favorites, hometown favorites before.
Yeah, Pitt.
Most recently, James Conner.
Right.
Could Jimmy Morrissey be the center for the Panthers later on in this draft? Could they be waiting and hoping that Jimmy Morrissey is still there when they pick him, at 140 or something like that, or later on, obviously, than 140 or 128?
That would certainly be a strategy. Not sure.
What do you think are the prospects of Jimmy Morrissey?
Is that a good strategy? Yeah.
I think he's a good player. I don't think he's like instant starter though. Like that's the thing. Like I think he's a good player, but I'm not gonna hop up and down if they take him like round 4. He's like a 6th, 7th round pick. And at that point, BJ Finney's probably the starter, and I'm crying myself to sleep. So I mean, unless they have something up their sleeve where they're like converting. I know this was a story last year when Dotson came out. He was learning how to play center. Unless their big gotcha plan is to move Dotson to center.
I heard former Steelers offensive lineman this week, Trey Essex, suggest the idea of moving David DeCastro to center and lengthening his career with that.
Is that the plan, maybe?
But the move was contingent. Trey Essex hypothetical was saying they should move David DeCastro to center and draft Elijah Vera Tucker. Obviously, they never got that opportunity. And, I would think that you're running out of options here at this point.
Could they?
Well, here's the thing.
Could they still do that?
They could, because Wyatt Davis, Trey Smith.
Wyatt Davis is on the board still. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, Wyatt Davis is on the board. I mean, if that's their plan, they can get a starting guard here just fine.
And Wyatt Davis was outstanding at Ohio State.
Yep. If they can get Wyatt Davis and maybe they move, I think the more likely would be to move Dotson, right? I think rather than DeCastro.
But the point from Essex was that it extends his career.
Yeah.
Moving to center.
It could extend his career. You're right. Maybe that is the Steelers' plan. I don't know. It would be a bold one, but I mean, if it works out, obviously the Steelers' interior O-line would be much better than it was a year ago.
Yeah, that was one of the hot takes thrown out recently that I actually think made some sense. once you start thinking about it. And certainly that was a fan asked Trey Essex after he made that comment, would that extend his career? Was that about extending DeCastro's career? And yes, that was exactly the thought process. Maybe not as conventional because of what the Steelers have done so far in the draft, but maybe that still is their thought process here. It could also be, again, they just desperately wanted to improve the running game. That was the number one priority, and they feel like they did that with those first two picks. They didn't feel like they either loved a center enough, or maybe center was not a priority as well as improving the running game, or at least not on par with it. Obviously, they can't deny center is a priority, and it is a need based on Pouncey retiring. We are now at the Raiders here at 79, moving through this. Vegas coming up, Miami. We're not far from another possible selection here. Again, this is our NFL draft show here on Pittsburgh Sports Live and Steelers Now. And I also do want to tell everybody watching this, not to say in any way for you to stop watching this. We want you to keep watching this. But we do have an interview on Pittsburgh Sports Live, on Steelers Now, and on Nittany Sports Now. So it's great when we can throw it on multiple sites here amongst the network with Alan Saunders, who was not able to join us for this show. We had him on night one, a lot of coverage here, and the Penn State selection. Alan, great job there to take that away workload from me, because I was going to have to do that interview if Alan did not. But Alan speaking with our Corey Geiger about Freiermuth and how he could translate to the Steelers if he's a fit, his career at Penn State, and his reaction there. And I obviously didn't watch it yet, but I can just see the screen cap that YouTube selected was Corey's mouth agape. So I'm imagining he was surprised. I don't know. I can't wait to check that out. It's a short video, but they got the reaction from Corey as he took a break from covering that selection for the Penn State player to the Steelers. Raiders here have been a team that has kind of been funky in years past. We saw the cool guy fist bump on selection earlier on the day. What do you expect here on these next few picks here now into the 80s as we're moving through this draft here?
I mean, listen, here's the good news for the Steelers. We've gotten closer and closer to their pick. Myers still on the board. Green still on the board. Dahlman's still on the board. There's three centers that I think could start still on the board. That's the good news. Also the good news, Spencer Brown is still on the board. James Hudson's still on the board. Stone Forsythe is still on the board. There's tackles here if they want one. So there are O-linemen here that are good football players. And as we've mentioned before, mentioned the guards, there's Trey Smith, there's Wyatt Davis, there's Deontay Brown. There's a few good guards here as well. So the Steelers have options at the offensive line position. And I think as we get closer here, especially as we get into the 80s, and you kind of look at the teams that are up and down this area, Dallas doesn't need a center. Washington really doesn't need one. Miami might need one. But Vegas probably doesn't take one.
Miami got Baltimore's former center.
Yeah, Skura is not great, honestly.
Okay, well they signed him, so
yeah,
they're probably figuring they have one, right?
Yeah, I mean they could, but I didn't love Matt Skura. If I were the Dolphins, I would replace him. But maybe they like Skura. I don't know. But they could take one. But there's not a lot of one of those three that I mentioned: Green, Dahlman, or Myers are going to be around. So I think that's good news for the Steelers. I think that they can potentially get a starting center here or a starting. If they get Spencer Brown, I'm going to be ecstatic.
I mean, what the Raiders do also can set this in motion. The Raiders have several needs and back-to-back picks.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, this is one where we look up and down. And if they draft, perhaps maybe they surprise and draft a center. They did trade away Rodney Hudson. I mean, obviously they did do that. They could surprise here to potentially get someone that wouldn't really you would expect. But also, I mean, listen, Miami, Las Vegas, all these teams, this has not fallen like how we thought it would. A lot of guys have fallen down the board. Creed Humphrey, Miners is here. Osai fell. Ojulari fell a lot. I saw the same Jr. fell all the way to 47. I mean, this board has been wacky. We don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, so the second round has been really, really odd. A lot of reaches, a lot of players taken that are not tops on board, some needs being filled, and some teams, maybe the Steelers, not filling the need you thought they would fill right away in the draft as we see Like Ingold, a random selection here to be reading this Raiders pick.
Hey, that's a fullback, man. Respect them.
I do respect. I respect it more than the guitarist from the Pumas. I'll tell you that. And we see Malcolm Kuntz, linebacker out of Buffalo, ends up being the selection for the Raiders. So they go defense, they go backer.
What?
And Nick, I just want to throw it to you. Go ahead and react.
What? Are you kidding me? This is a word. Guys, do you want to know where Malcolm Kuntz was on my board?
I would like to know.
222nd overall.
Yeah. I had to read it twice to even be like, is this happening?
Edge 28.
What could have been the right? I mean, it's a need position, but and then they go Diablo there, safety, Virginia Tech with the next.
Okay, I like the Divine Diablo pick. That's a good pick.
Okay.
He's going to be a good player. But Kuntz is explosive with a little bit of flexibility, but like he has negative length. His arms are like, he's big, but his arms are like T-Rex arms. Like he cannot shake off tackles that get on him first. He doesn't really have a vast move set. He doesn't have an inside counter. He doesn't have a cohesive pass rush plan. He's got an inconsistent anchor. He's just very green. And I think you draft a guy at 79 as an edge, you expect this guy to come in and play reps right away.
And they make this pick with Ronnie Perkins, both Pitt defensive ends. Little shout out to the Panthers. Both Pitt defensive ends on the board. You got Dalen Hayes, an edge from Notre Dame. I mean, you got guys there. And they pick your 28th ranked edge rusher here in the third round.
Yeah.
This is classic John Gruden. Also, they picked 2 safeties here.
Well, and I agree, and granted, it's just Nick's opinion, even though his opinion's been astute, but I don't think anybody has this edge rusher at this point in the draft. What could John Gruden be falling in love with here? Because clearly John Gruden's falling in love with something. When John Gruden falls in love, he gets really, really in love. He falls hard. He wears his heart in his sleeve. What is he falling in love with?
Well, I know that when Mike Mayock evidently gets fired by the Raiders, he is not going to have his job back at NFL Network because he was their draft analyst, their draft guru, and then he leaves and goes and says, well, I can do this on TV. I can do it for real. And he goes to the Raiders, and they've reached for years. And then eventually this isn't going to work out. This whole thing's going to blow up in their face. The Raiders are going to fire and turn a new leaf and go on to a new era. And he's going to say, hey, can I get that job back? And they're going to say, dude, I mean, Alex Leatherwood?
Yeah. Credibility. It's not there.
The dude from Buffalo?
The dude from Buffalo.
I think, here's what I think Gruden's theory is. So, like, Khalil Mack was from Buffalo.
Are you doing it in the Macho Man impersonation? This is fantastic. Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to?
Yes.
So, like, I can't do. I'll try it if it hurts my voice. So,
Khalil Mack.
Macho Man Randy Savage says John Gruden really wanted the next Khalil Mack,
brother,
and the next Khalil Mack was Malcolm Kuntz because they're both from Buffalo. Get it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
It's
At least I got to meet Antonio Brown.
Initials. It's the initials inverted.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Like that's
that's what Gruden saying. Like, ooh, yeah.
Did you see? As a little aside here, as we creep towards the Steelers, the Dolphins now at 81.
Yeah. Hunter Long, tight end, Boston College.
They got Gesicki. Like what? They already have Mike Gesicki at tight end.
Another tight end in this round.
They didn't take a running back while I was, getting water and whatnot, did they?
No, not that I saw. I also I we were covering you, so you didn't have to announce your water break.
Yeah,
but
whatever.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean, no, yeah, that's true. That's
they
very,
still
very
need a
true.
running back though, and we got Trey Sermon on the board, Ramondre Stevenson on the board. I mean, there's running backs to take. They need running back, and they were so desperate to trade ahead of the Steelers to draft Naji Harris. They wanted Javonte Williams, and he got snatched out from underneath them.
Sure.
And there's running backs to take, and now they take a position that they already have.
They clearly don't love the running backs left. Clearly.
One more thing. You can tell there's a genuine difference. I mean, they're all excited to get drafted. There's just a little more juice from some of these guys when they're getting picked by the Chargers, the Rams, or the Dolphins, because look where you get to live.
South Beach,
Hunter Long was even more excited than you would expect him to be getting picked
Right.
in the NFL draft. These guys
Yeah.
get picked by the Dolphins, the Rams, the Chargers, and they are pumped.
Dude, we got to see Sean McVay's house with a window that showed Malibu.
Well, no, that's their they rented out this
Yeah.
turbo or a draft draft pad
in Malibu.
Basically, a la Kyle what's his name from the Cardinals?
Kingsbury. Yeah.
Kingsbury. Yeah, exactly. But they rented out this house and then didn't even have a first round pick. So I guess it stood there idle for a day, and now they're all hanging out there or whatever.
And they're looking at Malibu. Yeah,
that
that's a great sales pitch
for Miami. I thought Miami's done a nice job in this draft, but Gesicki was good too. I mean, he's had a good rapport with Tua. He had a good year. He's a great receiving tight end. They took him fairly high a few years ago, and now they take Hunter Long, who's considered, I would think, the second best tight end in this class. So.
I mean, they're maybe improving the running game without having a running game. I don't know. I mean,
they just have so many picks.
Yeah,
they don't know what to do with them.
Maybe they just feel like if they couldn't get Naji, then
or Devontae.
They didn't love any. Yeah, or Devontae, and they got screwed out of both. Maybe not their fault.
But
maybe they
could. This was a crucial pick for Miami because they don't pick again until the 5th round.
Yeah.
So
they could have drafted Harris, but again, they needed a running back. They missed out on 2. They didn't take 1. They're here without a running back despite all these picks. They've had an okay draft except for that position, really. In Washington now on the clock here is we're at 82, so we are now inching closer to another Steelers.
The guys on the board are Sherman, Michael Carter, Ramondre Stevenson. Gainwell is on the board too.
Yeah, we haven't seen a running back taken since Javonte.
Yeah, well, the Dolphins were that team that you'd figure we're going to take a running back, just like you're figuring the Steelers are going to take a center now. It's the one position that's keeps being a gaping hole out there.
Just saying, if I knew that the Steelers could get Michael Carter in the 3rd round, I would have smashed that all day and twice on Sunday. What a phenomenal value this would be.
Or
any team that
Trey
gets
Sermon too. Trey Sermon, a guy that they seem to have liked throughout this process.
Well,
he's got his warts, but in the biggest stage, he showed out.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Naji and Freiermuth are questionable position picks, but I think the thing is with this draft, they're both going to be very good football players.
Undeniably great players.
Yeah.
If you want to give the Steelers some credit, they got 2 players that are the best at their position.
Sure.
That's undeniable, and that's something to be applauded.
It's hard to do that too.
The only problem is that these are not the positions. They could have had the best center, arguably. Right. When you factor out Dickerson's, you factor in Dickerson's injury troubles.
Maybe the second best offensive tackle, and maybe that's better than having the best running back at that point.
Exactly. I mean, they had opportunities to get one of the best players available at all of these positions they need.
If they walked away with Tevin Jenkins and Creed Humphrey, no one would be complaining.
No, and again, to Cale's point, that would have been a better draft for me because you could replace tight end with somebody at least as a stopgap in the offseason as part of your winning now while trying to rebuild, even if it's not for after Ebron, it still would be current. And you could maybe make other moves to tweak the win now and rebuild mode, whereas what you need for the future as well as now will be harder to do that elsewhere. And you're ending up with these 2 position players that are going to show out at times that there are going to be fans during games saying, you analysts are dumb. Look at this touchdown. Look at this run. Look at this block. Look at this catch. But overall, positions are concerning based on where they went.
If they would have went Tevin Jenkins, Creed Humphrey, and now they're getting ready to pick here at 87, and it's, Trey Sermon's there.
Yeah.
Michael Carter, Gainwell, they're all there for them to take.
Yeah.
I think that is a draft I would have given the Steelers an A+.
Yeah.
Right there. I would have been ecstatic in a completely different mood than I am now.
Yeah. Well, I hope you're getting a better mood. I want this to be a good mood.
No, I'm happy.
A good mood vibe show.
I mean, you go to the next round.
I'm not
128 and 140.
And we see Brown receiver out of North Carolina being taken.
That's a really good pick. That's a really good pick.
You go to 128 and 140, and you can go corner edge rusher in whatever order you want. And those guys are depth picks.
Right. Nick, you like this Brown slot? I like this too. You're seeing the numbers. You're seeing 1,000-yard seasons at North Carolina, which is not a football factory. That's not a great quarterback there. He's able to show out no matter who's around.
Sam Howell is a fine quarterback.
He's good. Okay, but point of it is
North Carolina.
He's Baker light. I mean,
he is Baker
take
light.
that for what you will.
But this is a solid player, especially for at this point in the draft. You're now deep into the receivers. They're getting one of the better ones that could be had, and it's clearly a need for them. They need weaponry. They haven't really had a big play wide receiver in a while. So, yeah, I like this pick.
I love it, too. And with Curtis Samuel there now, as well as Terry McLaurin, and you get the deep threat of Diami Brown, who, in my opinion, was an early third-round talent. You get him this early. You get him around here. I love this pick for them. I think he's going to be really solid. I think this is a guy that's going to be able to take the top off defenses. McLaurin's going to be able to eat underneath. They're going to be able to get Samuel those yak opportunities. And don't forget, they still have Antonio Gibson. They still have Logan Thomas. They still have other weapons there too, plus a really solid O-line. And, I mean, this team, I think, makes the playoffs. They have a really strong defense. They just shored up linebacker. This team, they got Sam Cosmi at tackle. I mean, they've really killed this draft. I think that the Washington football team, they're my early prediction to win the NFC East again and make the playoffs, even with the questions at quarterback. I think Fitzmagic can do it.
And even with Dak returning to Dallas. Because I'd imagine Dallas would be the favorite by some national pundits entering the season. The Panthers go tight end here. We have another tight end off the board. Tommy Tremble, tight end out of Notre Dame. Notre Dame has had several players taken in these first 2 days of the draft. So another tight end off the board.
Is there a possibility here? Now, I know we got Tennessee coming up, and I need to refresh myself.
Yeah, Dallas, then Tennessee, yes.
I need to refresh myself on what Tennessee has already done. They've only taken a corner and an offensive tackle. Ronnie Perkins is there on the board. I don't want to speak this into existence like I accidentally did with Freiermuth, but do the Steelers snag a Ronnie Perkins here at 87 and just completely blow up this whole thing? This Zoom becomes a bloodbath. We start freaking out. And take an edge rusher here.
We go viral, Carol. Maybe that'll be good for business.
You know what? First of all, this is a freaking phenomenal pick. I was hoping Trumbull would actually be the tight end the Steelers would take, but Freiermuth works too. But I'll tell you this: look at Dallas, Tennessee, Minnesota. Who needs a center? Does anyone need a center? No one. I don't think no one needs a center. Miners might be theirs if they want it. But I'll also say this.
What if they don't?
I mean, they might. Well, then we'll have a meltdown in this Zoom call.
That's what
I'm saying. You got to allow that.
I'll throw this out there. That's really a scary proposition. We've heard reports that Anthony Schwartz is going to go earlier than we think. The Steelers love Anthony Schwartz. We know that. What if they take a wide receiver?
Well, my God, that's the one position that they don't need help with. They have depth. Juju's coming back. Deontay Johnson, James Washington could be better if he had more opportunities.
I would not be able. I'm telling you, when I can rationalize the pick, I try to. There would be no rationale that would justify Anthony Schwartz.
The Steelers love drafting receivers, but they also know they can always draft receivers. It's the one position they've been able to churn and be so successful with for the last 15 plus years with Kevin Colbert. Basically, every receiver they've drafted has turned to gold. That would be something.
So what I'm saying is, like Nick, what I originally proposed, and yours is an even more frightening hypothetical.
Yeah, I don't know if. Yeah,
and I hope that's not spoken into.
Cale was ready for that.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready for that. You guys might lose me. My connection might go out for the night. But is there a situation where the Steelers, they need help at edge rusher? As we know, Ronnie Perkins is on the board from Oklahoma. He was such an impact on what was an atrocious Sooners defense. When he came back from suspension, they turned a corner with him. He's by all accounts a talented guy. And we got some other ones too. Like I said, both the Pitt guys are there, though they don't really fit they don't fit the 3-4 with the Steelers. They're not going to stand up over a tackle. But is there a situation? Is there a possibility the Steelers say, screw it, we don't want to center at all. Don't worry about it. Naji Harris will run over anybody. He'll make everybody miss. It's 5 yards deep in the backfield.
Right.
And they go with an edge rusher to form a rotation with Highsmith and to spell TJ Watt.
Yeah.
I will say there's a few. Let's just look at possible targets outside of the offensive line. We've kind of talked that to death. Ellerson Smith still here on the board at edge. Ronnie Perkins, as you mentioned, but also linebacker. Baron Browning is there from Ohio State, and I know he's the type of linebacker they love.
And they love Ohio State players.
Cam McGrone, also from Michigan, still there. Jabril Cox, still there. There's a lot of talent at the linebacker position there.
And
If they want to go linebacker, they could.
That was a way more significant need before the return of Vince Williams, but still, Vince Williams on a 1-year minimum deal.
Yeah, it's not forever.
And they need someone to be there alongside for the future with Devin Bush. So you're right. I mean, that's absolutely still a possibility as well. I mean, that is going to throw a whole wrench in this thing, and we are going to all look like fools, and we're all going to be beat red if they go inside linebacker.
Nick, what are your thoughts on the Cowboys selection there of Golston? They go DN, they go the DN out of Iowa. They need to improve that defense. It's an incredible understatement to say that. They go defense early in this draft as well.
I mean,
how does he fit with the Cowboys?
Yeah, he's very lengthy. Not a super twitchy athlete. He's a guy that's probably going to be a spear run defender. Has some outside with that length, again, long arms, stuff like that, power moves, but he's not going to be a super elite player. He's not an elite athlete. I think he's a solid player. Good value for him here. As the Packers take Amari Rodgers, they finally took their receiver.
Yeah.
They got a good one. Amari Rodgers is a good football player.
And we're going to get Rodgers to Rodgers, and they both spell Rodgers the same, which isn't the common spelling of Rodgers, so that's fantastic. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers finally gets his receiver, Amari Rodgers, out of Clemson, sharing his name and sharing the field with him, I would assume, since Aaron Rodgers is not going anywhere no matter what he says. Is that the best option for the Packers there?
Definitely one of the best ones. I mean, they wasted no time in replacing A-Rod. I'm telling you, did no one catch that?
Yeah, I did.
Yes. A-Rod. Yes, correct.
It's
It's going to be A-Rod to A-Rod, though. It's going to be an A-bomb. It's going to be an A-bomb from A-Rod to A-Rod is the call for Michael Queta on Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah, Amari Rodgers, shifty, very good after the catch, good route runner, probably more of a slot guy, but they need a slot guy anyways. Devontae Adams certainly can do that, but he'll be the alpha, and I think Amari Rodgers can step in there, give them a good quality wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3, along with MVS and Allen Lazard. So I think that's a pretty good pick for them. I think Rodgers will be happy with throwing to Rodgers.
Hopefully he's finally happy. Hopefully this is the first time in 3 years that he has liked a selection from the Green Bay Packers and will not be practicing his Jeopardy hosting skills and will actually be excited about playing quarterback. Because, yes, he now has another weapon there.
How many freaking picks have the freaking Vikings had? Whoa.
And the Vikings feel like they have had several picks
had a
here.
ton.
Yeah, the Vikings still have several needs, too. And Kirk Cousins is not going anywhere from what they're paying him, but that's a question mark.
They've gone to a commercial before every Steelers pick, I swear. 2 or 3 picks before.
Yeah. Well, they also know the Steelers are going to run it on the stage. Can we time that? Are the Steelers going to be as quick with this pick? Do they have this pick ready, or is this more of a conversation? Freiermuth and Naji were just sprinted.
Watch them trade out here or something.
Or watch them take 10 minutes.
Yeah, right. Would we be against a trade out here? If they traded out, still stay in the 3rd round, but traded out for maybe an extra pick at the back end?
I feel like at this point, maybe you could probably get that. I still would have rather the center as a 2nd pick, but at this point, I guess I wouldn't hate it.
I wouldn't hate it either, but it depends on how far back you're going. And if we look at the rest of the order here, I mean, if they think they can still get Miners, if he can continue to drop just a little bit more, then I say, give it a shot, go for it. But as we look at these,
is that a risk you're willing to take?
Yeah, I mean, there's the Rams, the Panthers, the Vikings again, the Browns, Titans, the Bills, the Ravens are some of those immediate teams after them. I mean, the Buccaneers as well are at the last official pick before the compensatories here. So, I mean, if any of those teams need a center, then I would say probably shy away from that, but. Like I said, I'm all about picking up extra picks, but also at the point we are in the draft, at the area where they've kind of painted themselves into a corner here with their first 2 picks. I mean, I don't think you can risk it with the way this board is dropping.
Would that be the only thought process in trading back, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the biggest stumbling block. I think, though, if you don't love the options here, and they might not love the options here, if you don't love them, and you're like, well, we like Miners, we like Green, we like Dahlman, but we don't love them. Maybe you do trade out here. Just move back a few picks. I wouldn't move back more than probably 5 or 6, because again, as Kevin Colbert said, if we trade back, we need to have 5 guys they like. Maybe they just like more than they love here. Because I think this is the first one where we truly say there's not a guy that they might love. I think that there was clear love for Freiermuth. I mean, he literally had a bromance with Alfredo Roberts. I mean, so there was clear love there. But here, I'm not sure if there's a clear, oh man, they love that guy. I mean, there is. It's Anthony Schwartz, but
is Perkins your best available on your board? Mel Kiper has him top of his board currently.
No, I don't believe he is. I think.
Yeah, I will say this: you have not. Your big board and Mel Kiper's big board has very rarely been the same in terms of the top guy.
It's not. My top player available is Jabril Cox.
Okay, where would Perkins fall for you?
Perkins, counting right now, 5.
And we're seeing Wyatt Davis out of Ohio State, Minnesota. Minnesota loves Ohio State players as well, and that's a guard.
So here's where Perkins would be 6th best overall player, the best edge left, edge left on the board. So he was my edge 5. So
okay,
I like Perkins a lot.
Wow, but that's a big difference.
Take him at 87.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Enough for the Steelers to take him at 87 is what Cale
instead of a center.
I mean, not over a center. Miners is so Perkins is my 44th overall player. Miners is my 43rd overall player. That should tell you who I think they should take.
Okay. Because it sounds like Mel Kiper would advocate the Steelers going Perkins based on where he has him on the board. They're separated on the reverse by Mel, and I'm not saying Mel is better at this than our Nick Farabaugh, but that's just the national.
He's been in the biz for a long time. So
He was doing this when he was scraping magazines, literally magazines, way back. He was the revolutionary original guy. He's the OG at this, to say the very least. He looks the same age as he's been looking for our whole life, by the way, with the slick back hair. Yeah, and you can be annoyed with him all you want, people out there, but he has made a career out of this. So tip your cap to him in that respect. But even Todd McShay and others, it does seem split on whether Perkins would be top on their board, and you have him 6th overall on your board. So that is a major difference. Steelers now are on the clock here at pick 87. We've seen Naji Harris. We've seen Freiermuth. We've seen a running back. We've seen a tight end for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Those are 2 positions fans will like. Those are 2 positions that you're going to see flash some stats potentially and are going to help the team on the ground, which they needed help on the ground, to say the least. Those are also 2 controversial picks because the positions they play and when they were selected, and center still out there, linebacker still out there, other needs still out there. Will they go top of a board? Will they go position? Will they try to help TJ? They've been helping Ben. Will they try to help TJ? Will he be in their ear? Do they listen to him? All these questions potentially answered here with this pick, because center is the gaping need off of Pouncey's retirement, and clearly a need that many thought needed to be addressed with the 2nd round selection when they went tight end.
Yeah, so the pick's in already. They sent that pick in pretty fast.
So once again, it's really, really fast. They're sprinting picks in. I wish somebody would have that.
I guess Kevin Colbert's strategy. I guess Kevin Colbert's saying that they just wait who falls there must be true, because they're just probably plucking the top guy off their board and just throwing it in.
I guess. I mean, they're getting lucky then. I mean, that's what you want, to be able to just pluck off of your board here, and we're seeing a Rock and Roll Hall of Famer announcing this pick here. We're seeing Daryl DMC. Go ahead.
I mean, he the way Colbert described it was they mock themselves. So they go through the whole draft. This is who we would take at these slots. And then basically the top player available is who we're taking. So,
yeah, they've been at it for a while in terms of these draft rooms. Tomlin and Colbert have been at it together really longer than almost anybody else. They're in sync with each other. We do see the Steelers pick here. I need it on the screen. I need it on the screen for me. I got the TV muted. Need it on the screen for me. Okay. Kendrick Green, guard, Illinois, ends up being the pick. Nick Farabaugh dances. Yes! Nick Farabaugh's hands are in the air. There's a celebration there. First team all Big Ten, of course. How does he fit? Thoughts on this pick? Clearly, you like it.
What a stud. They got my center 4 in Kendrick Green. And Kendrick Green was a guy. Now, I prefer Miners. I do prefer Miners, but make no mistake, they got their starting center. Kendrick Green is the most athletic center in this class. He follows that trend. The Steelers love their athletic centers. He's a guy that can drive people into the ground, a lot stronger for your normal wide zone scheme. This allows Canada to run more wide zone. He needed more athletes on the line. That's what it allows him to do. Green is growing, and he's only getting better. Very strong, very athletic, guard and center capable. The Steelers just hit a home run with this pick.
Does this make you like the tight end selection even more now, because they do tight end with the second round pick? They still get their guy that fits perfectly in with what Canada wants to do. Is it maybe a thought process of, well, Humphrey would be higher on most boards, maybe even on our board if we're honest as an overall player? This player fits more into what Canada wants to do. We can get him later. We get the tight end now that we really, really like. Maybe there's a method to the Steelers' madness that they're lucking out to be able to have these players fall in their lap. I'm sure Kevin Colbert and Mike Tomlin love these picks. Does this make you like Freiermuth even more because we see a center fall into their lap here?
Yeah, I mean, it personally does for me. I think they have the starting center. He's going to improve the run game. He's very solid as a pass protector. This is a guy that's just a very, very versatile player that can do multiple schemes. Okay. He's a guy that I think Miners fits what Canada does well. But when you look at historically the centers Canada's had, he fits Kendrick Green does what they are the most.
And
I see tea leaves. I see tea leaves all over Matt. This is a Matt Canada draft. Very much so.
Well, I'm happy he has influence because they didn't go to him enough with his plays last year. We'll see what he really does with this offense now. Cale, we didn't like the tight end selection anywhere near as much as Nick Farabaugh. This makes him like that even more because they finally get their starting center. It was clearly a need that we both felt should have been addressed earlier. Maybe this is not a player that's best available for everybody, but fits the Steelers and Canada perfectly. Do you feel a little better about the Steelers draft right now based on this selection here and getting that guy?
I do feel better. I like Green a lot. I like and agree with everything Nick just said. And I think the athleticism for Green is what really makes him an ideal Steelers center. And they found a starter, and that's all you can ask for at this point in the third round. You needed a starting center. It couldn't be J.C. Hassenauer or a B.J. Finney. So a perfect situation in that aspect for the Steelers. But I still, like I said off the top, I'm not a believer in picks later rationalizing picks earlier because, they took Freiermuth at 55 and they didn't know how this thing was going to pan out, over the next 32 picks or whatever. It could have been a situation where there's a run on centers or something. Everyone decides they want a center and they're left with, with their hands up like, well, we tried, but he wasn't there we wanted. But I look back on how this draft could have gone for the Steelers, the hypothetical that it could have been. And if you look back and it's a first round pick of Tevin Jenkins, it's a second round pick of Creed Humphrey, and it's a third round pick of Trey Sermon.
Yeah.
And I think that
they could have got Sermon too. They could have got him.
Sermon.
He went right after the Steelers.
Yes,
right?
He went the pick after the Steelers, 88 to the 49ers. So if I look at the hypothetical best case scenario of what this draft could have been for the Steelers, I'm still going to take that hypothetical. I think the Steelers would be in a better position right now on the offensive side of the ball, fixing this run game, if they would have went Jenkins, Humphrey, Trey Sermon. But I will say, I like the pick of Kendrick Green. I think, like everything Nick just said, he steps in. He is the starting center. He's athletic, very similar to Marquise Pouncey in those respects. And he's going to step in and be the guy for you. And I can't hate on that. They found their center, and then that's a great move for them. But like I said, when I look back on what the draft could have been for the Steelers, the hypothetical and the best case scenario, I still like that situation better. And I think the one that I keep coming back to is the Freiermuth pick. The Naji Harris one that's old news. That's yesterday's news.
And they were going to do that anyway, clearly.
That's gone, okay?
Right.
And that almost seems like that was a certainty at that point.
Yeah.
It's the Freiermuth one that now has jumped that in my disdain that that one has jumped the Naji Harris pick to the point where I'm like, wow, like if you were going to get Kendrick Green here and you thought he would be available to you at 87, then what other things could they have done at 55? You know, could you have gotten a top flight edge rusher there? Were there corners to take? You know, were there other options they could have gone if they knew that Kendrick Green was going to be here, available, guaranteed at 87? You know, that's what passing up on Creed Humphrey leads me to believe. Landon Dickerson earlier on, Miners as well. They figured this guy would be available when they picked at 87. And like I said, when I go back and look at what the hypothetical could have been for this team in a best case scenario, I still like that one better. But this does alleviate some of my anger, my anxiety of how the draft had gone. And I like the pick a lot. I have to agree, with everything Nick said. Not necessarily his jumping for joy.
I'm sorry. Kendrick Green was one of my guys.
But he's his guy. And I respect the hell
out of
him.
Alex Highsmith was his guy last year, and we see how that worked out.
Highsmith was his guy, and we had a very similar reaction last year. I have to respect the hell out of that. When he's your guy and the team picks him, I'm fully cool with the pick. And I'm looking forward to see what they do next, because they still got some issues. They still got corner. They still got edge rusher. And I think that'll be addressed at 128 and 140.
We knew the Steelers had tons of needs in this draft. So many needs they really couldn't address it all in this draft. It really is weighing your needs. Clearly, the Steelers felt the running game and running back was the top need. That was even about the first two picks. And we get here now eventually getting their center. So they get their center, they get their guy. If they would have went off the board and they went linebacker, they still wouldn't have got their center. Then that would be a real issue. Having this situation with Naji, with Freiermuth, and then getting their center here, not the end of the world. But the hypothetical of Jenkins, Humphrey, and Sermon for me would be a better hypothetical. I would be supportive of that hypothetical. I'd be interested to know if the fans would support that hypothetical, if Steeler Nation would support that hypothetical. And Nick, I will even ask you, as we get Nico Collins here, it looks like a receiver to the Texans, as they finally, maybe they're just talking about him. No, that Nico Collins goes to the Texans there. I will ask you, Nick, Jenkins, Humphrey, Sermon, versus what the Steelers actually did. Do you prefer the Steelers' reality or the hypothetical that Cale posed of Jenkins, Humphrey, and Sermon? Because that hypothetical could occur. That could have occurred.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer the first option, but that does not mean that I don't like this option that they have. Naji, Freiermuth, and Kendrick Green's a good haul. I think that's a nice haul. I'm going to give that like a B+.
What would you give Jenkins, Humphrey, and Sermon?
An A+.
So then we have to criticize the draft.
It could have been better, and you can scrutinize it. But I don't think you can say now, wow, the Steelers bombed the draft. You know what I mean? They added talent. And I think Green's going to be a starter for a long time in Pittsburgh. I think Freiermuth is going to be here for a long time in Pittsburgh. I hope Najee's here for a long time in Pittsburgh. He'll at least be here 5 or 6 years, I think. But, I think this is a really good foundation-setting draft at the very least for Pittsburgh. I'm not going to complain about it too much. Yes, there were better possibilities, but kind of with the Steelers, I think you kind of look at it, well, it could have been better. Every draft could have been better. So if the Steelers, as long as they come out here, I think these are 3 future starters. Freiermuth is pretty much a starter. He's going to play a lot this year because Ebron can't block, so Ebron's going to be off the field more. So I think this is an impact now and a future pick as well for Pittsburgh. I like this draft, but yes, the first one is preferable because you overhaul the O-line, you still get your running back. But again, that hole at tight end, I think that was an underrated need. I considered that probably their 4th, 5th biggest need this year because of its inheritance to Matt Canada's scheme. So I believe that they came out of this draft with a really solid
The
draft.
Steelers fill their needs. They fit into Matt Canada's scheme. They clearly respect him and want to fill a team for him. All positives. They get their guys. Teams do have players fall to them by not swiping them in front of the Steelers. That's a benefit. So there was some luck here involved. Maybe you need to be lucky as well as being good. That exists. Maybe even Jenkins was the concern. Maybe they didn't love Jenkins as much as other people. Maybe they didn't want to go Jenkins. He didn't go to the early second round. So maybe if you're saying I don't love Jenkins, maybe that screws up the hypothetical there. Do want to ask you, we have 2 Pitt guys here on the broadcast. We see the first Pitt player taken, D-end, going to Minnesota. How does that fit?
Well, I love Patrick Jones.
Yeah, no, you can go, Cale.
I love Patrick Jones. I love the journey he had at Pitt. You know, he was a non-factor really, and over the last 2 seasons has just turned into an absolute animal. You know, he was a beast the last 2 years for Pitt, and was one of the reasons why they had one of the best pass rushes in all of college football. You know, I think he is just the prototypical defensive end. I think he could fill out a little bit more, but he's long. He has excellent pass rush moves. He's strong, and he just looks physically imposing, man. And that's the thing too. I mean, he looks like almost like a Jadeveon Clowney. I mean, that's like a different comparison from when he came out. Obviously, that's high praise, but he's got that kind of look, man, of just the athletic freak, long defensive end you want. He was so productive at Pitt. The improvements he made over his career were so impressive and deserve acknowledgement and respect. I think this is a good pick for the Vikings, and I'm surprised he didn't go a little bit earlier, but I wouldn't be surprised either if we see Rashad Weaver off the board here either, because I think those guys were, you know, kind of neck and neck in terms of ability, in terms of production. Weaver, I think, was even a little more productive last year. Jones had some near sacks that he didn't end up getting there, but he was absolute stud at just creating pressure and causing havoc.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great pick for the Vikings, and I'm glad to see the first Panther off the board.
Yeah, Patrick Jones the second ends up going to Minnesota, the end out of Pitt. It also helps the Pitt program again, win, lose, or draw. They churn NFL players, and that continues here, getting a player selected, certainly a fit for Minnesota, certainly a player that had success at Pitt, certainly a part of that defense. Again, win, lose, or draw, they churn NFL players. It's something that Pat Narduzzi can keep saying to recruits, and certainly helps the Pitt program. Nick, you watch a lot of Pitt ball as well. Patrick Jones II going to Minnesota. How does he fit into the Vikings scheme and what the Vikings like to do?
Yeah, I mean, the Vikings are a 4-3 team. Let's understand that they are a team that plays at a base end. So this is exactly the same scheme he played at Pitt on the front. He's going to be a base 4-3 D end. So this is not going to be a big leap schematically for him. He's going to be a looper. He's very effective at that. Now, I do think he's a little light. Jones was a guy that really needs to fill out his frame. He has that length, but again, he didn't really ever beat guys with much power. And I feel like that's a thing he could add to his game, but with his speed, with his flexibility, with the prototypical tools he has, I think Patrick Jones could be a really good football player. Opposite to Hunter, they needed this. I think Jones, I think Weaver is the better player. I personally prefer Rashad Weaver. I think he's more polished right now. I think he has the ability to add even more. He might not be as explosive.
Does Jones fit more into Minnesota?
I mean, yes, because they look for athletes. And I think Rashad Weaver, the one thing he lacked was twitch off the line of scrimmage. And Jones definitely had the more athletic profile than Weaver, but Weaver is going to be a really productive. I think Weaver's going to be a productive 8 to 10 sack guy just through technical ability alone.
You look at Weaver's hands, and I think that's what really separates him apart. I mean, we've seen these featurettes they do on his Krav Maga training and all that stuff, almost the Aaron Donald knife stuff, similar in a sense. I think his hand fighting is what sets him apart. I mean, he is just so he's just so lethal with those moves, and I think that's the thing with both of these pass rushers is that these guys are technicians with the moves that they put on guys, and they're able to get free on, and they've had success in a very good conference, Yeah. And they've gone up against top flight offensive tackles and had success. I think the thing with Weaver too, they might get
great quarterbacks.
Yeah, and great quarterbacks. I think the thing with Weaver too is he does have a little more weight to his frame than Jones does. I think I would give the edge to Weaver in that aspect too. But the other thing is he actually had some experience at Pitt playing at defensive tackle. So for teams, maybe in a pass rushing set, they want to slide him inside the tackle and get him matched up with a center or a guard. I think he has that versatility to potentially do that at the next level if teams want an added, way to utilize him. He has that experience. He had success in that role at Pitt at the few times they did use him in those areas. So, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Rashad Weaver off the board here pretty quickly for the Panthers. Another guy too, if we're talking about the Pitt prospects, I know a guy that Mel Kiper Jr., who we talked about earlier, is the OG in this whole thing.
He's the OG for
a guy that he keeps coming back to and mentioning is Damar Hamlin. The Pitt.
I love Damar Hamlin.
The Pitt free safety from Central Catholic. He was a guy who decided to come back last year, and I think by all accounts really improved his stock. He also improved his stock at the Senior Bowl. He got an interception at the Senior Bowl. He's a guy who is a sure tackler. He can be that center fielder back there, which was something he was trusted to do at Pitt, as Pat Narduzzi wants to put his guys on islands at corners. You need that single high safety at the top there. He was great in that center fielder role, and he can also go down in the slot. He's a good cover guy as well. So you can put him on slot receivers. He can cover tight ends, whatever you need him to do. I think his versatility and also leadership as well. He was a captain for the Panthers. The team rallied around him. I think he would be a great find for a team here as we get to the end of the third round or early coming up in the fourth tomorrow. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Damar Hamlin off the board here soon as well.
Again, Damar Hamlin's somebody that I definitely think has the know-how, has the ability, maybe underrated overall as a prospect. I definitely think he can have success at the next level. And no, he wouldn't be a first-round pick, but at this point in the third round, he definitely could make sense. Patrick Jones II to the Vikings, that makes sense. He fits in what they're trying to do. I get the conversation about Weaver, but I think that's a great pick. And again, it's a great situation for the Pitt program to be able to say, we are churning NFL prospects. That certainly can help recruiting. Nick Farabaugh, Cale Berger, Mike Asti here as we round out our night two of our NFL draft show here on Pittsburgh Sports Live, Steelers Now. And there are going to be clips here all throughout the Now Network. At least that's a benefit. Freiermuth selected out of Penn State. We have that interview with Alan and Corey on the reaction over there at Nittany Sports Now, as well as Steelers Now. Corey Geiger covering that over there at Nittany Sports Now with a selection of Freiermuth, as well as Alan covering the action for the Steelers selections over at Steelers Now right now. We're going to have some reactionary video from us and our thoughts on the Steelers picks, and also Pittsburgh Sports Now. The mothership gets involved there with Patrick Jones II going to Minnesota. So potentially a clip out for me there from that analysis. I do want to ask you guys, though, in the midst of our conversation about Patrick Jones II, Schwartz goes to the Browns. It's a wide receiver. It's another wide receiver for Cleveland. Does this mean OBJ writing is on the wall? They're done and he got to be shipped off? They were better without him. Baker was able to spread the ball around. We talked about it last night. He almost seemed calmer, even if he likes the personality off the foot of OBJ. On the field, OBJ being there didn't really help the team, and Baker made less mistakes without him. They get another receiver. This has been a great offseason for Cleveland. Are they still winning this draft, and does this mean OBJ's days are just numbered in Cleveland?
I'm not sure if it means I don't think his days are numbered. I think it's actually more Jarvis Landry whose days are numbered. Quite honestly,
that would be. I feel like the Browns fans would freak out if that was the situation, because there's certainly much more fans of Landry than OBJ right now.
I think Landry is a guy who's unathletic. He kind of leaves you with more. He's a guy that's not straight line fast. They wanted a deep threat. Rashard Higgins showed out when he played. Donovan Peoples-Jones showed out when he played. I've seen a lot of just people, and then the Browns writers I trust in terms of Jarvis Landry, who have said, the team doesn't really like him as much anymore. Wow. He's a guy, they view him as a slot capable guy with good hands. He's a solid player, but for his price tag, and it's the price tag, I think that's kind of.
But OBJ has this injury history and then off the field baggage. And honestly, everywhere he's been has not won. And I'm not saying it's his fault, but Landry's been a part of some success.
Yeah. I think my thing is with OBJ is, even with that taken into account, there's only so many wide receiver ones in the NFL, and OBJ at least has the ability to do it. And first of all, I mean, that's the logic. Now, let me get to Schwartz itself. I don't like the player. I don't like Schwartz. I don't think he's a very good football player. I think he's a lot more of a track star than he is a football player. He has drop issues. He's not really a nuanced route runner. He's more of a gadget player that you just get manufactured touches to and hope he can house it. Like, I was really hoping the Steelers were going to avoid him as a receiver, because it would make me go down again as saying I don't like a receiver pick, and then he would probably go off. But I'm not a huge fan of Anthony Schwartz. I think the Browns, I don't know, they got better in the receiving corps today. I don't know if they did. He's a different skill set than what they have, but I don't love the pick.
Okay, so this does make you like the Browns draft a little bit less.
Yes.
Cale, You seem to have some counter thoughts to Nick
So-
based on your reaction.
No, I'm sorry. I put
Okay.
out this hypothetical we talked about of the Tevin Jenkins.
Okay.
Humphrey. I
Okay.
put it out on Twitter.
Okay.
And
I was thinking about doing that. I'm glad you jumped me to it.
It is absolutely lighting on fire. I mean,
Is that right? You got a viral tweet right now. Is that what you're
but
saying?
it's going both ways. You know, some people, are you kidding me? The first option, Naji Harris. Are you kidding me? You're not the GM of the Steelers for a reason. That's why Kevin Colbert is and you aren't.
Okay.
And then I see people saying, if you don't take the second option, then you don't know anything about football. Then you're delusional. You're a delusional yinzer. I'm seeing. People are angry, and people are clearly torn on these picks. They don't know how to feel. And I think there's a portion of the fan base that believes the Steelers can do no wrong. Anything they do, I'm gonna 100% agree with it because they know better than me. And then you have another portion of the fan base that says, hey, we know our football too. Just because these guys have these jobs, they have these positions, doesn't mean that they are completely 100% right all the time. And like I said, these options were all there. There's a very why the face?
Whoever's announcing the pick for the Ravens was just taunting Browns fans doing the Ravens.
Oh, love it.
Okay.
But that's what
Jacoby Jones. Remember that guy with the Steelers? Remember he couldn't catch a football?
Yeah.
But all these guys were there when the Steelers picked at those respective spots, and they went in a different direction. That's their prerogative. But I wanted to put it out there as an option.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that personally, I would take the second option every day. Again, Jenkins is my 22nd overall player. Sermon is my 104th overall player. Humphrey is my 25th. Now, on the contrast, we have Naji, who's my 17th, Freiermuth, who's my 59th, Green, who's my 73rd. So, yeah, I would take option 2. But I don't think they came away, in my opinion, with 3 top 100 talents. And they got 3 starters or future starters. They got 3 instant contributors. So while this draft isn't, I think the second draft is better. And obviously, if you want to draft, you want the best draft possible.
Sure you do.
Luckily, I will say this. The discussion here, I just won't go completely nuclear and say I don't think the Steelers bombed it. I think the Steelers came out with 3 good football players. I do think it comes back to Naji Harris, and
I don't think anyone's saying they got an F on the draft.
I think it's all going to come back to how long Naji Harris stays as a top running back, though.
Yeah.
If he outlasts him, if he outlasts himself, and he's a productive running back until the age of 31, and he's 28, 23 right now. If you have 8 years out of a running back, people will look back at this draft, I think, very, very glowingly.
Sure. Let me re-ask a question I asked at the top of this show a different way, and I posed this yesterday on Twitter, and I may repose it again. And this especially goes off of Cale's hypothetical, because that hypothetical, I would take the Jenkins option. I would take the second option. I think that would be the better draft. Granted, I get what the Steelers are doing. What has to constitute Naji Harris being a successful pick? And I don't just mean 1 year. I don't just mean being a good player. It could go different ways. It could go off of what you think would be. Because people have the issue of the position and the shelf life there and not needing an elite back at that position. So is it for you him having to be a star in general, like say Le'Veon Bell, but that wouldn't be 8 years with the Steelers? Is it for you him having to be good for a couple years? Is it for you him having to be an integral part of a good Steelers team, with or without Ben, that they're actually good and the running game's overall improved? Or is it even that he has to sign a second deal with the Steelers, because that's very, very rare for running back to do? Bell would have been a rare guy to do it, but he turned down money that eventually should have been a deal that he did sign. What would be a successful pick of Naji Harris in the first round? Immaterial of the hypothetical, maybe you could include that in your mind, but what would it have to be? Because you're painting the picture of 8 years and a cloud of dust, and he's going in Steelers Hall of Honor and all of that, and that would obviously be a great successful pick. But that seems unlikely, even if he's good for 2 or 3 years, that he would be there that long.
Yeah.
So in reality, what would have to occur for that pick to be successful?
So let's keep it in reality. Let's say he's really good till he's 29. So 6 years. So let's say they pick up the 5th year, they tag him, and then let's say they get a 3rd-round comp pick. He's still a star at 29. This is possible. We've seen guys do this. Let's say he's really good at that age. They get maybe not a 3rd-round comp, but they get a comp pick, right, for him. He walks after year 6. They don't want to pay him. Okay. I think respectively within those 5 to 6 years, he could walk after his 5th year. I mean, it's if they get 5 really good years out of him and they win a Super Bowl in that time frame, I think it would make it worth the pick. Now, here's the thing.
And they win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years.
I would, in order for me to go back on it, and let's say Naji leaves, a 28-year-old Naji leaves the Pittsburgh Steelers, goes elsewhere, they recoup a comp pick for him, and all is good in that area. And they don't win the Super Bowl, but maybe they make, maybe they make an AFC Championship run, 3 or 4 playoff appearances.
Yeah. Is it about the team or the player?
Yeah. Is that going to be successful? Like, do we think Le'Veon Bell in the 2nd round is a successful pick? Looking back on it, was it good value? Was it good value?
I would say yes, especially because it was very likely that anybody with a sound mind would have signed that 2nd deal. He didn't end up signing it, but and his career has gone the way it's gone since.
So Lev Bell.
I would say that's a successful pick.
So it's a successful pick.
It wasn't first round, though.
Yeah. So it wasn't first round good, you think? So, you wouldn't take the 5 years, what he gave it 5 years, I think, right?
Well, I'm not saying I wouldn't say that was successful first round.
Would you take, if they say they got the same 5 years from Najee?
Okay, that's a fair.
As Lev Bell, the same things happened with Najee that happened with Lev Bell. They made the AFC Championship trip. They got deep into the playoffs with him.
But no ring.
Would you look back on the Najee pick and say it's a mistake?
I would say in that regard, you could absolutely argue the Najee pick then would be a successful pick. The only way you would still counter it as not being successful is if something else occurs with the rest of the draft, or Jenkins becomes the next Pouncey or something. I mean, just immaterial to the player, though, because I guess it's not fair to grade a player off of what happens elsewhere in the draft. If Naji Harris has the same career as Le'Veon Bell, identically, individually, team-wise, around the same career, I think the pick would be successful. I think the pick would be validated. I think Kevin Colbert and Mike Tomlin, even if they're no longer with the Steelers, would not look back and say they regret that draft pick. I don't think they look back and say they regret the Le'Veon Bell draft pick. They may regret how it went down at the end. They may regret they haven't won a championship with Le'Veon Bell and they hadn't got a ring with Le'Veon Bell, Antonio Brown, and Big Ben together in that triplet scope. But I don't think they regret the drafts. I don't think they regret drafting Le'Veon Bell, and I don't think they then would regret drafting Naji Harris. But that's why I ask it, because the conversation exists around, and I've said this, and I'll take it too, that it's rare for running back to sign a second deal. That's why you maybe wouldn't do it in the first round. You don't need an elite back, etc. The Steelers had an elite back and didn't win a ring, so you're not guaranteeing anything team-wise. And money-wise, it could hurt you the rest of the way. Should you throw cash at a running back? Probably not. Maybe they're better off they didn't actually throw that cash at Le'Veon Bell and he turned down the deal. So that's why it's a conversation for sure. Cale, what would need to occur for you for that pick to be successful? Do you agree with what Nick's saying? If he had the same career as Le'Veon Bell, would that legitimize the draft pick?
Yeah, I think it would. I mean, Le'Veon Bell had that. This is assuming. Are we saying that this is the Le'Veon Bell that suffered through injury, that suffered through suspension?
I guess not suspension.
Let's just say, not suspension.
A full
productivity on the field.
Yeah, let's just say, Najee has a history of staying healthy. Let's say Najee stays healthy, plays on a Le'Veon Bell track, and that's the Najee
plays the whole time.
Yeah, for most of the time.
Say
on the field.
Yeah, I would say it's a great pick, but you have to remember, not only was Le'Veon Bell, a unique player, a talented player. He had specific traits that just made him special for the Steelers, but he had a great offensive line in front of him. And a lot of those pieces of this offensive line, now we keep coming back to, we love the Kendrick Green pick. It's a great pick. We're not going to dispute that. But you look at the offensive line that includes some of the guys that are still on this team or some of the guys that were immediately just on this team. Those guys were more in their prime at that point, okay? You had an Alejandro Villanueva that was one of the better left tackles in the NFL. You have Marquise Pouncey, who's arguably the best center. DeCastro, who's arguably one of the best guards. You had Ramon Foster, who was excellent. He had an excellent offensive line in front of him. So that's part of the reason why Le'Veon Bell was so successful with the Steelers was not only was he a talent, not only was he a phenomenal player, but he had a great offensive line creating holes for him. He worked in unison with those guys perfectly because of the way he would hesitate, pause in the hole, let the blocks develop. Those offensive linemen love that. He let their blocks develop, and in turn, it let him succeed, and he made them look good. So, that was a symbiotic relationship that I think produced why Le'Veon Bell was so great, because we look at what Le'Veon Bell did, on the Jets. Obviously, he's an older Le'Veon Bell. He's Le'Veon Bell years and years later, but, Le'Veon Bell looked very different when he was playing behind a suspect Chiefs offensive line last year and a suspect Jets offensive line.
You know what Le'Veon Bell critics would say, that the offensive line made him more than he made them.
And that's what I'm saying.
I mean, he was always an elite receiver, though. You can never.
No, absolutely, always a elite receiver, and so is Naji Harris. But that's what I'm
Right.
saying is, is Naji going to be Naji and what the Steelers expect and want out of him in terms of production if the offensive line isn't doing its part? If they're not pulling their own weight up front.
I will say this: I think one difference between Le'Veon and Naji is that Najee's ability to string moves together one after the other to make people miss in the open field is better than Lev Bell's.
Yes.
I think Najee has a little bit more burst, a little bit more explosiveness. Now, that doesn't mean Najee's a home run hitter. He's really not.
Bell a better athlete overall?
Yeah, I think he's a little bit of a better athlete than Lev Bell. But there is one fear of mine, and I think the Najee pick, when we talk about those AFC Championship runs, potentially that would make it successful, you also have to take into consideration they have to hit on a quarterback in order to do this. But also, my worry is we're going to look back at Najee. It's going to be 5 great years that he played with the Steelers, but they weren't able to do anything with it. He's going to be like Christian McCaffrey, where he was phenomenal, elite, made Pro Bowls, made an all-pro team potentially, and the Steelers never did anything with it because they didn't have anything. And then you look back on that and you probably say, well, we could have gone elsewhere, because even though this was an elite football player, we could have had, we could have traded up for Justin Fields. We could have taken Tevin Jenkins, who could have been a stalwart at tackle. That's the one scenario that I think is also likely. That's possible if they don't get a quarterback, where they just stay in limbo, where Najee actually never plays in many meaningful games because the Steelers are just in the middle.
Yeah, that would be.
I think the other thing too is
a likely scenario.
Nick, you mentioned that for success, the Naji Harris pick for Steelers would mean a success, or it would make that pick worth it if they won a Super Bowl in the 6 years he was here. I think if we're saying that a first round pick, especially a running back, if a team wins a Super Bowl and that's what's determining if it was a successful pick or not, I think it was the wrong pick. And I think that really goes for any position.
Because that's just so hard to do.
If we're saying but especially truly, a running back, because running back's a pick that I think we all agree shouldn't be taken in the first round. Even if we're the Jaguars and saying if they don't win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years under Trevor Lawrence, that they've screwed something up. I mean, what are we doing here? So I think that's the thing with Naji Harris. I think we keep coming back to, he's a phenomenal player and no one's disputing that. But I don't think he moves the needle, especially for this season, because if we're asking the Steelers to win a Super Bowl and they think they're competing for a Super Bowl this year, I don't think he moves the needle as much as everyone thinks in 2021 for the Steelers to contend with the other Super Bowl candidates. I don't think that he moves the needle for them in this season. Now, like I keep coming back to, he is an outstanding player, but I still am not a big fan of taking him at the number 24 pick in the first round. And I still think that we come back to that Le'Veon Bell discussion we just had. It's a symbiotic relationship. It's chicken or the egg is what I said yesterday. And I would have taken, I guess, would 2 offensive linemen first be the chicken or the egg? I'm not really sure. I guess the 2 offensive linemen would have been the chicken, and Trey Sermon or someone else in the 3rd round would have been the egg, instead of Naji Harris being the egg and Kendrick Green being a very big.
I'm following you. I do follow you.
Making sense here. Okay.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. I also think I'm getting delusional here as we're getting ready to close up shop.
Coverage and throwing on Animal Planet.
Yeah. Well, that needs to be something maybe on TVs everywhere as well.
Jeremy Wade just caught an Arapaima.
I love that show so much. They would air marathons of River Monsters for like the last year, and they've all on Friday nights. Tonight they will be airing a River Monsters marathon, and then all of a sudden stopped. I can't believe it. I would sit for hours and watch River Monsters, and I would tweet it out every Friday. Oh, here we go, another Friday night wasted. And Alan would always retweet it and be like, "Hey, there you go again." I love But he
This is
always
we were
good.
talking. Quinn Myers finally just went off the board, 98th overall.
Yeah, I was gonna say Quinn Myers goes off the board there, but so I want to get analysis on Quinn Myers going off the board, but also if in the midst of our conversation, Perkins went off the board as well to New England. So it's another player that kind of fell in their lap that probably was the best available selection for them, but also fills a need. So how does he fit in with New England? How has New England been doing? It does seem like they're having a solid draft to kind of resurrect themselves. And then Miners going off the board as well.
He gonna be good. They're gonna be good there in New England. I think Ronnie Perkins is just another piece. They get Donta Hightower back. They get a ton of guys back from opt out. Just when you think the Patriots go away, they just creep right.
Yeah, they're not going to fail at that position too.
They revived the O line. They got Hunter Henry and Jonnu. I mean, Cam Newton should be okay with that supporting cast. I don't think Cam Newton might not be what he was at MVP hype, but I don't think Cam Newton's featured enough to where he could screw this up. And they also have Mac Jones, who, listen, he's a facilitator, but that's a pretty good surrounding cast he has right now. So
yeah, it's going to be hard though, because you have Cam Newton running one offense. Mac Jones could not be more of a polar opposite. In practice, they're going to be running two different offenses. And you can't have Mac Jones run the Cam Newton offense just with the second team. So I wouldn't be shocked that Cam Newton, he's going to have to be really, really good. Or if they don't make a playoff run and they're an 8-8 team, I wouldn't be shocked if Bill Belichick tries to force Mac Jones in there quicker than Cam would like. And Cam's very unlikely to be on this team next year because they're just so different. It's going to be tons of work to get them both schemes. Are you expecting them to literally have two completely different schemes on the practice field, which is not even common necessarily? They'd have to. Mac cannot run Cam.
It might just be one package. I assume they're going to run the same base stuff, the same stuff that kind of underlies the scheme, but they're going to have zone read option, veer. With Cam, because Cam can run, and I just think that they'll just have to taper kind of the things to Mac Jones. I think Cam might open up the offense actually more. I think even though Cam's shoulder isn't what it used to be, he still probably has a little bit more of an arm than Mac Jones does. I mean, there's differences.
What an indictment on Mac Jones.
Yeah, honestly, but there's differences, but I think you can keep the same base principles. But yeah, you do obviously have to change the play calls, kind of change route concepts and stuff like that. But you can keep, we're gonna run a spread offense, and these are going to be our base principles. And I think you can do that. But obviously, you lose the threat of Cam Newton on the ground, which is obviously a big threat because Cam, even still now, he can still truck anyone. He's still very much a threat on the ground. I think
we're absolutely going to see a scenario where Mac Jones is starting for a decent portion of the season for the Patriots, but we're going to see Cam Newton on every drive in there on the goal line or in short yardage. I mean, they're going to put him on 4th and 1, on 1st and goal from the 1. I mean, Bill Belichick's going to utilize him. I mean, he's there. He's under.
How mad is he going to be though?
Cam Newton?
Yeah.
I'm probably very mad. And that's a pride thing. I mean, he's a prideful guy. This is not, I don't think it's selfishness from Cam Newton.
No.
He's a prideful guy. He's a former league MVP. He's a former Heisman Trophy winner. I don't think it's selfishness at all. That's how it'll be spun because it's Cam Newton and that's how he's been spun his entire career, the perception of him. But, I think it's simply like, hey, I want to be the guy. I don't necessarily want to just be a guy. I want to be the guy, regardless of where he goes. And
he should feel that way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's a competitor. He's one of the most competitive guys in the league, and they're all competitive at this point. I mean, I don't think there's anyone in the NFL who's not competitive.
Right.
So that's how my prediction of how I see that.
I don't
will start.
Yeah, I don't think the drafting of Mac Jones is good for Cam Newton's career moving forward. Certainly not with the Patriots at all. Miners, though, going off the board as well, Nick. That was a player that you have been discussing for literally 8 hours of broadcast, and he now goes off the board.
I do kind of wonder what happens if Cam suddenly has a revitalization, and they're like, wow, we can't take Mac. We can't put Mac out there.
It could go completely. That's going to probably be a national topic on the hot take shows all year. I feel like that's
I know it is.
They love it.
Yeah, getting on Miners.
Yeah.
Quinn Miners with Mike Munchak, man. I love that
Oh.
fit. That's going to be great. Again, he was a top 50 player for me. I think Miners is a guy who looked phenomenal at the Senior Bowl. He's really grown as the football player over the past year, clearly by the Senior Bowl from his Wisconsin Whitewater tape. Mauler, athletic, can play guard or center for them. That's a steal for them at that spot. Phenomenal pick for Denver, and Miners going to a really good spot in San Francisco. You can't go. I don't care if I was an offensive lineman. The one place I would want to go is Denver. I want to work under Mike Munchak.
Yeah, and Steeler fans are familiar. That was a major loss from the Steelers, and that was a whole topic a couple of years ago. And
well, that's the other thing too, is as we talk about this decline of the Steelers' offensive line, it's come with age and it's come with retirement and other factors. But the number one thing that has caused, I feel like, the Steelers' offensive line decline is the loss of Mike Munchak.
Yeah, there were some people that wanted him to become the head coach just to keep him. I mean, that was a whole topic a couple of years ago. Yeah. That was certainly a loss that was felt, and that was a very polarizing conversation. That wasn't the reality of making him head coach, but there were many that thought you do whatever you can to keep him. You pay him money that's equivalent to the top assistant. Ends up not only leaving, but going to Denver, keeping his career rolling, helping that team. He's getting some picks. Is going to be a challenge for him, but certainly going back to work. Tennessee currently on the clock. Anything else from any picks recently that anybody has thoughts on in terms of
Ben Cleveland to the Ravens? We didn't talk about. They get a big time mauler. This dude's built like a bodybuilder, power type of guy that just kicks your face in. I mean, he's very physical. Essentially, what I'm trying to tell you is he's a Baltimore Raven, and he fits exactly what they look for. Going to be strong on the interior of that line. They get better. Good pick for them. I think the Ravens so far have had a decent draft, not a great one, again, because I don't love the OA pick. But I do think Bateman and Cleveland are quality adds. And they always draft well, and no surprise. The Ravens are one of the best drafting teams in the NFL.
I also like the Titans. This one just recently, the Titans taking I think they're about to do it right now. I'm a little ahead, I guess. Elijah Molden, the corner.
I see it now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a great pick.
The corner from Washington. He's a guy that probably could have gone much earlier in this draft, just the way the board has fallen. And like we talked about earlier with them taking Caleb Farley, they had the worst pass defense in the NFL last year, or one of the worst pass defenses in the NFL. They're going full speed ahead on trying to address that. So I think that's great value for them. And he's a guy with NFL pedigree, too. His dad played for many years with the Saints back in the 90s. So
absolutely,
I think it's a great pick there for the Titans, trying to improve that defense. And to their credit, they've done a lot of good things on the defensive side of the ball, not only just getting Bud Dupree, but addressing this secondary as well for Tennessee. And Tennessee they're going to be good in the AFC next year, and I think they're going to potentially run away with that division. Depending on what we see from Carson Wentz there in India.
Right, that's the wild card
race for sure, based on the dumpster fires that are Jacksonville and Houston, more so Houston, because they have the number one overall pick. But I really like what Tennessee has done to improve here, and look, their offense is fantastic. It's the defense that just getting shredded, and then when they're forced to run and you neutralize Derrick Henry because you can't run with him anymore when you're down. This will help alleviate some of that and put them in a better spot. So it's a good pick.
And they've had underrated quarterback play. Maybe underrated quarterback play.
He's been so solid. And he was actually decent in Miami, like towards the end there, but then he tore that ACL. Matt Moore ended up taking them into
Miami fans just hate the man.
Yeah, no, Matt Moore ended up taking them into the postseason and got destroyed by the Steelers. Was it Bud Dupree who knocked him out? Matt Moore.
Yeah, it was him.
Yeah, Bud Dupree knocked him out, and then they kind of just let Tannehill walk after that, and he bounces around and takes over from Mariota, and now has carved out a nice little niche for himself. So, all the kudos to Ryan Tannehill for what he's carved and. Nashville's a great city too.
Oh yeah. One of the best cities in the country for sure.
You hand it off to Derrick Henry. You have AJ Brown, who just a bowling ball out at wide receiver. Just a great.
Yeah, right.
They are a very well put together team, and I like Mike Vrabel too.
Right up there with New Orleans is one of my favorite cities in the country for sure. And yeah, Ryan Tannehill very underrated. I would say more underrated the last couple of years than prior to that, but certainly underrated. Certainly good enough for what they're doing. It is concerning that they're building a team still predicated off the running game, which I don't think is the best system overall. But now they're fixing the defense. They have an underrated quarterback. They're doing things. As we get to move to the end of this round, the end of the show, and the end of our Pittsburgh Sports Live coverage of the draft. The Steelers draft is not officially over, of course. So I do want to ask both of you here, Nick Farabaugh, Cale Berger, Mike Asti here, our night 2 edition of the NFL Draft Show here on Pittsburgh Sports Live and Steelers Now. And we've been able to touch all the networks with some of these picks, so that also works for us as well. What do the Steelers need to do the rest of this draft? What grade would you give this team currently in this draft? And thoughts, any final thoughts here as we get towards moving, but mainly what do the Steelers need to do the rest of this draft?
Well, I'll say this. My biggest thing that we've had a run on corners here as of recent, which is a little concerning to me. They need a corner bad. I think they have to come away with a corner in round 4. But there's also, look at the linebacker board, Cox, Browning, McGrone, the incredible value at linebacker, off-ball backer, that is. There's phenomenal value at these spots. And by the way, Detroit just stole Ifeatu Melifonwu.
They did. Another one of your boys.
Yeah, one of my guys. 32nd overall player on my board. Phenomenal value for them. He's going to be a football player, I'll tell you that. He's going to be a really good pick for them. I like him a lot. But yeah, this is why I'm saying run on corners. We've just seen Molden go. We just saw Nashawn Wright, Elijah Molden, and Ambry Thomas now. That's 4 straight corners. A lot of corners off the board. Shaun Wade's still there, but you kind of wonder where they're going to go with corner. They need one bad. I think that's the top need. I think if the value falls right, they can afford to go linebacker. I think they could, but we'll see. I think they need to fill out edge depth. I think edge depth and corner are probably the biggest 2. Then you have to add a tackle somewhere. At this point, I think you add a developmental tackle with upside at this point. I think that's what you should add. Just defensive depth overall, some O-line depth. But I think for the most part, attacking offense with the first 3 picks, most of the rest of this draft, mostly I think is going to be on the defensive side of the football. I think filling that out.
You would think so. Cale, what do the Steelers have to do the rest of the way?
Well, I think it's corner is the number 1 option right now, first off. I mean, I think 128, like we just talked about, this run coming on right now. I mean, corners are going off the board fast. I don't know how much. Hey, Alan Saunders.
Yeah, we have Alan to close things up. I'm glad to.
I think they got to go. I think they got to go corner, and then I think right at 140 after that they got to go edge, and then it's kind of free reign after that. But it's got to be corner based on the run here. Nick mentioned Shaun Wade. Shaun Wade is a guy who was at his best at Ohio State playing in the slot. So if you have faith in Cam Sutton to play outside, maybe you take Shaun Wade as a slot corner with an upside to potentially play outside one day. But he was at his best in the slot and took a little bit of a downturn last year playing on the outside for the first time in that man-to-man coverage over at Ohio State. And then after that at 140, like I said, I think you got to go edge. You have to get someone for depth because right now it's Highsmith and Watt. You need someone to be in there to give those guys a breather. So I think those 2 positions right now are paramount to take with their next 2 picks coming up in the 4th.
Alan Saunders joining us here on our NFL Night 2 draft show here in Pittsburgh Sports Live and Steelers Now. Alan, I'm sure you could imagine the riveting conversation we had over the last 3.5 to 4 hours.
I feel like I heard some of you through my walls at the time. From across the city, I could hear the noises.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I did see, actually, you took my workload down. I appreciate that, doing that conversation with Corey Geiger.
I had some counter programming.
We had counter program. We were able to touch on all the networks. So as I said on the show, it was good for business, at least for us. So what did you make of that selection, of these Steelers selection to this point? What did you learn from conversations of Freiermuth and these players in those Zooms? And what did Corey have to say? Because I'm going to watch that clip, but what did Corey have to say? Corey Geiger of Nitty Sports now covered, obviously, the Steelers' second-round draft pick at Penn State.
Yeah, I mean, I think Pat Freiermuth was a good best player available type pick. I think tight end is a position of need. I think he's a good fit for what the Steelers like to do on offense, and that he's a willing blocker. He's still a very athletic player. He's kind of called baby Gronk. He's not really that. He's more like a better receiving Heath Miller. And I think I think he has the potential to be a really good starting tight end. I don't think he's going to be like, he's not one of these elite athletes at the position like a Kyle Pitts that's you're going to flex out and do all kind of crazy things with. But I think he's going to be a really solid tight end for him. And they needed one. Let's be honest. You need two tight ends that can both play at the same time. And their second tight end was Zach Gentry or Kevin Rader. Like, that's just not going to get it done. And so I like the fit in the pick. I just feel like they did not address their biggest need until maybe too late. I don't know what Nick said about Kendrick Green, but I think it's a weird fit unless they're going to run basically nothing but zone. And he's a better run blocker than he's a pass blocker, I think, for sure. And this is a team that throws the ball a lot. Or has thrown the ball a lot. I don't know. This doesn't fit what the Steelers have been. Maybe it fits what the Steelers are going to be. But
that's
I didn't
kind of
get
where Nick went.
I didn't get that out of any of the coaches that I talked to today. Nobody said like, "Oh yeah, we're going to play, 2 and 3 tight ends and we're going to do nothing but outside zone scheme." And I don't know. Maybe they are, but that it's a weird fit for what they've done. And it also feels like it's a bit of a panic pick. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't feel like that was the best player available on the board then. So they went best player available, seemingly by kind of picking Freiermuth, and then I don't know. This felt like more of a reach because they felt like they needed to get a center. I don't know. It feels muddled and a bit without a consistent direction. I think that is the best way I can describe these 3 picks, except for just simply improve the running game. But I think even if you went into this draft with the idea that all you wanted to do is make the Steelers running game better and literally nothing else matters, right, I'm still not sure those were the best 3 picks in that order to accomplish that.
Well, I brought that up as maybe that might have been what the Steelers felt like they just needed to do, whether that's right or wrong. Cale brought up a hypothetical that's out there on Twitter going viral, and we talked about it, of that Steelers selection of what they did of Naji Harris, Freiermuth, and Green, or the opportunity of having the hypothetical of Jenkins, Humphrey, and Sermon. Which of those 2 would you prefer? Because the Steelers could have had the Jenkins example.
Or they could have had I mean, you can do that a bunch of different ways too. They could have had, Dickerson and whoever was on the board at 55 at tackle and Sermon.
Okay.
I think I don't know. I don't really feel like they got the best. I mean, listen, Naji Harris is a really good running back, and he's going to be a better running back than the running backs they had, and he's probably going to be better than Trey Sermon. How much better? I don't know. I just sat there today and looked up stats for like 2 hours about running backs. And,
you told us that.
And look, getting the best running back in the class gets you a better player, but it is not some kind of massive difference. I mean, it's a little bit better. I mean, and that's all it is. It is not like you take a Saquon Barkley and then the rest of the guys in that class are just scrubs. Like Saquon Barkley has 2,300 yards and Sony Michel has 2,200 yards and Nick Chubb has more because he's been healthy. And so like, it's not like getting that top back gets you all this extra value that it makes up for the lesser player on the other end. And so I don't know. I think
I will say this.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
I want to respond to the Kendrick Green points mainly.
Yeah.
I believe in Kendrick Green way more than you do. Again, he was my 73rd overall player. I think this is a player. I think, first of all, I think they hired Chris Morgan from the Shanahan tree. I think this signals they're going in a more zone area. I definitely think we're going to see more zone. Now, is there a little bit of problems there? Yes. I mean, they kind of have a weird line right now with Dotson to Castro, Banner, and then Green. And obviously Green and Core for are wide zone players. And then you kind of have Dotson, who could probably do either. De Castro's probably more gap, but he could probably do either. And then Banner's obviously a gap guy. I think they're going to go more inside zone, split zone. That's what I get the feel with the little wide zone and still the power elements. But I get more split zone, wide zone feels from this because Pat Freiermuth played with a lot of those types of things. He was an H-back. I get split zone, inside zone feel from Canada. And for that, I think that's a beautiful fit for Kendrick Green. I think Green, he has a wrestling background. He's a guy that while he's stronger than his size would anticipate, he can put guys into the turf. He turns guys very well. He's strong. He's got great balance. I think he's a guy that comes into this scheme, this Canada scheme. If it's an inside zone, split zone scheme, like I believe it will, I think it's a natural fit because I think inside zone and split zone, you can still run those wide zone plays, but you can also fit in a man guy like a Zach Banner because it's not as hefty on those tackles to, get to the second level reach. You can ask a guy like your center, like your guards. And I think this is going to be run through more of the interior of the line. I think it's going to run more through Dotson, Green, and DeCastro. I think those are your three most important alignment in the running game. The question is for me now, the thing I worry about with the O-line is are DeCastro, I mean, not DeCastro, are Okorafor and Banner going to hold up in pass pro? I'm worried about
Green.
that.
I have big questions about Green's pass.
I think Green can hold up in pass pro.
Nick does not, Alan. Nick does not.
I don't. Listen, he struggles sometimes against power, but the one thing that really gives you good hope is this is a guy that isn't filled out with his frame. He can still add muscle to his frame. He's a guy that can add 10, 15 pounds probably over the summer, go good muscle in a strength training program and be ready to go. He's a guy that has great core strength and balance already. Core strength and balance are the biggest things you need to take on power. You can add the anchor, the lower body strength with just going into the weight room. That's all he needs. He has it all. He has great hip sync, great knee sync. He's got it all. He's got all these traits that show he's better at center. He was a better center than guard.
I agree with that.
So this is why I think, listen, Miners was higher on my board, but I'm not going to complain about Kendrick Green. I think he's a really good football player.
Yeah, I don't think the choice between Green and Miners, I mean, they're very different players, but like that's sort of 6 in one, half a dozen in the other to me. I just think the overall direction of it feels weird to me. If you really cared about center, I think I might have done that first. Figured everything else later.
I think
and if you don't care about center, I don't know, because I feel like this pick was like, oh my God, we need a center now. Mm-hmm. Like I think there were I like the tackles better on the board in the third round than any of the centers. I like Brown better than the centers that were available. And so this says it says to me like they really felt like they had to leave today with a center, which I think most of us did. But if that was the case, then I'd have made it before now because I like the fit better with Dickerson at 24 and Humphrey at 55.
Yeah, if it was me, I would have taken Humphrey at 55. I mean, but I do but the thing is, we also we didn't know how the tight end board would fall. If say they did take Humphrey, say it's Naji and Humphrey, right?
They don't get Tremble.
They weren't getting Tremble. They would have had to reach. I think, in my opinion. Now, McKitty went at 98.
But we talked about earlier, what if they can in the offseason find a tight end another way? What if
they have other needs besides tight end? They could have gone corner in round 3.
They could have gone corner, but if they wanted that tight end bad, and I think they needed one. They needed one really bad.
They definitely needed one. I think that was an underrated need for this team.
They could have signed Jesse James, but he would have been so painfully mediocre. And that H-back role in Canada's scheme is so vital. It's so vital that I think they needed a really good tight end. And that's why I was banging the drum for Tommy Tremble. But McKitty went way earlier than any of us expected. I think he would have been a reach at 87. It would have essentially taken them out of the tight end sweepstakes. And behind this, they wouldn't have gotten a good tight end. Like, look at the tight ends available. I mean, they're all gone. They're all gone.
No, they would have had to do work in the offseason. And I guess my only thinking, and this is what Cale and I brought up earlier, is center is your big need. You go center, you get the best available there. You go Humphrey. And then, tight end's still an absolute need that nobody would dispute, a major, major need. But it was been easier to replace tight end in other ways in the offseason. And if you came out of the draft with tight end being the only need that's not fixed, I would have been more okay with that than in other, say, center was that issue. And yes, they were able to fill it, but they didn't know how the draft was going to fall. They got lucky a little bit.
I will say, getting into the mindset of the Steelers, and I think this is something that kind of they've noted. I think they felt running back and tight end weren't deep, and so they went best running back, best tight end.
Yeah,
and Kevin Colbert has noted many times: center is deep, tackle is deep, linebacker is deep, edge is deep. They said those are all deep.
But if center was really deep, I don't think that had taken. I don't know. Center really didn't turn out to be that deep. They're all gone.
I think it was deep. But to me, again, I would have been completely okay if they went Drew Dahlman. I like Drew Dahlman.
Would you have? I mean, is he still on the board or did he go?
Yeah, he's still on the board. But
I'd have rather taken Brown and then taken Dahlman in the 4th round.
I don't think Dahlman's going to be there in the 4th round. Yeah. I don't think he will. But listen, I would have.
I felt like, and
there was a lot of if you didn't go,
Naji, the corners on the board in the 3rd round were really good too. I don't know.
Melifonwu, Molden were there. Yeah,
I mean, Melifonwu is a starting corner. I think Molden is a really good slot. I mean, listen, Green's a position of need, no question about it. So is corner. I don't know. This is why they probably should have traded down the first pick because they have too many needs. Right. But I don't know. I did not feel like Green was coming off the board super quickly, and I didn't think. And I thought the value in the 3rd round of tackle and corner.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. I think Green would have been gone by the end of day 2.
What they definitely could have got Sermon.
Well, the way the centers went, I can't say you're wrong.
I mean, he would have been gone. He wasn't getting past the Rams. There's no way. Okay. I think if they wanted him, they had to take him here. And I don't think it's a reach. I think it's really good value for them. I think the scheme that they're going to run, which is a split zone, inside zone heavy scheme, I think it's good for him. I think everything meshes very well for them. Now that doesn't. Now So all I'm trying to say is I don't think it's a complete train wreck of a draft.
No,
they couldn't get better. Right. They could have taken Melifonwu. They could have taken Brown. They could have taken Creed. They could have taken someone else at 55. They could have taken Tevin Jenkins at 24. They could have taken, they could have taken someone in that area. But I'm not gonna. The thing is, I don't want to paint a dystopian picture of this draft. It's a good draft, in my opinion, for the Steelers right now.
I think I like the players individually a lot.
I do too. I
just don't like the way the draft fell and they fit into the board when they were picked.
And the positional situation of when they were picked, the positions, running back first, tight end second. Yeah.
I really like all the players. I just would not have taken those players then with the way the board was and what the Steelers needs. I also feel like they came into the draft with too many needs and didn't trade down, which was the only way to rectify that situation.
I'll say this. If they come away with Naji, Creed, and Melifonwu, it's a home run.
Right? I mean, that's a really good draft.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, and again, I think we're almost unanimous on that. I think everyone is kind of unanimous on that. I think that's something that's not being taken seriously enough and people are misunderstanding with any criticism of this draft. Individually, Naji could be a Pro Bowler. Freiermuth could be a great fit to the team. Individually, these could be great players, but you're taking kind of controversial selections based on position when you took them. There were other hypotheticals that fell right in their lap. If they traded out of that 1st round pick, they still could have got Sermon because he was drafted right after the Steelers for that later pick. So it all could have worked out a different way. I don't think this is a failed draft by the Steelers by any means. Still a good draft by the Steelers. They still did some work, but it maybe could have been a better draft. Alan, as we now get close to closing up shop here at our another draft extravaganza, our night 2 draft extravaganza here, and we had tons of coverage over there, Steelers Now, that you pumped out there for us. Also on Nittany Sports Now, maybe even a clip from this on Pittsburgh Sports Now we can mention off the Patrick Jones, the second conversation there when Minnesota took him. So we're doing it all over the network. I talked with Cale, I talked with Nick, and we'll get last thoughts from them if they have anything else to say as well. But what do the Steelers need to do the rest of the way? Because we cannot turn back time. We have our opinions there. What do they need to now do the rest of the way in this draft?
Oh, well, I mean, What's realistic? I don't know. What they need to do feels unrealistic to me. What can they do? They can go get a slot corner that can play day one tomorrow. That's something they can do. They can get a positionless defensive player that can be a sub package defender on day one, whether that's a dime backer, whether that's a dime corner, whether it's a safety hybrid or an inside linebacker, someone like that can play in sub packages right away. They can get those two things. They have to get an edge rusher. They do not have any depth at edge, and it's not, like the most pressing need, but also you can't wait until the 7th round to have your top rotational pass rusher either. Like that guy plays a lot. You're talking about probably 20, 30 snaps a game sometimes. I mean, there's a lot there for that number 3 outside linebacker. That can't be just some scrub. And the bottom of this draft is not like super full of talent. Like I think this is a bad 7th round. If someone was like dangling a 2022 7th rounder for a 2021 7th rounder, I'd give it to him. But so, I mean, that's already a lot that I think they need to accomplish. And I mean, look, maybe there's a tackle there, I suppose. They probably need to draft at least one tackle since they don't really have any kind of developmental depth there. So yeah, I mean,
okay,
yeah, I have a hard time seeing maybe more than half of that getting accomplished with what they have, where they have it.
Any final thoughts from Cale or Nick here?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like it comes back to some of the Steelers' offseason management. I think cutting Steven Nelson is one of the worst moves they've made this offseason. Make no sense.
Horrible.
They could have fit him under the cap. That's the one move I keep coming back to. We wouldn't have to even worry about cornerback. Maybe as a late depth draft need is when they would go. But then we would just be looking at, they have the young guys. They have the starting slot in Sutton. They would just need a slot backup. That's all they would need. And they could take that in round 6 or something like that. And that wouldn't worry. Now they need to start.
Even then, you could say Pierre could be that guy.
Yeah, I mean, like, that would be fine. It didn't make any sense to cut Steven Nelson. Now, I continue to say this, and just looking at how it's fallen, the Steelers have to look at the free agency board post-draft and sign a few players, I think. And that means veterans. I don't care. I'm legitimately, he's old, I get it. I'm not even opposed to Richard Sherman at this point. Like, I think he would be a nice ad.
Yeah.
Like, they need to have a 2-pronged strategy. In my opinion, at this point, BPA is what it is. BPA. Just, if they don't come out with a corner until like round 7, whatever, just sign a dude in free agency. Like, come out with that 2-pronged strategy. Because if the value's there at linebacker and the linebacker board looks really good right now, inside backer, that is, they should take a good inside backer.
Is that, if it's not a coverage guy, I'm not sure they can take one. They need so much other stuff.
Good news, all the guys that are really good are coverage guys.
Yeah, that's true. Barnes, I love Barnes. It's been my guy for a while now. Browning is still there. McGrone is still there.
Browning's not there anymore.
Okay. Well, look at who's there in terms of coverage backers. It's Cox, there's McGrone, there's Moses. There is, of course, Derek Barnes, who's really good. There's a ton of linebackers on the board. At this point, I think it would be a mild upset to see the Steelers leave round 4 without a linebacker, just because the value looks so good. And they've shown so much interest in adding one. I feel like they're probably going to end up adding one. Won't surprise me if these next 2 picks are a linebacker and outside linebacker.
Cale, what are your thoughts?
I definitely agree with Nick. As we look ahead to round 4 here, their 2 picks coming up are just 12 apart. And, like we said, the trend here in the late part of the 3rd round was corners flying off the board. So I think right now is the perfect time to jump on a corner while some of these guys like a Shaun Wade are there. We talked about Shaun Wade earlier. He played his best football at Ohio State in the slot. He could be a guy that could come in and play in the slot, and you move Cam Sutton outside maybe. That's part of the reason why they brought him back, the versatility to be able to do both. Shaun Wade can do both, but he was significantly better in the slot. So he's potentially a guy for them here if they want to come up to 128. But, I think they need to go, because it's a more pressing need, I think they need to go corner edge rusher just because it looks bleak way back at the end of this. tomorrow in 5, 6, and 7. But those inside linebackers are just too good to pass up. The Dylan Moseses, Cox. I'll throw in Justin Hilliard, another Ohio State guy. They're too good to pass up. There's just too much value there. So, and they bring back Vince Williams on this 1-year deal. They're going to need a guy to come in there on some of those passing downs and be, a viable option to take him off the field, because he's not chasing down tight ends and slots and running backs and whatnot. So, I'm becoming more and more convinced it's going to go corner at 128 and then linebacker at 140. And then immediately after that, I mean, it has to be edge rusher. The next pick pick absolutely has to be edge rusher.
Corner and edge rusher, they need to address.
There are some edge rushers on the free agent market that are like not awful options still.
Yeah, there's that. But also I will say I wouldn't be against them potentially taking their 2022 fourth with the comp picks they're getting, taking a 2022 fourth, moving up maybe into the.
If they were going to do that, they should have done it today.
I mean, maybe, but like if they move up into maybe an Ellerson Smith falls into that area, or they get an edge falling that's, a Rashad Weaver, someone's falling there, maybe into that top of round 5. I wouldn't hate it if they trade up into the slot, but I mean, it's going to be tough for them to move up.
Well, the Steelers have work to do, whether it be in the rest of this draft or in the offseason. The Steelers filled some needs. They got their guys, to say the very least. It's going to be a polarizing conversation that will continue to move, because some could argue the draft could have been better for Pittsburgh. Not a bad draft, but maybe it could have been better. Our coverage is over there at SteelersNow.com, also covered at Nittany Sports Now, Pittsburgh Sports Now, etc., due to the levity and the situation in this draft and some players that were taken in this draft. It has been a wild ride. It has been another gauntlet marathon of a 2-night extravaganza of draft shows here on Pittsburgh Sports Live. Subscribe, hit that subscribe button, bottom of the video. If you like anything you see and heard throughout these 2 nights of the show, we're going to have more reaction, more clips over there in PSL as well. It's free to do so on the subscribe button as well. Thanks to our sponsors, by the way. Hit up the family of network of sites, follow these guys. And I think we hit one out of the park yet again. It's been fun for sure. It's been an interesting draft. We've seen some surprises. We've seen some teams reach. We've seen some super friends reunited. We've seen some polarizing decisions. We've seen some controversy to this point, and the Pittsburgh Steelers involved in a lot of that. So let the conversation continue to rage on. Let the grades be offered, and let this draft finish, and then we'll see the future of the Pittsburgh Steelers, because this draft was about now and about the future. So it can't fully be graded until we see the now and also the future. For Nick Farabaugh, Cale Berger, of course, Alan Saunders, and all of us here throughout Pittsburgh Sports Live and the Pittsburgh Sports Now family of networks, in particular, of course, Steelers Now with our coverage. I'm Mike Asti. Thanks for all of you that have been a part of this ride. Thanks to you guys. I can't wait until next year when we're doing this again. And enjoy the rest of the draft. Enjoy the rest of your night. Maybe enjoy your morning. And once again, the Steelers draft, their work, it's not over. Their draft's not over. Their work's not over. And it will remain to be seen, the success or failure overall. All right, we are no longer live.